Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into part 3 of what if Jiraiya made Naruto a sage early? Unfair power. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Naruto awoke at first light. His excitement to see his friends get to fight and earn praise from the entire village was too much for him to sleep properly. He knew how much they had all grown, now the village would too. Some of them would even be Chunin by this time next week. He smiled sadly. He wouldn't be one of them, but that wasn't the end of the world. He would catch up to his friends soon enough. While he waited, he practiced some chakra control exercises. It might not do him all that much good now, but hopefully it would sharpen his skills when the five-pronged seal was finally released. That wasn't the only reason he was excited for it though. The fox might have been a miserable bastard full of hate, and constantly angry, but Naruto was really beginning to miss him. He wasn't as lonely as he once was when he was little, but the Kyuubi was always someone he could talk to. Always there to keep him company. Not that the fox had a choice, but he could continue to ignore him if he really wanted to. As the hours droned on, he practiced his left-handed writing some more. The one thing he could currently do at full proficiency was make good old-fashioned handwritten seals. He'd been working on a design for a few weeks now, and he hoped it would work as intended. A doctor and 2 different nurses checked on him while he was waiting, scolding him for using chakra. He just smiled at them and rubbed the back of his head, pausing until they left. He was restless though. Hinata and Sasuke visited them several hours before noon, possibly even before they ate breakfast. He lit up when he saw them, excited to wish his friends luck and give them gifts. Naturally, they were seals. They both thanked him, though he had a suspicion that neither would use them. Sasuke had always been one to rely on his own power, and Hinata had blossomed into a fairly independent fighter. She would want to prove to her family that she didn't need help. Still though, it eased his mind knowing that they had them just in case. Their time visiting him was short, and he wished them luck, saying he knew they could do it. Before Sasuke could leave though, Naruto shot him a weary look. Careful. Sasuke shot him a deadpan look. I'll be fine. And then an ever so small smirk. I've got an ace up my sleeve. Naruto knew what the ace was, but he couldn't help but worry at least a little bit. Half an hour before the fights were to start, Tsunade finally showed up, Jiraiya and Shizen in tow, the latter holding Taunton. Geez, I know you guys are old, but did you really have to take so long to get here? He teased. I don't want to miss any of the fights. You know, Naruto, Jiraiya said knowingly. You better watch your mouth around Tsunade. He leaned forward to whisper to his charge. She's real sensitive about her age. Naruto giggled as Tsunade softly hammer-punched Jiraiya into the ground. Only the fact that they were in the hospital saved him from her using her real power. Still young enough to crush both of you into a paste, thank you very much. She said, come on, brat. Let's get going, I got some bets to place. You'd be smart to place them on Sasuke, you know, Naruto said. He's definitely the strongest one left. Naruto said, subtly implying that he thought he was the strongest. TCH. He's the last Uchiha, everybody will be betting on him. The odds will be awful. Well then Hinata is your next best bet. She's going against the Kazekage's daughter, and she gets overlooked by Niji, the grumpy bastard, so she should have good odds. Naruto said excitedly. He wasn't allowed to bet since he was teammates with contestants, but he knew exactly who he would be betting on if he could, despite his worries. She's that good, huh? A Hyuga against a wind user isn't a favorable matchup. Tsunade mused as Naruto made his way out of bed and onto his crutches. Oh, she's incredible. She's beaten me before when I was only allowed to use elemental jutsu, so she should be able to handle Temari no problem, he said. Well, maybe I will place a bet on her then, since you seem so sure of your little girlfriend. Haha. That's my boy. Jiraiya interjected with an eyebrow waggle and a slap on the back. Naruto put on his best pouty face, hoping it would be enough to get the older shinobi to stop using that line. She's not my girlfriend. She's my teammate. He brightened with a big smile. She's family. And she's gonna kick some ass today, you know. He wouldn't let their teasing get him down. Today was going to be a great day. They made their way into the arena, causing an unfortunate amount of ruckus. Word had naturally spread about Tsunade's return to the village. Her henge to sneak into the village had worked, but when she'd seen the state of the hospital, she declared that no medic in their right mind could leave this shit show without fixing it first. Though Naruto thought that maybe she just enjoyed bossing people around. They found their seats in the front row, and Naruto waved to the others in his year that hadn't passed the preliminaries. Sakura and Ino looked excited to see him, and he idly noted the bruises and scratches that, combined with the dirt all over them, showed they'd been training. He'd seen Sakura during his time in the hospital, so he knew that she had already been undergoing at least light training as a nin. It was something that seemed to suit her well, but still, he was glad to see they weren't afraid to get their hands dirty either. Shikamaru lazily threw a hand up at him to wave, which he energetically returned. Choji, being Choji, offered him a potato chip. Naruto, being Naruto, accepted the offer graciously and commented on how delicious it was. Choji beamed at him, happy to share his joy. Tenten was the final member of the group. She was much more subdued in her greeting, perhaps feeling the odd one out, not being in their graduating class. That changed when she saw who was accompanying Naruto. When she saw Tsunade, she flushed bright pink, and nervously stumbled over herself. Naruto smirked. It wouldn't be long until she saw the other side of her hero. They finally got settled in, the genin to Naruto's left. Jiraya, then Tsunade and Shizen filled out to his right. He didn't quite feel whole, though how could he when his team was in the arena without him? He was content though. He didn't need to be the one in front of the roaring crowd, showing off his skills. His people were surrounding him. He was acknowledged. He was home. A jonin named Ginma was announcing the rules of the final exam, though he wasn't too sure how well they'd be enforced. When he wrapped up, the genin made their way up to a balcony located one floor down from the spectator seating, cut into the side of the wall. They left only Neji and Rock Lee in the center. This was a fight Naruto had been looking forward to for a while now. He'd run across Team 9 before. It was hard not to when you were so close to Kakashi-sensei, considering Guy was always hot on his tail. He knew a little of the history between the two teammates. He was well aware of Niji's viewpoint on life and fate, given how he was always spewing it when Naruto visited the Hyuga. He also knew Lee's story. How he'd graduated without being able to use ninjutsu or genjutsu of any form. How he could only use taijutsu. Everybody thought it was a weakness, but he turned it into a strength. Much like his sensei, Lee had become so hyper-focused on taijutsu that there were few in the village that could surpass him. Naturally, there were chunin and jonin that would be physically more developed, and therefore faster and stronger. Lee's movements were crisp though, as if he'd put thousands upon thousands of reps in. His body almost seemed to move automatically through the movements in a fashion that almost looked surreal. He undoubtedly broke his body down time and time again to get to where he was. Naruto respected him immensely, perhaps more than any other genin. Naruto also knew that Neji was a genius, one of prodigal renown, even amongst the Hyuga. As strong as Hinata had gotten, and as far as she'd come, he still didn't think she'd be a match for him. For all Lee was as a strong-fisted taijutsu specialist, he'd never beaten Neji. Not even once. He heard the comments from Neji when Naruto trained with Hinata. The remarks that he was just like my hopeless teammate when he would go until he dropped. Neji seemed to think that was an insult. Naruto wholeheartedly disagreed. He liked Neji, despite his worldview. Hinata had hinted at what had happened to him. Naruto figured there was just a stick lodged up in him that needed removing. Still, he knew who he was rooting for. Maybe Lee could dislodge that stick if he kicked him hard enough. The contestants squared off to each other. Whether it was the design of the arena, or some sort of seal he never heard of, their words traveled extremely well. He couldn't hear them over the roar of the crowd though, until he channeled chakra to focus his hearing. Why don't you just give up, Lee? Neji scoffed at him. You know that you cannot beat me. Why try? Why humiliate yourself? I cannot give up, Neji! Lee shouted. He was a bit easier to hear. For you are my eternal rival. We shall have a hot-blooded battle to show off our youth, and see who it is that is more of a splendid shinobi. Time and time again, Neji said, bitterness intoning his voice. I have told you. I have shown you. I have given you scars to prove it. Naruto winced at that. He'd felt the force of the Juken before. When will you figure it out, Lee? You were fated, from the day you were born, to be inferior to me. Nothing you do will change that. No matter how many push-ups, or squats, or kicks or punches, you won't be able to beat me. Lee could only smile in the face of his teammate. He knew where the bitterness was coming from. He knew it wasn't directed at him. That deep down, in his own weird way, Niji was trying to help him. Lee's smile turned into a blinding grin. My rival! Your youthful passion is misplaced, but it is great to see it no less, Lee said. I cannot wait to trade blows with you and see who is victorious today. Lee gave him a big thumbs up to emphasize his youthfulness. Niji could only grit his teeth. They'd been round and round this loop many a time. He turned to Ginma. Proctor, I think it's time you start the match. Nothing I say will get through to him without showing him what I mean first. Ginma shrugged noncommittally, but raised his hand nonetheless. Both fighters were ready. Ginma's hand dropped. Unsurprisingly, Lee made the first move. He sprinted at Niji blindly quick, and lashed out with a vicious kick aimed at the Hyuga's head. Niji shifted his upper body out of the way, and moved his feet smoothly to keep his balance. He brought his arm up to strike at Lee's chakra point, but Lee was too well practiced at fighting his teammate. He rotated his body to bring his other leg up for a kick, and Niji was forced to retreat 2 steps to avoid the blow. The opening moves happened so fast that the civilians in the audience probably couldn't keep up, but they roared nonetheless. Lee once again charged at Niji, starting with a punch this time. A similar set of moves ensued. Niji moved to counterattack, and Lee countered his counter with another blow, causing Niji to slide out of reach again. This was the ebb and flow of the fight, the same dance that they'd done 100 times now. The moves became more complex, sometimes stretching into combos of 6 or 7 counters before they broke apart. The crowd ate it up. Niji and Sasuke were the 2 big draws to this round of the exams, and never did the crowd think that they would get such a good fight in the first round. Lee, for his part, was holding up extremely well. His lack of chakra use was an advantage here. He would tire slower than Niji would. He just had to wear the Hyuga out. Niji wasn't showing any sign of tiring, but Lee knew he himself could do this all day. And then he slipped up. He attempted a roundhouse, knowing Niji would slip it, and continued his momentum until he'd spun and snapped perfectly into position to throw a huge right hand. He pushed his speed, trying to catch his teammate off guard. Niji's eyes widened in surprise minutely, and Lee thought he had him. Then, with the grace of a swan, Niji slid just under the punch, and jabbed him quick as lightning in the forearm. Lee grimaced and jumped away. He'd overextended the tiniest of amounts. Perhaps imperceptibly to the naked eye. Niji had made him pay, as he always did. Lee couldn't help but smirk at his teammate's abilities. Ready to give up yet? Niji asked, and there was a small smirk playing on his lips. One might even think that he enjoyed fighting his teammate. My eternal rival, I am just getting started, Lee shouted. And then he charged. There were 7 more scuffles between the two. They resulted in 5 more closed chakra points. Lee's whole body was stinging at this point. He was used to the pain though, that wasn't the problem. The problem was, despite the fact that he'd limited Niji to no more than 1 strike at a time, he was slowing. At this rate it would be over in another couple of moves. That left him with 3 options. He could forfeit, though he was certain he'd rather die. He could play the moves out, and hope Niji slipped up, though he was certain Niji was more likely to drop dead before that happened. Or, he could unleash his forbidden technique. Risky. Dangerous. He glanced up where he knew Guy-sensei was sitting. He could see the gleam in his teacher's eyes all the way up there. Guy gave him a subtle head nod, a serious look on his face. Lee nodded back, as much to himself as to his sensei. He stepped out of his stance, and into a power position. Base wide and strong, fists at his side. He closed his eyes briefly, and inhaled fully. He dug deep within himself. He found his core, and with it, his dreams. He wanted to be a splendid shinobi. He wanted to prove all the people who told him he couldn't, wrong. He wanted to prove Guy-sensei right. Most importantly, he wanted to prove himself right. All the hours he bled and sweated couldn't be for nothing. His eyes snapped open, and he let out a scream. The first gate of opening. Open! A pressure released from him, and a heatwave-like appearance came over him. He wasn't done there though. He technically opened the first gate to fight Niji before. Primary Lotus required it. It wasn't enough. The second gate of healing. Open! This time a more visible shockwave of chakra came from him. His fatigue faded, and his tenketsu released back open. He felt like a brand new man. He wouldn't stop there though. His sensei had given him a limit, and he wasn't there yet. The third gate of life. Open! His roar set the arena on edge. This time there was a palpable change to Lee. His skin faded red, veins bulging everywhere. His hair seemed to float in the air around him. The most concerning part, though, as he huffed and heaved, was that his pupils had disappeared. Niji looked on with a growing sense of dread. He'd never seen this technique from his teammate before, but based on what his Byakugan was picking up, it had to be forbidden, probably the same technique Gai-sensei used. He'd released his chakra gates. That was something that was beyond even the gentle fist. Niji was in shock. He didn't think this was possible, even in the most clinical of settings, and here his dead last teammate had done it in the midst of a fight. He cautiously tightened up his stance. He didn't like the look of things. He was right to be cautious. Lee shot at him like a bullet, and he just barely moved out of the way. Not even his pride could call that a dodge. Luckily, it seemed this technique was costly, and probably not practiced often. In turn, Lee was just slightly off balance, not quite used to his speed. He expected he wouldn't get another freebie. He was right. Lee charged at him again, with the same kick he'd used to open. There was no time to move out of the way. The cross block he got up was barely in time on its own, and that was despite the fact that Lee had clearly telegraphed it. He slid back a few feet. Niji knew he was in trouble, but Lee was also breathing heavily. Anything with that much of a power boost wouldn't last long. He just had to hold out. Lee was not going to make it easy though. His ever-youthful teammate charged at him again, and this time Niji was more ready. He dodged the first punch, and was barely grazed by the follow-up kick. The second kick caught him though, and despite his textbook block, he found his momentum taking him backwards. His skin was already turning dark where he'd taken Lee's hit. He knew then that he'd have to play one of his trump cards. He'd expected the fight to be fun, but relatively simple for him, as it always was. Now he was going to have to give up one of his most powerful techniques in the first round. Niji skated back, giving himself as much distance as possible. If there was one thing he could count on with Lee, it was that the bowl-cut genin would attack him straight on at all-out speed. He'd just have to time it. Lee stayed true to form, and let out a holler about youth, before charging his teammate. Niji waited, though it wasn't long, and then he spun. As Niji whirled in a circle, expelling chakra from all his tenketsu, several people in the stands were extremely shocked. Naruto Uzumaki was surprised, because it looked an awful lot like the Rasengan. He briefly wondered whether his father had drawn inspiration from the technique. Hinata Hyuga, too, was surprised. She'd known her cousin was working on it, and perhaps had even encouraged him, despite the fact that she knew he was forbidden from learning it. Niji may not believe in her as much as he did Fate, but he was still family in her eyes. Her surprise was rooted more in pride. She was truly proud of him for being such an incredible shinobi. Hayashi Hyuga was shocked. Never had a member of the branch family been able to master a jutsu reserved for the main line. Mastery alone was difficult. Discovering the technique on his own was unheralded. He inwardly lamented over the clan's rules about heirs, and the death of his brother. Perhaps it was time to tell the boy the truth, and give him the scroll. Perhaps it was already too late. The Hyuga clan head shook his head, wishing his wife were there to help advise him. She had always been much better at dealing with the children. Rock Lee, however, didn't share the surprise of the stands. Instead, he smiled. He knew his teammate would not let him down when he unleashed his most powerful technique. Niji never let him down. He could always count on him to step up when it mattered most. An extremely powerful and fast kick met a fast spinning rotating chakra ball bed in the center, and the whole world exploded. It was more than a minute before the dust settled. When it did, there were two craters revealed, each with a genin dumped into it. Both contestants had been deflected straight backwards forcefully, the power of their techniques too much to be sustained. Niji twitched where he was laying, before crawling his way into a standing position. His headband had fallen off, leaving just the standard shinobi bandages across his forehead. He stumbled once, then twice, before righting himself completely. He began to circulate his chakra and take count of how his body was doing. Rock Lee was slower to get up. His skin had returned to its former color, as had his eyes. His hair, though it was no longer standing on its end, was a mess. His body was shaking as he finally erected himself into a semi-standing position. Niji shook his head. He had almost recovered from their clash, his chakra having shielded him from the worst of it. Lee wouldn't quit though, and he knew it. There was only one way to put him down for sure, and he'd have to be thorough about it if Lee could still open the gates. "I'm sorry, Lee. You are within my field of divination." With that, Niji dropped gracefully into his stance. His mind's eye saw the field and its sectors. Gentle fist art, 8 trigrams 64 palms. And then he moved, and moved did he ever. The technique was one of the Hyuga's most powerful. It was a more targeted version of their typical taijutsu forms, but sped up. Much like a shunshin, the user channeled chakra to their body to speed it up. For this reason it was much more likely to slip through their guard, but also much more difficult for the user to pull off. The fatigue that amounted from it was the main reason it was difficult to use, and the precision required while moving so fast was the reason it was their ultimate attack. Within the Hyuga, there was no greater technique when it came to hand-to-hand combat. It was only limited by the speed and strength of the user, but theoretically it could be used to defeat a Kage. It was that technically sound. Within the Hyuga clan, there had never been such a talent as Niji. Therefore, it shouldn't have been a surprise that he pulled it off flawlessly, perfectly striking all 64 targets, effectively rendering Lee useless and unconscious. Still, Hayashi Hyuga was shocked yet again. It just shouldn't be possible. That was a level technique reserved for the best of the best, and taught personally by the clan head. It was borderline insubordination just from the audacity Niji had to learn it, let alone perform it so well. Hayashi couldn't help but feel a swell of pride though. He just wished his brother were here to share the joy. He made up his mind then, and he removed himself from his seat. He will go see Niji now. It could wait no longer. Niji's normally stoic, though sometimes harsh, facade had cracked. Gone was the stoicism, the calm, the placid face. He was bent over, leaning on both knees. His body rose and fell as he gulped breath after breath trying to recover. It was a heavy technique for him to be using so young, and he knew that. It had been necessary though. Not just to win the fight, but to show the clan that the main branch wasn't the only one capable of such techniques. More so than that though, it was to give Lee a small bit of validation and respect. He knew how hard his teammate worked, and though he was a dimwit who was fated to be the weaker of the two, he had surprised Niji. He wanted to speak to his teammate, and tell him how foolish that had been. But he would be lying. It hadn't been foolish, because Lee had almost beaten him. Niji had never let up on his training, and though he saw most opponents as inferior, he'd never taken it easy on them. Lee was not an exception. If anything, Lee's relentless insistence that they were rivals had pushed him to work even harder to prove him wrong. And still he'd been caught off guard, and almost lucky? Niji was confused as he helped the med-nin escort his teammate. So much so that he walked with them straight into the medical suites, instead of back into the competitor's balcony. The crowd had been roaring for him, and later he realized that it was probably for Lee too. He hadn't even noticed. In the stands, Team 9's sensei was leaking tears in a way that was wholly unfit for an elite jonin. Somehow though, it seemed appropriate, and nobody, not even Kakashi, would tease him about it. Not until the next day at least. After things settled down, Hinata and Temari were called to the arena and the crowd cheered again. Back-to-back Hyuga fights would be a treat for them. Ever since the Uchiha had been all but wiped out, the Hyuga had become the crowd favorites in both events and mission requests. Their productivity and gracefulness went a long way with civilians, both royal and otherwise. Hinata, despite being relatively cut from a different cloth, was ever graceful in her movement to the arena center. Not a hair out of place despite her high-speed body flicker to get there, and it earned her a few extra whistles and cheers. The Kazekage's daughter got equal excitement when she rode her oversized van down into the arena. The blood of the crowd was roaring hot, and they wanted to see some action. Hinata smiled as her opponent landed with an extra flourish of wind. She'd worked with Naruto enough before to understand the challenges of facing a futon user. In the shinobi world, knowing was half the battle. Unfortunately, the gentle fist fighting style was perhaps the most well-known style left in the shinobi world. Given the fact that one of the largest clans in the largest village relied on it almost exclusively, she wouldn't be surprised if Temari knew what was coming. Nonetheless, she was confident. The proctor smirked at the fact that both kunoichi seemed ready to fight without a single word exchanged. He raised his hand, and Hinata heard the crowd go silent. The Hyuga heiress versus the Kazekage's daughter probably made the betting choice difficult for them, she supposed. They were probably too intrigued by what would happen to make much noise. There was a palpable tension in the air as Gunma's hand cut through it. It was Temari who made the first move, unsurprisingly. She was clearly a very tenacious ninja, and seemed eager to prove her worth. That was fine by Hinata, she would bide her time and strike when she could. That was her role after all, and she certainly knew how to play it. She sidestepped the first big swipe of wind easily enough. She didn't need her famed dojutsu to analyze the attack. Straightforward and big, with blunt force and cutting action. Best to avoid if at all possible. The second gust of wind, and it was only a gust, was also easily sidestepped. Hinata almost scoffed at Temari. She knew what she was capable of, and this was not it. Clearly she was just testing her out. Fine. Two could play at that game. As she sidestepped the second jutsu, she removed a few kunai from her pouch. Once she was clear of the wind, she smoothly flicked the kunai at the sand ninja, timing it well enough that she wouldn't be able to use a jutsu. Temari closed her fan, and blocked both kunai with the metal base of it. She smirked at Hinata as if that had been easy. Truth be told, it was. She'd barely thrown them, and certainly hadn't expected them to get through. With Temari's fan closed, she decided it was time to try and close the gap. She sprinted forward, activating her Byakugan as she ran. Changing angles and feinting a few times to try and throw off Temari, she slowly closed the gap. It wasn't until she was about 10 meters away, when Temari got a lock on her. The sand genin whipped her fan as if it was made from something much lighter than metal. From this close, dodging was difficult. The wind would get to her fast, and with more force than the first two. She had factored this into her strategy though. Moving to her right, she spun to add momentum and distance. She made it just outside of the justice's reach. The wind flaring her hair, and even the headband around her neck, wildly. There was a problem though. Temari was spinning full circle, fan still splayed widely. This had not been a part of her strategy. Her intention was to avoid the wind altogether. It was a nasty style of jutsu, and while it was chakra intensive, there was a reason. The Kazekage's daughter could cover a wide section of both ground and air, both cutting and delivering blunt force. As Temari completed her spin, she knew there would be no dodging. The amount of chakra she was charging into the jutsu was much greater than the previous three. This was an all-out attack, meant to end the match right then and there. Hinata's face tightened minutely as her body tensed. She had one true counter to this, and she would have to time it perfectly. She wasn't Niji after all. As Temari's fan let the wind rip, she flexed her chakra. The wind slammed into her, and she let it. Flying back, she flipped back and let her momentum give her distance. She landed on both feet and one hand. She slid 10, 20, almost 30 meters before coming to a surprisingly graceful stop. She stood calmly, revealing herself to be slightly dustier, hair a little unkempt, but with no injuries. Not a single scratch. Temari tilted her head in confusion, clearly not understanding how she hadn't been cut. Though she might not be as skilled as Niji, as she herself would readily admit, Hinata worked hard. While she hadn't mastered the main family's rotation jutsu, she had a few of the steps down. Namely the forceful expulsion of chakra from all tenketsu. As the wind had nearly hit her, she forced her chakra out, effectively shielding her from the cutting power of the wind when it struck. She couldn't maintain it the way the proper jutsu required, nor could she stop the attack from moving her altogether. She could, however, direct the cutting power of the jutsu to either side of her. Truth be told, it didn't even waste all that much chakra for her to do. It was more taxing than the typical juken strikes, sure, but it was nothing compared to the actual rotation. Temari may not have known the explanation, but she grunted angrily, and whipped her fan around again, this time sending out an even larger gust of wind. Hinata was able to dodge this one at a full sprint, though the trees behind her didn't fare as well. After 3 or 4 more jutsu, Temari's breathing difficulty had increased noticeably, however much she tried to hide it. There were branches and logs and rocks beginning to litter the battlefield as she cut up the arena floor. The Byakugan drained chakra at a high rate, but Hinata had trained with it relentlessly to keep it active for her team. She judged that at this rate she could outlast Temari several-fold, as the kunoichi was clearly burning through chakra with her large-scale attacks. It didn't take long for Temari's plan to be revealed though. She shifted her chakra in a way that gathered rather than cut, and swept the arena floor with her wind. A vortex picked up everything on the arena floor. The dust, rocks, wood shrapnel, ninja tools, everything that had accumulated on the ground from this exam and all the previous events in the arena, was brought into the air. Temari was already in the air as Hinata watched the debris rise, and soon she realized the plan. The Sand Ninja's fans splayed wide, and Hinata readied herself. She'd have to use her new jutsu. She had no idea if it would work, but the angle Temari was at provided her with no other options. Temari's fan flashed through the air, sending hundreds of debris-turned weapon flying down at her. Hinata stuck her feet to the ground with chakra, as she had learned what felt like a lifetime ago, but had been less than a year. She'd grown so much since then, and now it was time to prove it. Gentle fist, protection of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. She whispered to herself with a calm force she didn't know she possessed. As the projectiles rained down on her, she began swiping her arms through the air above and around her quickly. She sharpened her chakra to the maximum degree, thinning it out until it was barely visible even to her own eyes. She gained speed, swaying gracefully as she created a lattice of fine, sharp chakra around her. The first of the projectiles rained down on her. The lighter debris, that was more easily flung due to its weight. Bark and dust and leaves. Nothing survived as it came into contact with her chakra. It was all shredded and obliterated. Not even the dust made it past. Then came the heavier items, rocks and kunai and the like. Each one was caught in her net of chakra and forcefully deflected away. It was as if a steel net had been laid over her. 5, then 10 seconds passed, and the chakra from the attack died down. Temari tried to use the opportunity to attack, and rode gravity and her fan down at Hinata. The Hyuga leapt well clear of the way, and they both squared off once more. Hinata was sweating. Entirely unfit for a Hyuga heiress, and yet she felt so alive she couldn't be bothered to care. She took deep breaths, trying to calm her breathing and heart. Unlike the first shield she had made, that technique used up quite a bit of chakra. The coverage wasn't as extensive as the rotation, but the chakra output was constant and fast. Temari was much the same, breathing heavy from using so much chakra. Her gamble hadn't paid off in the way that she had hoped, but at least the Hyuga looked almost as tired as her now. In typical form, Hinata stood in a ready stance, and waited. As strong as she'd become, she was still never the aggressor. She would defend with all she had until there was an opening or slip-up. That was the way she was. On the other hand, Temari was more than happy to attack first, and had an idea. She couldn't afford another attack like her last one, but then, Hinata couldn't afford another defense. She reached back with her fan, getting ready to launch another strong gust, and slipped a hand into her pouch discreetly. They would be able to see, but it was still good to practice deception as a ninja. As she swung around, she flicked an entire brace of kunai up in front of her. Her fan swept across, the wind sending the speeding at her opponent, and she smirked. Not enough chakra for her 8 trigrams defense, and not enough power in her small chakra shield to stop kunai. Hinata knew she was in trouble the moment she saw Temari grab the kunai. There was nowhere for her to go though. She'd spent most of her life hiding, whether it be behind actual objects, or her own shyness. Now, before almost the entire village, she wasn't able to do that. She would have to stand there and be Hinata Hyuga, the failure of Konoha's greatest clan. She couldn't use her protection of the 8 trigrams again. She couldn't use the first step of heavenly rotation, it wasn't strong enough to stop kunai. She wouldn't be able to block that many with her strikes. None of her Hyuga techniques would work, and yet, she smirked ever so slightly. It would be fitting if the failure of the Hyuga would win using a non-clan technique. Even before she thought it, her hands were racing through signs at a speed born from hours of training and instinct. As her chakra finished molding, she knelt and slammed her hands into the ground. She pushed her chakra out, concentrating it into a precise area, and willed it to move and strengthen. A wall of earth shot up. It wasn't massive, or even all that impressive. About 6 or 7 feet wide, and only about a head taller than her. The kunai struck and dug into the wall, but it was thick enough to withstand them easily enough. As the wind from the justice smashed into the wall, the edges crumbled, but she was okay with that. She'd concentrated most of the chakra into the part that would actually protect her. The rest was pointless, as far as she was concerned. The wind died down. The wall held. The crowd was absolutely silent. Nobody had ever seen a Hyuga use a technique that wasn't developed by the clan. Certainly nobody had ever considered that the daughter of the clan head would do it in the Chunin exams of all places. There was a heartbeat of silence, then too. Hell yeah, Hinata! A voice shouted with pride, cutting through the silence. I told you she was badass, Granny. Hinata didn't have time to bask in her teammates' pride though, she had more work to do. More hand signs were used, and then she rushed out from behind the wall. Temari, for her part, wasn't too caught off guard by the wall. Surprised, sure, but she'd fought Earth users before. When Hinata rushed out, she had enough time to use another jutsu. She whipped her fan viciously, having grown tired of the fight. The concentrated burst of wind was, once again, sidestepped graciously. Temari wasn't done though, and channeled chakra into her shoulder and arm, and whipped the fan back once more. There wouldn't be time to dodge this one though. She was right. The wind collided with Hinata, and ripped her apart into nothing. She just disappeared, almost like an illusion. Temari's eyes widened, but she was out of time. The blunt end of a kunai slammed into her temple in a way that could only be described as gentle, but precise, and she was unconscious. She'd fallen for a simple academy-level clone. Hinata stood there, over Temari's unconscious body. She didn't gloat or celebrate, she just looked at the proctor, though her timidness was gone. She was calm, sure. Quiet even. It was because she was confident though, not because she wasn't. When she'd used the mud wall, something inside of her had changed. There was no going back now. Her family would probably disown her, and she'd known that. She didn't care. The proctor stared at her silently, until she coughed politely in her hand. That seemed to startle Gunma out of his slight daze, and he declared her the winner. She immediately bent down with a glowing green hand, and checked over Temari. What an odd Hyuga, Gunma thought. Then again, she was teammates with Naruto, and that set of hand seals for the mud wall had Kakashi written all over it. Weird was to be expected in that case. Hinata abandoned the pretense that she was unnaturally graceful, and ran and leapt onto the wall. She stumbled ever so slightly as she ran up it until she made it to the competitor's balcony. Sasuke rested a hand on her shoulder with a grin, and slowly, the sounds of the arena stands began to filter their way to her ears. It was loud. Very loud. Amongst all the cheering though, somehow, she could hear a certain blonde knucklehead shouting his voice away. She smiled, and blushed. Naruto was having a hard time calming down after Hinata's fight. He was by far the loudest of everybody in the stadium cheering. Normally that was something that Tsunade would beat out of him. Except she'd taken his advice, and actually won a bet for once. She too was standing up roaring, only being outmatched by Naruto's shouts. The only two people in the crowd not cheering were Shizen and Jiraya, though the latter had a big smile on his face. They both knew that Tsunade winning a bet was generally a bad omen. As happy as they were for Naruto and his teammate, they couldn't shake the bad feeling that they had in their mind. Naruto was completely oblivious to them though, and kept up his loud shouting and clapping to the point where they nearly had to delay the next match because of him. Only the fact that Shino had his own opportunity made him settle down. Shino's match was a masterclass in what being shinobi was truly about. The boy was not traditionally powerful, and anyone who didn't know of the Abirame would surely count him out compared to the others around him. He was quiet, to the point of almost being non-existent in larger groups. In Naruto's eyes though, he was something else. Loyal, observant, clever, and above all, deceptive. Fighting Shino was like trying to fight your own shadow. Just when you thought you had it, he slipped through your grasp. His movements were precise and his strategy was always sound. He knew what he was capable of and wouldn't overextend himself in an effort to be flashy, or make something impossible happen. He just wore you down. That's exactly what he did to Kankuro. The puppet user must have thought he'd taken Shino down at least 3 times, only to find that it was an insect clone. They both had elected to fight in the more forested area of the arena, knowing that hiding their presence was a big part of their styles. Shino was just a little better at it. He used the trees and his bugs to the maximum of their potential, and eventually he exhausted Kankuro's chakra supply with his insects. He'd even survived a poison bomb and kept going, though he needed a medic after he was declared the winner. He probably had at least some immunity to the poison. The Abirame knew their stuff when it came to deceitful fighting. Naruto once again cheered, albeit from his seat this time, as standing with a cast and a crutch was difficult. He beamed with pride. Technically Shino was on Team 8, but Naruto considered his whole graduating class to be his teammates if he was being honest. Kiba's fight was next, with Kintsuchi. He and Akamaru made their way to the arena floor with big smiles on their faces, but weren't greeted by users from Sound. After 10 minutes he was declared the winner, much to his dismay. He'd been itching to fight her. More than likely just for a fight in general, but at least he'd moved on to the next round. That meant it was Sasuke's turn, and Naruto grew quiet in a sea of chaos as the crowd erupted. It was clear that the Uchiha was the main event for them, and even better that he was fighting the Kazekage's son. It had within it the potential to be one of the greatest Chunin exam fights they'd ever seen. That didn't ease Naruto's worry though. He had plenty of faith in Sasuke, but it only took one slip-up to be grabbed by that sand. He'd been there. He'd experienced it. He'd feel better if Sasuke didn't have to go through it. Hopefully he wouldn't mess around and go right for his trump card. He obviously wouldn't be able to outlast Gaara in a battle of stamina, not without the amount of chakra he had. Naruto rolled his eyes as Sasuke landed next to Genma, hands in his pockets, as if he was in line for ramen instead of about to fight an unstable. His opponent appeared in a whisper of sand. Ice cold, chakra boiling just beneath the surface. "Will you be the one," Gaara said, "to prove my existence?" Sasuke narrowed his dark eyes. "The only existence I care about is his. You're just a stepping stone for me. A pebble on my path to the mountain. You're just like the others. You will prove my existence. Mother will have your blood." Sasuke's eyes swirled red. "Proctor. Start the fight." Genma nodded and looked at Gaara. He received no response, as the redhead was staring down Sasuke. That was enough for him. His hand cut through the air, and he leapt back. Immediately Sasuke snared Gaara in A with his eyes. It was foolish of him to look into them in the first place. He flashed to the right, but the boy's head turned to follow him. His connection to the was simply gone. He tried again, as Gaara was still staring at him. He paid closer attention this time, and felt it take hold, but as soon as it clicked into place it was just gone. That was odd. He didn't see him cause any physical pain, and didn't feel him flare his chakra either. It was like he was constantly defending against without much effort. Annoying, but it explained why he was so willing to look into the Sharingan. Fine by him, was never really his style anyway. He paused his sprint, and flicked through hand signs ending in the tiger. A grand fireball erupted from his mouth, nearly white-hot, and large enough to swallow the boy whole. He was an Uchiha, and this is what they wanted. He'd give them a show, before he ended the fight. The sand rose as expected, and defended against the fire. The force of the techniques meeting made the ground rumble. The fire died, and the sand glowed red, but held easily. Sasuke shrugged internally, well aware that would be the result. The crowd roared, their Uchiha showing off the signature fire. He whipped out 2 kunai, throwing one with each hand straight for Gaara. Immediately, he grabbed and threw 2 shuriken out wide to wrap around the wall that would inevitably rise. The shuriken whistled through the air, curving around the building wall of sand. The kunai struck it and fell. The shuriken suffered the same fate, as 2 more walls rose, one on each side of Gaara. This was nothing Sasuke hadn't expected or prepared for. Just because you knew something was going to happen though didn't mean you shouldn't test it for yourself. Gaara could have gotten faster in the previous month, just as he had. It seemed that was the case, however minor the change was. That also fell within his plans. Gaara hadn't attacked yet, only defended, but Sasuke could tell that he was getting restless. It wouldn't be long before he went on the offense. Then the real fun would begin, and he would have a chance to taste revenge. It wasn't more than a moment or two before Gaara began to send out his sand. Sasuke in his previous attacks, and maneuvered just close enough that it would entice Gaara. Now, as large tendrils of it came racing after him, he did what his pride had long since decided wasn't worth his time. He retreated. His training for the last month certainly hadn't gone to waste. His speed was vicious with his elevated chakra control. Paired with his fully matured base Sharingan, dodging the sand as he moved further and further away was little more than child's play. He finished his barrage of dodges by backhand springing up onto the wall of the arena. He stuck there on the side, crouched down, and took in the arena with his famed. Gaara's sand didn't follow him, but it hovered near the base where he'd leapt from. The rocks and ninja tools from Hinata's fight all registered all at once to him. He saw Naruto, sitting front row, with the rest of their class that hadn't passed. Hinata in the competitor's booth with those that did. Niji had returned at some point. All of it flashed into his brain in a split second, Gaara moved for the first time, and his Sharingan filled him with the new information it collected. The red-headed boy in the middle of the arena uncrossed his arms. He seemed to be interrupted by a flash of pain, his hand coming up to press against his eye, and Sasuke's eyes picked up the surge of chakra within him. Gaara soon recovered, and his hands came together in a single seal, and the sand retracted itself as if called by him. This was a surprise to Sasuke, and hurt the chances of his strategy working. Or so he thought, until he saw the sand rise into a sphere surrounding the boy. It was a few inches thick, and laden with dense chakra. An ultimate defense. Good thing he had a that could cut through anything. As he smiled to himself, he saw a small portion of sand coalesce into an eye, hovering far above the dome. The chakra it linked to told him that it would be Gaara's only way to determine what was going on outside his shield. He'd have to take a page out of Naruto's book to take care of that. Sasuke relaxed his chakra, and slid smoothly down the wall. Slowly walking towards Gaara, he circulated his chakra, warming up his system. He paused, and put his hands into a plus sign. He'd seen Naruto do it 1,000 times, and his eyes had long since snagged it from him. This was the first time since his chakra had developed enough that he'd felt like he truly needed it though. His clone took off to the side, out of sight, out of mind. He knew he could trust it to do its job though. It was time for all his hard work to pay off. He thought about the time that a thunderstorm had overtaken the village. He'd been 7 at the time. The thunder scared him. He'd run to his brother, knowing his father wouldn't tolerate the weakness. Itachi said it was okay, that everything would be alright. He poked him in the forehead, the way Sasuke had always hated. Before he could complain to his big brother, a massive bolt of lightning struck the top of the gate to the compound. Perhaps it had been an omen. He channeled the rage the memory brought up, compressed it down in his core with his chakra. He combined it with the feeling of that hugely powerful force of nature striking down. He precisely flowed through hand signs. There were only 3 seals, but his chakra became dangerously active. He grabbed onto his left wrist to stabilize it, and poured chakra into his palm. The air smelled of ozone, and the hair all over his body stood on end. Lightning chakra began to crackle and gather in his hand, until it sounded like the birds that was named after. He spoke only one word, but he spoke it with conviction. Chidori. And then he rushed the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast. Naruto watched as his best friend used first his own signature, and then Kakashi-sensei's original. The power was palpable from where he was sitting, even with his sensory ability dulled. He was too nervous to be outwardly proud though. He knew that this was the moment that would decide the fight. He was sitting forward on the edge of his seat, his hand gripping his crutch tightly. He briefly heard Gai-sensei and Kakashi-sensei discussing the technique, perhaps explaining it to the others, but he paid it no mind. Time seemed to slow down as Sasuke took off sprinting. He was noticeably faster than his already improved speed. As he streaked across the ground, the lightning built up in his hand tore a trench through it. It destroyed dirt, rocks, sand, everything in its path. Sand began jutting out from him in lances from Gaara's sphere. That was when Sasuke's shadow clone revealed its reason for existence. High up in the air, streaking through it was the second Sasuke. Was that lightning crackling around him? It was hard to tell, but he was moving fast. Really fast. He was headed straight for the eye of sand that Gaara had created. He didn't necessarily have to destroy it, only block its view. The eye bobbed and weaved as the clone came for it. A burst of fire left its mouth, wide-angled and slow. Just before the clone entered its own flames, something slipped out of its hand. As the real Sasuke began strafing through the sand attacks, the clone's fire enveloped the eye. It wouldn't destroy it, it wasn't even a strong attack compared to the first one he'd used. It would block its line of sight though. The flames dissipated quickly, but the object was soon revealed to be a smoke bomb. It burst in mid-air and hovered. The plan was definitely working. As the eye's sight was blocked, the sand around became less of a threat. Every footstep that made contact, the sand would rush at that spot. By the time it got there, it was only spearing empty air, rather than the speeding Uchiha. It was now entirely reactive to his touch. He was only 3 steps away now, a distance he could cover in a near instant. As his foot touched the ground, and his chakra blasted through it, his Sharingan showed him what would happen. The precognition of the was perhaps its most valuable asset, even more so than the ability to copy. He was the chakra shift, and the sand saw the way it would spear out in hundreds of spikes right at him to try and counter his rush. Yet another smirk appeared on his face. His next move was more of a lunge than a step or a sprint. His right foot came into contact with the ground, chakra rushing through it just like all the previous steps. This time, though, he used it to launch himself at a near 45-degree angle to the left. He made it all the way to the side of the sphere, out of the danger of the sand spikes. His left foot planted hard, and his whole body rotated. Like throwing his most powerful punch, but with his hand as a blade. The lightning crackled as it crossed into his field of vision, nearly cutting off his eyesight. The sand was now rushing towards him. It wouldn't make it in time to stop him. He was too fast while wielding the Chidori. His hand met the sand, and the lack of resistance was nearly a shock to him. Even when he'd been training for the technique, the rocks he'd been using it on had felt tougher than this. The lightning-sheathed hand slipped through unimpeded. This was it. He'd put the right through Gaara, and make him pay. He would give the Sand Genin what he deserved, for hurting his friend. For crippling his brother. The lightning parted the sand as if it was in control of it, but when the part of his hand covered in chakra slipped all the way through, he slowed abruptly. Now that there was no chakra to dissuade the sand, it clamped onto his arm tight, jarring his shoulder. His momentum carried him though, and he gritted his teeth to keep it going. His hand struck something and buried itself a few inches deep before he was brought to a halt. He let the lightning chakra rip its way back up his arm to his shoulder, breaking him free from the sand. The sand spears were on him now, and one clipped his thigh before he leapt back quickly, once again out of the reach of the sand. All of it happened in an instant, and Naruto watched with a horror and fascination growing in his eyes. The moment Sasuke landed from his retreat, a brutal, blood-curdling scream cut through the air. It was coming from Gaara's sand sphere. "What is this?" Naruto's chakra-enhanced hearing heard. "Blood? It's my blood." His voice was different now. Crazed. Like he barely had control over it. "You will not erase my existence. I won't allow it. Mother will have your blood." That didn't sound good. The sand receded from its sphere around Gaara and began swirling around him. His right shoulder had a chunk of sand over it, almost like a bandage. As he watched, Naruto saw it grow steadily, covering his entire arm. It continued to grow in volume, turning into a massive clawed arm of sand, with dark blue marks swirling across it. Naruto tried to focus on what was happening, but feathers began to dance across his vision, and he grew unusually tired. Then all hell broke loose. Then flooding Naruto's system was a powerful one. A rank without a doubt. Spreading it over the crowd made it easier to break, though the user's hold wouldn't be that as secure as normal. It took Naruto a considerable effort to summon the chakra and control to break it. Under normal circumstances what he was able to use wouldn't be enough, but his chakra had a potency rarely seen in the shinobi world. His chakra expelled the foreign breach in his system, and the world sharpened into a horrifying clarity. Fights were beginning to break out across the arena. The Leaf Sanbu and higher-level shinobi were trying to protect the unconscious civilians and lower-level shinobi. He turned to Jiraya and Tsunade. Shizen was already up and gone. The Sannin were discussing the plan. As they talked, a purple barrier went up on the roof of a building, one very near to the Hokage Tower. In the center of the arena, Sasuke was circling Gaara slowly, trying to find an opening. The redhead was holding his head with his hand, clearly suffering from a massive headache. As he watched, Hinata joined Sasuke in the arena. His team. They needed him. "Pervy Sage. Remove the seal," Naruto said, holding up his blue shirt. He was trying his best to sound authoritative and certain. "What?" Jiraiya said. "Absolutely not, Naruto," Tsunade said. "We don't know what the consequences of the chakra will be." Naruto shook his head and flexed his fist. "It doesn't matter," he said. "My team is down there fighting and what good am I as the Leafs if I can't help them? How can I be the Hokage and protect the village if I can't even protect my friends?" His anger was burning dangerously hot. "You have to listen to her, Naruto. It could ruin your limbs permanently." Naruto growled at him. Actually growled. "The Hokage, your sensei, is under attack. The village is under attack. There's a running loose." A giant crash interrupted him, and a massive three-headed snake could be seen breaking down one of the walls. "And there's a fucking snake destroying our walls." The village needs me. Remove the seal or I'll go down there with it on, and probably die. The last words barely escaped his mouth as he yelled, his voice hoarse, and ran out of breath. He heaved to try and catch, staring at Jiraya in both anger and desperation. Jiraya took a moment to consider it, but a moment was all he had. He held up his hand. 5-pronged seal. Jiraya, no, Tsunade argued. It's his decision, Tsunade, and he's my charge. He sounded sorrowful. Besides, he's right. He'll just go get himself killed if I don't. He's beaten worse odds before, Jiraya said. He looked Naruto in his eyes, spending one last precious moment to communicate years of their bond. And then he struck Naruto with his. The pain wasn't quite blinding, but it was a shock to his system nonetheless. The force of Jiraya striking him lifted him off the ground, and his body folded slightly around his stomach. He began to fall backwards, and as he did he felt it. The rush of chakra. His chakra. The Nine Tails chakra. Then the signatures of everybody around him. The sheer amount of information flowing into him overloaded his senses, and he lost consciousness before he hit the ground. Drip. 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 Naruto woke up on his back. But he was not in the arena anymore. He was in a foot of water. He was within his seal. A growl came from behind the bars. Drip. 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 Kyubi growled behind the bars. Naruto sat up and looked at the massive chakra beast. Naruto had steadily earned the title of Konoha's most unpredictable ninja. In 6 months, there was little doubt that anyone else in the village could compete with him for it. Still, what he did next came as a shock, even to himself. He laughed. The village was on fire. His arm and leg were broken. His best friends were about to fight an unstable. He was facing down the nine-tailed fox who was clearly grumpy, and he was laughing. Hysterical laughter that started in his throat, and was nearly splitting open his side after a few moments. Bent over in pain, holding his stomach, he laughed until he was out of breath. He plopped over on his side, splashing in the water of his mindscape. The nine-tailed fox had been breathing heavier and heavier. His anger was becoming so palpable it began to weigh down even on Naruto, despite the boy's familiarity with his presence. The blonde pushed himself to his feet, and dusted himself off exaggeratedly. "What are you so upset about, furball?" he asked with a huge grin. "You came into my seal with that annoying laugh. You woke me up from the most peaceful sleep I've had since we met." The fox huffed. Naruto laughed again, this one much more under control. "Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'd be pissed too," he admitted, chuckling. He felt lighter than he had in a long while. "I've just been a little down the last month. I forgot how good it felt to have our chakra flowing so smoothly." "Our chakra? You dare compare that light breeze you call chakra to mine?" "Oh, come on, Fox, I'm not that far behind you," Naruto said. Kyubi's eyes burned through him. "Okay, fine. Maybe I have a little ways to go," Naruto admitted, "but I'm catching up fast." The fox only continued to stare at Naruto, and the genin began laughing again. Yeah, Naruto said. "I know I'm actually here to ask for your help." Naruto's voice turned serious. "Konoha is under attack by the Sand Village, and Orochimaru." He'd felt a glimpse of the snake's chakra before he passed out. That was a signature that would be hard to forget. "My best friends are fighting the container of the One Tail. The same one who broke my arm and destroyed my leg." Naruto's eyes were focused intently on the bottom of the cage. "I need to be strong enough to protect them. I need to be strong enough to protect the village and everybody in it." He looked up at the Nine Tails, and there was a fire burning in his eyes that brought a wave of nostalgia to the beast. The fox pondered the boy and his words for several moments before speaking. "If it is as grave as you say, then why do you waste time here, when all your problems are out there?" Naruto clenched his fists. "Because I'm not strong enough, not yet. I need your help," he admitted. "Yet you don't just take my chakra by force like normal." "I need more. If Orochimaru really is out there, One Tail won't be enough. You know I can't control more than that, though." His voice got quiet. "I need your help." Kyubi laughed a deep, hearty chuckle. "My puny jailer, the one who's going to be the Hokage someday, needs my help?" The fox laughed again. Why should I help you? Because I need it, Naruto said. The fox huffed. And like it or not, we're in this together. That makes us partners, doesn't it? He asked. The fox was reminded of that day 6 years ago, when Naruto had first entered the seal. We are not. I did not choose to be sealed inside of you. And I didn't choose to be stuck with you either, you stupid fox. Naruto yelled, exasperated. I didn't choose to be treated so badly, or to be forced to leave the village just so that I could grow up and survive. There was pain in his voice. Chakra began to leak unconsciously from his system, responding to his emotions. I didn't choose to be selected as the village's weapon. To be looked at and only see the beast sealed within me. His voice was becoming hoarse from emotion. He grabbed his chest, balling his black shirt into his fist, and you didn't choose to have your freedom stolen. We both got dealt shitty hands. Naruto breathed heavily, calming enough to speak rather than yell. His eyes glistened with tears. So why are we on opposing sides? I thought we had a connection. One nobody else could understand. His chakra was flowing freely now. It was warm, and it was bright. As he spoke, the dark room of the sewer that was his mental landscape began to lighten up, ever so slightly. We are the only two who truly understand what the other is going through. Not even the other Jinchuriki can understand me the way you can. From the moment you were sealed inside of me, we both lost our freedom, and we both were condemned to a life of solitude. Naruto ground out, and the lighting flickered minutely. But there's one thing, above all else, that I've learned. His chakra flowed into the water below him, and it rose the level of it outside the cage, bringing him closer to the fox's eye level. Just because life dealt you a shitty hand, doesn't mean you have to accept it. Just because we are stuck in this situation, doesn't mean we have to be miserable. You can always make things better. Always. He was staring the fox in the eyes now. The determination was one often seen in Naruto. Perhaps it was a defining feature of his. Still, the fox was surprised by the tenacity of the look. The light within the mindscape was bright now, lit up like the Hokage's office on a sunny day. All we have to do is decide. Decide if we're going to let the seal that ties us together ruin us. Divide us. Cause us to fight until one of us dies. He pointed at the Kyuubi, and his chakra welled forward, surrounding the fox in an invisible blanket. There wasn't any intent to harm in it though, the fox noticed. It was almost comforting. Trying to protect him? What a foolish notion. I already made my decision, Naruto said, and the light in the seal reached its peak, lit up like the fire country sun at noon on a summer day, when it was so hot that you had to be inside to be comfortable. What's yours gonna be? The nine-tailed fox, most powerful of all looked down at the preteen who not only stood bravely before him, but dared raise himself up to his height. The little brat was doing it again without even knowing it. How was he able to wield without being taught? This time, though, it was more than just a faint feeling. He could see the kid's memories. Like a fuzzy video, where the sound was distorted. That was how he knew he wasn't lying, when he otherwise would accuse him. Before I answer your question, brat, answer one for me first. Naruto nodded, though the fox intended to ask regardless of permission. By your own words, the village shunned you. Cast you out. Condemned you. All because of me. And not only do you wish to protect and save them all, but you wish to do it with my help? Why? Naruto chuckled, though it was drier and had a sharper edge this time. The lights in the seal dimmed, but his chakra continued to wash over the space. Because I was given a chance. By Gigi, and Tuchi, and Iruka-sensei. Then Jiraya. A tear fell down Naruto's cheek. He showed me what it was like to live. What happened when there was no hate to receive. To have a family. He sniffled. It changed me. I went from having to act happy to actually feeling happy. The hate I didn't even know I had started to go away. Naruto smiled. I was given a chance, one I never thought I'd have, because people started believing in me. He reached out a hand, palm up in offering, a huge grin on his face and tears still in his eyes. Let me be the first to believe in you. The fox's giant eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't been expecting that. Not just in this moment, or from Naruto, but ever. He was being recognized by the very person who jailed him, as more than just a beast. It was almost as if Naruto was recognizing him as an equal. The thought nearly made him scoff. The words the boy had spoken, though, weren't far off the mark. The chakra he was feeling, the memories he was seeing. It was all very similar. They'd both gone down the same road, but his feelings had turned to hate after hundreds of years, where Naruto's had turned into determination. Even if I wanted to, Naruto, the boy's eyes widened minutely. The fox never called him by his name. And I'd love to put that damn Tanuki in his place, I cannot help. The seal the Hokage put on me is a filter, but it uses your will as the catalyst. It is not me that corrupts, besides the words I whisper in your ear. The fox lifted its head up for the first time. Power itself corrupts. It corrodes the mind and the will. That is why humans have been corrupted. My chakra is the most powerful on this earth. Wielding it is no small feat. If you want the power, you will have to be strong enough, both physically and spiritually, to wield it yourself. QB explained. I cannot help you, but I will not fight you either. Not this time, at least. My will, huh? You might have the strongest chakra in the world, Fox. But nobody has a stronger and more stubborn will than me, or my name isn't Naruto Uzumaki. He gave the QB a smile so big his eyes squeezed shut, and an exaggerated thumbs up. Very well then, Naruto Uzumaki. Do not embarrass me, or I will eat you. Then the fox pushed chakra through the seal, sending Naruto back to consciousness. Before Naruto was gone though, their chakra connected. The link that Naruto had been unknowingly telegraphing to the fox became a two-way tunnel. In that single moment, Naruto saw into the heart of the nine-tailed demon fox. He saw the old wrinkly man with purple ringed eyes smiling down on him. He felt the love QB had for the man. Then the feelings turned dark. He felt all the hatred the fox had built over the years. Unbearable hatred that nearly drove him mad. So much hatred. So much loneliness. And suddenly, he was looking down at himself from QB's eyes. He felt a strange sense of nostalgia, and possibly the slightest glimmer of hope, buried beneath all the hate and rage, and even indifference. He felt it all in an instant, and he couldn't help but let his jaw drop open. Internally, though, he smiled. There was hope for the fox yet. He was sure of it, and he wouldn't give up on him. Naruto awoke on the cool concrete ground of the arena. He felt so alive. He was lovingly reminded by his arm and leg that living people felt pain. The nerves sent their signals to his brain, and he flinched. His sensory abilities flooded his senses again. He was getting overwhelmed by it all. He took a deep breath, and pushed all of it to the side as best as he could. This was the moment of truth. He drew on the near infinite well sitting just underneath the surface inside of him. The fox's chakra was eager as always to filter through the seal, to corrode it and set itself free. He took a deep breath, and steeled himself. His will controlled it. He would not give in. Soon a bubbling red cloak surrounded him. It was calmer than normal though, less chaotic. He felt more control than he ever had before. The pain that came with it was excruciating, but he bit down and endured. His chakra coils burned as they expanded and solidified. His bones made connections and grew. All the work Tsunade had done to set him up to heal properly was finished. Several months' worth of healing done in moments. It hurt, but it felt so good. For the first time in a month, he was whole. A toothy grin lit up his face as he channeled chakra, and it jumped in his direction. Less than a thought was all it took to turn it to his natural element. The wind sent to his arm and leg spiraled and sliced through the cast so cleanly they took a full second and a shake for them to fall off his body. He flexed his ankle and hand, feeling the returned strength. Then he turned to the arena. A second tail formed behind him as he shot through the air like a bullet to help his team. Sasuke was bleeding from his thigh. He'd suffered worse, of course, but it would need attention. The pain he felt when he put weight on it was loud in his mind. It was also entirely drowned out by his anger. The arena erupted into chaos when Gaara came out of his domed defense. Sasuke did not care. All he cared about was putting down the beast in front of him. As he watched, Gaara formed a giant arm of sand. Sasuke rushed him anyway. The sand arm was faster than he'd anticipated, and though his Sharingan saw the movement, he was not prepared to dodge that sort of speed. He was smacked away by the large appendage, careening towards the arena wall. Before he could smash into it, a hand on his back steadied and brought him to a halt. When they slid to a stop, he turned enough to see who it was. Hinata stood there firmly, veins bulging around her eyes. He gave her a nod in thanks, and turned back to Gaara. As they watched, the sand grew up Gaara's shoulder to his neck. The boy fell to one knee holding his head in pain again. Sasuke saw his opportunity. You're weak. The voice in his head whispered. It was louder now than it had been in the past. He shook it off and threw 3 kunai at Gaara. They were blocked by the boy sensei. You lack power. Sasuke growled and made to sprint at the 2 sand shinobi. A figure flickered in front of him before he could move though. It was a masked shinobi, a member of Konoha's Umbu. The masked nin's build was familiar. So was his chakra flow. You won't touch these genin. Your battle is with me, the ANBU member said. He withdrew the long katana from his back. Sasuke smirked. It seemed Sensei had been there to watch them. Hinata wore a similar look on her face. Hyuga-san, Uchiha-san. Your mission is to hold off Gaara until I can suppress him, the ANBU said without taking his eyes off the sand. Then he was gone in a flash, the sound of metal colliding with metal following him. You're always being saved by somebody else. Sasuke grunted, and clenched his fists. It was just a voice in his head. It's not real. It's not Itachi. You lack the power and the conviction necessary. You don't have enough hatred. You will fail. It couldn't be him. He's been gone. 5 years he's been gone. It can't be him. You'll never be strong enough. Shut up, Sasuke shouted. His face was twisted into something visceral. Hinata looked at him confused, but he didn't even notice. He charged blindly at Gaara again. The result was no different. The crazed sand Jinchuriki used whatever that giant sand arm was to smack him away. He hurtled towards another wall of the arena. Hinata moved but wasn't fast enough to catch him. He saw a red blur streaking out of the corner of his eyes, but his Sharingan wasn't fast enough to keep up with it. His momentum was stopped abruptly, and everything became clear. Naruto. The blur was Naruto. That's who caught him. Saved again before you can even land a hit. Pity. Sasuke grunted through the voice that was poisoning his mind, and tried to focus on Naruto. Naruto? Hinata asked, rushing up to them. How? Your injuries. He smiled at her, a bright grin that lit up her world, even if he did have sharper fangs than usual. Yeah, the fox and I have a tentative agreement. He glanced at Gaara, and the light in his eyes dimmed ever so slightly. I couldn't let you guys face him alone. It won't matter how many of you there are. Mother will have your blood, Gaara said. His voice was borderline hysterical. The giant arm had grown up over his face now. His right eye had changed coloring. A yellow star sat where the pupil otherwise would. The giant sand arm slashed through the air at them. Hinata dropped into a stance to prepare to stop it. Sasuke stumbled briefly as his support disappeared. Before the sand arm could reach Hinata, it exploded. In its place was Naruto, standing with a fist out. 2 tails of red chakra flickered behind him. I won't let you hurt anyone else, Gaara. Least of all my team, Naruto said. His voice was more hoarse than normal, but more powerful too. Everything about him was more defined. His whiskers darker, teeth sharper, hair wilder, and his eyes were bright red and slitted. He'd briefly been in 2 tails before, but he'd never been able to sustain it, let alone with the control he was showing now. It's not up to you who I hurt. You can't stop me. I have to prove my existence. Gaara's voice was beginning to sound less like him and more like something more primal. Similar to Naruto's, but entirely different. I don't care what you think, I won't let it happen, Naruto said, and then he was gone in a flash. Sasuke could barely follow Naruto's movements as he attacked Gaara. Where did all this speed come from? This power? Did the 9 tails really give him this much power? How naive of you. This only scratches the surface of what he can do. You've fallen behind so much, Sasuke. Set me free and let me give you some of my power so you can catch up. Sasuke tried to fight the voice in his head, but as he watched Naruto fight in a way that put him to shame, he struggled. He remembered vividly the feeling of Itachi putting him in the Tsukiyomi, of watching him murder their entire clan, their family. Then he remembered the feeling against the sound ninja in the forest. How absolutely strong and powerful he felt. Like he could take on the world. Like he could take on Itachi. He finally stopped struggling, his willpower fading as the curse mark flushed chakra into his system. Black flames grew over his face as the curse mark spread, and he smirked. Jiraiya sat outside the purple barrier, desperately inking materials to try and find a way through it. Orochimaru was in there, and he'd be damned if he was going to let him get away this time. As he worked, the giant snake smashed through the wall. Judging by the sounds, Tsunade had met it there shortly after. He just wasn't quick enough. He'd spent a fair amount of time going over sealing and its techniques while training Naruto over the last half-decade or so. But it wasn't enough. He wasn't Minato or Kushina. He couldn't do things on the fly like this, even after all these years. He was skilled, but he just didn't have their talent. His sensei could handle himself, he knew that. He wasn't the Hokage for nothing, and he'd earned all the nicknames he'd been given. He was old though, and Orochimaru was devious. Not to mention that sensei had a soft spot for him, even now. He had to get in there and help. He kept working, hoping that his idea would pay off. And then Orochimaru performed a summoning. There were no snakes, however. No metal gates. Instead, a coffin slowly rose from the ground. Please, not the Edo Tensei, anything but that. The first coffin revealed the number 1 labeled on it, and Jiraiya swore. A second coffin began rising, with second written on it, and Jiraiya doubled his pace. A third coffin began rising, and Jiraiya froze. It couldn't be. Not him. Anybody but him. They wouldn't stand a chance if Minato was revived. How the hell did Orochimaru even get his DNA? His fears were quelled when Sarutobi performed an earth and held onto the long enough for it to fail. Jiraiya let out a breath that he didn't know he'd been holding, but still stared at Orochimaru. How could he dare try something so sick? The coffin lids fell open, and the village's founders, the first 2 Hokage, were revealed. Sarutobi-sensei never looked so old. The lines on his face seemed to deepen, as did his frown. The disappointment and sadness he showed was immense. Seeing the 2 previous Hokage kick Jiraiya into gear, 3-on-1 against Kage-level opponents would be too much for Hiruzen this far past his prime. He hoped his series of tags would work. It was based off of Naruto's sealing chains, the ones that could disrupt chakra flow. If he could just modify them to stick to the barrier long enough to work, then he could help. Time passed faster than he would have liked. Sensei was talking, as were the Hokage and Orochimaru. Then the fighting started. There were bright flashes of fire and the sound of rushing water. A massive wall grew out of the ground. Jiraiya worked through it all. It was only when trees began to grow out of, well, everything, that Jiraiya looked up. Sensei was trapped. It was now or never. He stuck the tags in their 4 spots on the barrier and flared his chakra, channeling it through them. They hummed with power. The symbols grew dangerously bright, and then the barrier began to fade. It took all of 2 or 3 seconds before it was gone. There was no time to test it. He lunged through the barrier. There was no strange sensation like he might have expected. He didn't catch on fire. He was just suddenly inside of it. The tags hummed louder and began to leak smoke, and then they failed. The opening in the barrier closed, and he was locked in. Relief ran through him when he saw Sarutobi break through the trees, his trusted summons Enma in hand. He could afford the few moments he would need to break the barrier then. He pulled out his remaining 4 tags he'd taken the precious time to ink. Be prepared for anything, he'd always told Naruto, and now his advice would pay off. With a flick of the wrist, the 4 paper tags moved unnaturally quickly through the air. A flash of purple hair and orange eyes came and went in an instant. They stuck on the corner of the barrier right in front of one of Orochimaru's henchmen. "Sensei!" he shouted, channeling chakra into the tags. As usual though, Hiruzen was a half step ahead of him, already finishing seals for a fire. White-hot balls of flame streaked through the freshly opened barrier, and exploded inside the small pocket. To the credit of the sound ninja, he held the barrier until the second ball of flame made contact, before dropping the body flickering away, smoke trailing him. The whole barrier flickered out of existence. The barrier that, somehow, had been supporting a large portion of the first Hokage's Mokuton. The forest that had grown into the barrier didn't last long without its support. Tree trunks as large as those in the Forest of Death began to fall. The weight of them all crashing down on the roof of the arena. It was too much, and it caved in, falling into the stands below. The several shinobi doing battle in that section grabbed the comrades that they could and hightailed it out of there. Luckily, civilians and genin had already been funneled out of the arena and towards the shelters. Jiraiya, having still been near the edge of the barrier, leapt away to the side and dodged a majority of the debris. His sensei, however, was not so lucky. Sarutobi was still in the thick of the woods, and although it was a clear spot, he was still surrounded. Despite all they had been through, Jiraiya was still surprised when Hiruzen managed to cut through all the remnants of his own teachers. When the dust and debris settled, there was a 10-foot radius around him of only sawdust and wood chips. His predecessors didn't make nearly the effort that he did to cut through it all. Instead, their bodies were reforming not too far away. Naturally, Orochimaru managed to slip through it all, and rose up out of the ground and through the trees without a scratch on him. Jiraiya, Sarutobi said. Why would you disrupt the barrier? It contained the damage from our fight. The civilians and Genin are out, and you can't take on all three of them. Not when you're holding back because of him. Orochimaru is my mistake, not yours. I know, I'll let you take care of him, I'm just here to buy you the time you need. Sarutobi nodded slowly at the only student who still carried his will of fire. Very well. Tobirama hasn't used Hiraishin and Hashirama's Mokuton isn't near as powerful. They are but shells of their former power. He put his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Still, do not take them lightly. Jiraiya nodded back in understanding. The Edo Tensei was already a difficult to stomach, let alone when it was used to pit long since past sensei against their former students. It was a strong technique though, nobody could question that. The Niding wouldn't have bothered to invent it otherwise. The reanimated shinobi couldn't die, nor would they run out of chakra. It was a small consolation that they weren't as powerful as when they had still walked the earth. Sarutobi flickered away, the clash of metal signaling that he was dueling with Orochimaru yet again. The first and second shifted to help their caster, and it was Jiraiya's time to act yet again. He cut them off, leveling the first with a kick to the chest, and the second with a small fireball. Sorry, Lord First, Lord Second. I can't let you interfere with Sensei's fight. It's an inter-team conflict. No outside influences. Jiraiya said. The second Hokage's body became whole again, smoke wafting off his shoulders. You are a young Sara student as well? He asked. Yeah, me and the snake over there. And your grandniece. Suna's your teammate? Hashirama said, standing up. Where is she? A resounding boom sounded out from across the village, a minor earthquake erupting from a punch. Ah, I see. I knew she'd get her mother's strength. He chuckled. You're telling me, Jiraiya said, dodging a punch from the second Hokage. You should have seen the punch she laid on me after she caught me. He was interrupted by the first Hokage approaching him with taijutsu, and now he was defending against two Kage at once, too busy to continue with his story. There was an exchange of blows, ending with Jiraiya using a cross block to deflect a power kick from the first, that sent him sliding back. Tell me, why has Hiruzen not passed that godforsaken hat? Tobirama asked. Certainly there have been plenty of candidates. Jiraiya pulled some tagged kunai, seemingly out of nowhere. He did. My student was the fourth. There's a fourth? Hashirama asked, an almost childlike surprise showing on his face. Was, elder brother. Tobirama turned back to Jiraiya. What happened? Jiraiya's brain was engaged in the conversation, but like any high-level ninja, that was only the surface of it. The underneath, his subconscious and a great deal of his conscious thought, was taken up by the fight. Analyzing and what they were capable of. Lining that up and comparing it to what he had read and heard about each. Calculating what would and wouldn't work without even trying. He'd done this dance 100, maybe 1,000 times. It was like second nature to him. There was an attack. The nine-tailed fox was set loose on the village. He sacrificed himself to seal it away for his own son. He wanted to preserve the balance of power, Jiraiya said. The sadness in his voice and body language was clear to the two Hokage. He used that moment to throw his exploding kunai. The headbands might have signaled leave, but this was his village, and he would do what he must to protect it, even from them. He was sure they would understand. Well-worn hand signs were sped through, and an earth dragon ripped through the ground and carried the second Hokage off. Without a single beat missed, he shifted hand seals and lunged at the first Hokage. His hair whipped out and grew in length, wrapping itself around Hashirama. A final 3 hand signs and carefully controlled chakra, and sealing script spread down his hair from his head, locking the first Hokage into place. This is an Uzumaki technique? Hashirama questioned. Jiraiya nodded. I am the guardian of one of the last. He was kind enough to let me learn a few. Hashirama frowned at that, the implications running deep. I am sorry to hear that. And I am sorry about your student. It's a difficult thing to lose someone younger than you, that you invested so much time into, and pass your will of fire on to. Protecting the younger generation is why we founded the village in the first place. Their conversation was interrupted by the second Hokage making himself known, a slicing water cutting through Jiraya's hair, ending the sealing technique that he was sure wasn't truly holding the first at bay. More blows were exchanged between the three, debris being flung up left and right from their powerful movements. The use stayed compact, meant to damage one rather than an entire battlefield, and for that, Jiraya was grateful. He was beginning to wear down though, ever so slowly. He wouldn't have time to call upon the toads and enter sage mode, not if he was going to keep these two distracted. He had no idea what was going on with Sensei and Orochimaru, but neither had interrupted his fight. He could only imagine they were still going at it. He was racking his brain for ideas when it happened, and even the first two Hokage froze. The one-tailed beast had appeared. Fully formed. It was like that night all over again for Konoha. A nightmare many had experienced, brought to life yet again. It towered above them all, and they stared for a moment. Then, just when everybody thought the exams couldn't get any more dramatic, a little blonde genin wrapped in red chakra shook the world. Bring down the house. The one-tailed beast. Its head rose up over even the highest level of the arena's awnings. In fact, a shinobi standing on top of the tallest building in Konoha wouldn't even be eye level with it. Gaara sat on top of its head, half submerged in the sand that made up its body. The density and maliciousness of the chakra was devastating, even to some of the in the arena. A majority of the ninjas still around the arena froze, even if only for a moment, in awe of the sheer power before them. There were 3 who couldn't afford 2. They were only 3 genin who had consistently trained with or around tailed beast chakra. There was also the small matter that they simply would have been crushed by Shikaku if they had paused in awe of the beast. Naruto had been finding it increasingly difficult to hold on to the power that he was using. It wanted him to cut loose, but he'd learned long ago that despite the power he'd be able to use, it meant nothing if he couldn't control it. Power was nothing without control. Then, there was the matter of Sasuke. That mark that spread over his face wasn't good. It was a boost for him, without a doubt, but there was a cost. He was more powerful, and less like himself. Bloodthirsty would be the best way that Naruto could describe it. Truthfully, he could only compare it to what he felt when they fought Orochimaru. Half as strong and half as vile, but still 10 times worse than Sasuke on even his bad days. The days where he was haunted by the ghosts of his family members. Or even worse, by the one that still lived. Hinata, he was happy to observe in between dodges and powerful, was holding her own just fine. She slipped in and out of sight seamlessly. It would seem she was all but forgotten, perhaps even had fled. Then she would strike, usually in defense of one of her teammates. She'd already saved Naruto from 2 brutal attacks. She was, perhaps, the only defense Sasuke had at this point. The young Uchiha seemed to have lost his cool entirely and was attacking with reckless abandon. For a person with that predicted and countered others, that was incredibly foolish and wholly unlike him. Naruto would leave it to Hinata to help him though. Her own was perfect for it, after all. There were no whispers in Naruto's head, despite the fact that he'd been holding the fox's cloak for several minutes. In the past, this would be near his limit with 1 tail. 2 tails was a lot more difficult to control, but he felt unbridled power in exchange for his fortitude. He'd already laid several haymakers on Gaara, the last one nearly shattering his sand armor. The sands had let the sand reform and expand, till all but his lower legs were covered and taking the form of the 1 tail. It seemed this was his version of the red chakra cloak. Much like Sasuke's boost, the power Gaara received was a boon in one aspect, but detrimental in another. His wind and sand became stronger and faster, but his automatic defense stopped forming. Team 7 continued battling with him. They were wearing him down, slowly. Sasuke's fire gave the sand an eerie red glow, his lightning crackling it apart. Naruto's water slogged it down, and his wind sliced through it. Hinata's dismantled it, cutting off its chakra flow. And still Gaara stood. He was a truly powerful opponent. The real issue began, when Sasuke charged another Chidori up. Naruto and Hinata knew he shouldn't be rushing blindly, Sharingan or not. All they could do was try and help him. A chain shot out of Naruto's hand, orange instead of the customary gold, and blazing fast. It locked itself around Gaara's ankle. The sand immediately responded to the boy's will, But Hinata was there, striking at it, allowing Naruto's chain to do its work. It pulled Gaara off balance, and that was all the time Sasuke needed. He wouldn't be able to get a truly clean strike in. It was rare for that to happen in a battle of higher level shinobi, and that was the only way to describe what was happening. The Chidori pierced through Gaara's sand, clipping through his side, no doubt punching something of a hole in it. Gaara screamed as Sasuke escaped. It was blood-curdling, worse than before. The voice shifted, turned into more of a howl, and suddenly it wasn't Gaara anymore. Naruto's chain was crushed, and Hinata had to make her way quickly out of immediate range. The sand that was beginning to build up in the arena's battlefield began to retract, all of it racing towards Gaara, enveloping him in the process. It didn't form a sphere this time, though. It began to rise, becoming exponentially faster and forming seemingly out of thin air. The weight of the chakra in the air reached a peak, its presence suffocating. Naruto was essentially unaffected by it, shrouded as he was. Hinata and Sasuke showed a clear hitch, whether it was physical or in their attitudes Naruto couldn't tell. He was so attuned to them by now that it was all the same to him. It took all of seconds for it to fully form, filling up a large portion of the arena. It brought one great arm down on Sasuke, but he and his team were already moving. "Guys," Naruto said, "you've got to get me up to its head. I have to get to Gaara." His voice husky from his own Bija's influence, Hinata nodded at him. Sasuke didn't say a word, his eyes focused on Shikaku. Naruto knew he could trust him though, with or without the mark, Sasuke would always have his back. They ran up the side of the arena, gaining some much-needed height. Shikaku inhaled a great deal of oxygen and smacked his own gut to shoot out a massive air bullet. They scattered to dodge, and a sizable chunk of the arena stands were completely obliterated. Several shinobi from either side, some still cowering in fear, were caught in the technique. As they worked their way up to the awning that covered the stadium, another massive wind bullet smashed through, ripping a portion of the roof off. The three dodged again, together this time, slipped into a well-practiced maneuver, long since memorized. Naruto leapt as high as he could, Sasuke stepped near Hinata. Hinata gave Sasuke a chakra-aided boost, propelling him towards Naruto. Naruto caught Sasuke by the arms, linking the two together. The red chakra burned Sasuke's skin, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through it. Sasuke spun around Naruto like a pivot point, and then transferred all his momentum to the blonde, flinging him at Gaara. Just before they let go, there was a moment of eye contact. It said so much, and yet, for the first time in years, Naruto felt Sasuke was hiding something from him. Then they separated, and the thought was quickly flushed from his mind by the rush of the wind. He hurtled through the air, straight at Gaara, who appeared to be asleep, slumped over as he was on Shikaku's head. A giant sand arm came up to swat him away. He channeled wind chakra to his hands, and it beckoned at his call. His impromptu use of his element propelled him up just enough to avoid being swatted like a fly. He began to descend upon Gaara, but his trajectory was off now. He was going to land several steps behind him, instead of face to face. That would bring the sand into play. He didn't like those odds while surrounded by it, cloaked in two tails or not. It was in the moment before he passed over Gaara that the thought came to his head. During one of their visits to Empty Mayaboku, Jiraya had run off on a mission. It was Naruto's first time there after finding out about his father. He asked the toads about him, and they'd responded with some great stories. His favorite had been from Gamabunta, who begrudgingly told Naruto about how his father had summoned him to squash the nine-tailed fox the night he was born. He thought that made his dad pretty badass. To stand up to it that was terrifying everyone, and his first thought was to just squash it. Naruto had never summoned Gamabunta before, but as Jiraiya always said, there's no time like the present. He bit his finger, splaying the blood across his other digits. The first he'd ever mastered. Memories flashed through his mind as he ran through the hand signs, while worn muscle memory completing them so fast he really couldn't even see. He channeled a massive amount of chakra. So much he was sure he'd be exhausted without at least a little help from the fox. Summoning Jutsu, the moment he was directly above Gaara, he let out a shout. "Bring down the house!" The completed, a summoning seal spreading out over thin air. A gigantic puff of smoke emerged, and a massive gust of pressured wind as the air was displaced by something huge. The sound of a tailed beast being squashed down is not what Naruto expected it to be. Just like a lot of shifting sand. He supposed it would be different for each beast. "What? Huh?" Gamabunta said. "Is this Shikaka? Jiraiya? Jiraiya!" The tailed beast struggled, but Gamabunta held fast on top of him, despite his confusion. No time to explain, boss. I'll apologize later, Naruto said from on top of him. His chakra cloak had receded, apparently expending enough chakra to cancel it. He could still fight though. He had to. The giant toad took in the situation with deceptively sharp eyes. If Shikaku's host is asleep, he needs to be awakened. That will send him back to his seal, he said urgently. Naruto seemed to understand, and flickered off the great toad's head without any more delay. On the ground, Naruto reassembled with his teammates, their timing impeccable as always. We gotta wake Gaara up, Naruto said urgently. He rushed at the boy, as the beast struggled and howled. His chakra seemed to boost him past his limits. He'd hit Gaara with all he had before, and it hadn't been enough. This time, he would make sure it was. He wasn't the first to arrive though. Hinata was. She had always been the most observant amongst their team. Always there when they needed her. She slipped into a stance he'd only seen from Niji and other Hyuga. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. She struck out with extreme speed, landing 32 pinpoint strikes on the boy. She huffed out a half-grunt half-yell, finishing her. The sand making up Shikaku's body melted into useless dunes as the host awakened. Gaara's eyes opened. They opened and Hinata wasn't moving. There was sweat on her red face. She needed time to recover. Gaara wasn't willing to give up. Hinata had overexerted herself. She was open to attack. Gaara's hand began to move. Naruto wouldn't let it happen. Would not. Gaara could crush Naruto's bones until there was nothing but dust. He could destroy the arena and a chunk of the village. He wouldn't let him hurt his team. His family. He moved faster than he'd ever moved before without Fox's help. His chakra molded and locked into position perfectly, enhancing his body and propelling him forward. He channeled a large amount of it to his hand. There was no time to test if it would work now that he had his control back. He'd make it work. In one instant, Gaara was lifting his hand, the grains of the sand responding quickly. Naruto saw it so clearly he could have counted the sand grains. He brought his own hand up, his father's original swirling violently to life in his hand. Rasengan! The impacted Gaara right in the chest, and Naruto let it explode. The redhead flew backwards, slamming into the mass of sand behind him. Smoke curled off of Naruto's hand, where it was held in the air. And Naruto, Hinata started. She was cut off by the sands beginning to shift again. She turned to look at the blonde, but he disappeared from right in front of her. Then Gaara came floating out of the dunes. The look on his face was one of defeat. He was wrapped nearly head to toe in chakra chains. The sand had gone still. In the moment that Naruto's chakra wrapped Gaara up tight, Gaara felt warmth like none he'd ever experienced before. The chakra invaded his system, but not like a virus. It was as if light was overtaking the darkness in a room. It swarmed his system. Could someone like them even do? Something clicked, and his eyes went wide. He saw images. Memories. Feelings. Sitting in the rain outside a food vendor. Villagers whispering and moving out of his way like he had the plague. Classmates making fun of him. Seeing other students with their happy families. Loneliness. Pain. So familiar. But they weren't his memories. They weren't his, but they were so similar it was like he was living them all over again. Then there was a shift. The owner of the shop gave him free ramen and a blanket. His sensei ruffled his hair. That wasn't his sensei. Classmates laughed with him. Toads cared for him. The Uchiha boy, they had an understanding. The large man with long white hair told him he loved him. Love? He wasn't loved though. He couldn't be. He was a monster. His existence could only be proven by erasing others. He couldn't be appreciated except for the power he held. But the feeling was there. It was real. He saw them, all the people that cared for him, and then they were standing with Uzumaki. Were these his memories? But how? How did he get all that when they had started the same? When they were the same? Just as it was with the 9 tails, when Gaara saw Naruto's memories, the same was true for Naruto. He saw the same darkness that he had felt for the first 7 years of his life, but there was no shift. The hole got deeper and darker, until he couldn't even feel what was real anymore. Nobody reached out to offer ramen. Nobody taught him. Nobody took him out of the village. Nobody befriended him. Nobody cared for him. He stayed lonely, and began killing. That's all he was good for anyway. No! He's not a monster! He blinked, and when his eyes opened he saw Gaara, and he understood what he was seeing. When he looked into the boy's quivering eyes, he saw what could have been without all the people who cared for him. He saw what he could have become, would have become, and his heart broke for the boy in front of him. The sound of 1,000 birds screaming cut off his thoughts. Sasuke was already rushing at Gaara with lightning-enhanced speed. The look in his red eyes, he was going to kill Gaara. Gaara didn't deserve that. Not truly. He'd done a lot of bad, but who wouldn't be driven crazy under the circumstances? Sasuke wasn't thinking straight either, with the curse mark. He wouldn't let his friend kill a captured enemy. Not when there was another way. Naruto lunged in front of Gaara with his hands held up. Sasuke continued to race towards him, and for a split second, Naruto wasn't sure he would stop. Then Sasuke slammed on the brakes, sliding nearly into Naruto. He has to die, Naruto! Sasuke yelled, the Chidori fizzling away. Look what he's done to the village! Look what he did to you! The boy was barely holding it together. His breathing was erratic, his voice strained. He's captured. It's over! Naruto yelled back. I don't care. I won't let him hurt you again. I have to finish him now. If he has to die, then so do I, Sasuke! Naruto shouted. He's like me. Then his voice turned to nothing more than a mumble. He's like me. That's what I would have been. Without you. He let his emotions pour into his voice. He had to make Sasuke understand. Sasuke's eyes softened from cold killer to standard anger. He took half a step back, conceding to his friend. He might be stubborn, but there wasn't a soul on earth more bull-headed than Naruto. Yamato-sensei came stumbling towards them, defusing the situation. He was bleeding from several cuts. One of the slashes across his temple looked deep. It was probably the reason his mask was gone. Sensei? Are you okay? Naruto asked. The man nodded, still somewhat in his ANBU mindset, despite his lost mask. I'm fine, Naruto. I wasn't able to defeat Gaara's sensei though. He took in the situation. I will restrain Gaara. Get Sasuke away from here. Orochimaru is after him. His 3 genin nodded. Insubordinate as they might be outside of work, when they were on mission or in the thick of training, his team listened without a second thought. Naruto waited for Yamato to call forth a wood cage, one that seemed to strain him greatly. While that happened, Sasuke's curse mark receded, and he nearly collapsed. With great effort, the Uchiha straightened. Hinata, Naruto said quietly. Take him to wherever they set up the medical tent, or to a bunker. I'm gonna stay and help Sensei seal Gaara, he looks gassed. Hinata shot him a look, but he rolled his eyes at her, letting her know he was fine. She took off with an arm wrapped around Sasuke's side. Yamato's wood cage finished weaving itself around Gaara, and his wooden pillars rose to surround it. It should be easy enough for him to suppress the one tail now, but just to be sure, Naruto called forth a piece of paper from his storage seal on his thigh. A quick application of chakra, and a newly made seal spread over it. It was one he spent hours developing while he lay in the hospital. He placed it on Gaara's forehead, and the boy slumped over again. This time, though, the sleep would not bring forth the seal would knock him out and suppress it all at once. Paired with his sensei's, it would be plenty safe. He unwrapped his chains from Gaara, and smiled at his sensei. Well done, Naruto. I wish I could say I'm surprised, but quite frankly, I don't think you can surprise me anymore. Yamato said. Sensei, I'm gonna be honest. That's probably the dumbest thing you've ever said. Even worse than the time you said sushi was better than ramen. Naruto said with a chuckle. He would have loved for that to be the end of it. For everything to wrap up and to go home with his team and rest. Now that the arena wasn't flooded with tailed beast chakra, his sensory ability was lighting up and feeding him information. There was one chakra signature that he would always recognize above all others, and it was in trouble. Jiraiya was struggling. The 2 Hokage were clearly trying their best to hold back, but they were still Hokage. The reanimation wasn't perfect, they could do their best to fight it, but their full attention was still on him. If they could be put down by conventional means, he likely would have won already. Seeing that sealing was his only chance to stop them though, he was struggling. He could catch one of them in a seal, but never long enough to place a permanent one on them. They either broke out of it themselves, or the other would do it for them. His chakra was draining too fast. He'd used too many techniques to try and keep them separated. There was no end in sight either, without being able to see what was going on with Orochimaru and Sensei. So he did what he'd always done. What he'd done in 2 great wars, and countless missions. Against Kage and Hanzo and S ranks. He fought. He'd taken punch after punch and kick after kick, having to let some through his guard to conserve chakra. He would fight until he couldn't anymore, and if he went down fighting 2 Kage? Well, so be it. Maybe Tsunade would cry over his grave. That would be nice. He truly did not see this ending well. Kakashi and Guy could help perhaps, but last he'd seen, they were busy fighting a dozen that were trying to get at Naruto's team. Speaking of the little chaos-inducing Uzumaki, it wasn't easy to fight while worrying about him. Naruto housed the village's tailed beast, true, but that didn't mean he was ready to fight one. He trusted Naruto, but he was still scared for him. At some point he heard Gamabunta shout his name, and although he let a smile slip onto his face, he couldn't afford to take his eyes off his opponents. Then, with relief, he felt the chakra of the tailed beasts recede. With that relief, came his first mistake. In a fight between upper-level shinobi, the best of the best, you were going to get hit. That doesn't mean you made a mistake though, sometimes you get punched in the face to avoid a kunai or a dragon made out of water. A mistake could kill you. More often than not, the first to make a mistake would be the loser. The kunai that buried itself in Jiraya's leg was a mistake. Leave it to the Nidaime to capitalize on his less than momentary lapse in intensity. Jiraya fell to his knees and got kicked in the face. He managed to turn the momentum into a flip, landing on his feet. He was on the defense now though. More and more blows were making it through his defense. He blocked and ducked and dodged until finally, the first Hokage caught him with a solid kick to the chest. It knocked him off his feet and out of the stands. He fell 50 feet to the arena battlefield below, the wind knocked out of him. This wasn't his first rodeo. The distance the blow had given him was the silver lining that was ever present, if a little thin. From his back, he ran through hand seals, holding the tiger to finish. The flames he spewed weren't his strongest, but it bought him precious time as the shinobi of the past dodged it by instinct. He sprung to his feet, and used 2 more hand signs. Tsunade was too far away to help him at the moment, but he hadn't fought alongside her in a long time anyway. He used fire chakra to seal the cut in his leg. The pain was intense, it almost made him flinch, and it would leave an ugly scar. It wasn't his first though, and hopefully, it wouldn't be his last. The 2 Kage stood before him, but Tobirama Senju wasn't one to let things sit idly. A wind flew at him, a blade plenty strong to sever him in half. He called forth a flame bullet, shooting it straight through the middle of the blade. The fire chakra's strength against wind was enough, and the bullet destroyed the blade, and gained some strength, though it lost momentum. Nidaime was a step ahead of him though, and he realized his mistake. A water dragon was bearing down on him. He'd been baited into using fire, and now he wasn't in any position to use an earth to block. He was good, but he couldn't flip his chakra's nature that fast. If he used an earth wall it would be too late. The dragon hit his fire bullet, and his was destroyed. The massive size of the dragon meant it didn't even slow down. He was in trouble. Surviving this attack wouldn't be guaranteed. He could maybe summon a toad, but he wouldn't be able to build enough chakra fast enough to summon one large enough. He'd just have to channel his chakra to strengthen his body, and hope for the best. Just before the water dragon smashed into him, 2 more masses of water smashed into it. The 3 dragons exploded, a rain of mist and water droplets exploding into the air. Where the hell had that come from? The mist cleared in just a few seconds, and he nearly laughed. Leave it to Naruto to save him. The blonde's chakra chains wrapped around the first and second Hokage, holding them tight. Well, his clone's chains wrapped around them. Several clones, actually. Or maybe the real one was in there too. It was getting hard for him to tell these days. A small hand clapped down on his shoulder. He turned to see a blinding smile. Pervy Sage, you weren't gonna let that hit you, right? You had a plan? Naruto said. This time, Jiraiya did chuckle, nervously at first, but turning it into the false bravado he was known for. Of course, Gaki. I'm the great Toad Sage Jiraiya. I always have a plan. He struck a basic pose, too tired and sore to do anything else. Naruto's chains snaked out from his back, as he rolled his eyes. 3 each wound themselves around the Hokage, aiding his clone's techniques. Only the faces of the first and second could be seen at this point. "Ah, this is your Uzumaki charge?" the second asked. Jiraiya nodded. "He is the one that was using the Ninetales chakra." Jiraiya didn't bother answering this time. The Nidain was the strongest sensor Konoha had ever had. "So the fourth was an Uzumaki?" the first Hokage asked, gleefully, as if he wasn't bound by sealing chains. Naruto was the one to answer. He shook his head, his long blonde hair flicking back and forth as he did so. "Nope, Dad wasn't from a clan. My mom was an Uzumaki. I got his hair in her." Naruto laughed nervously. He'd heard stories about the two from both Jiraiya and the old man. Being that his dream was to be Hokage, they were kind of his heroes. Maybe it's a Hokage thing to marry an Uzumaki then. Perhaps it's our fate," Hashirama said. "You idiot, only 2 of the 4 Hokage have done that," Tobirama said. A dark cloud appeared over Hashirama, and his eyes drooped. Tobirama rolled his eyes. Before anybody could say anything else though, both the first and second Hokage's gaze snapped upward. Naruto wasn't far behind. Orochimaru was standing at the top of the arena wall, hand in a half-rammed seal. His gaze was set upon the Hokage. Naruto began to strain. "Pervy Sage, he's forcing them to fight my. You have to seal them, now!" Naruto yelled. Jiraiya was upon the second Hokage in a split second, a massive scroll out, hand flying over it to seal him. He wasn't going fast enough though. Naruto let out a yell, and his eyes turned red. The chains coming out of him changed from gold to orange, the chakra spreading down the chains until they were completely transformed into the dark orange color. A red cloak began to flicker around Naruto as he fought to keep the reanimated Hokage sealed in place. Jiraiya rushed through the seal as calmly as possible. Panicking caused mistakes, and that couldn't be afforded. 10 seconds passed. 20. A tail formed behind Naruto. 30. 40. A second tail. He heard Naruto yell in exertion. 50 seconds. A minute. "Done!" Jiraiya yelled. Naruto's chains shifted enough for him to attach the seal to Tobirama. It was a large and complex thing, one that should be strong enough to seal the second permanently. The seal spread from the scroll out and encompassed the second. The was complete. "Shit!" Jiraiya heard Naruto yell. There was a small boom as the first Hokage's chakra pushed the chains off him. The chakra chains dissolved all at once, the shadow clones dispersing. The first took a step towards them, seemingly straining to stop himself. He took a second step. His chakra was massive and dense, not unlike a tailed beast. Jiraiya rushed in front of Naruto. He wouldn't let him get hurt. Hashirama took a third step, and then he froze. Black writing appeared around him on the ground. 8 individual sections interwoven to create a circle. The seal led off in a line towards. "This is," Hashirama said. "Mito's grandmother made sure I learned at least some Uzumaki techniques," Tsunade said. Her hand was placed on the ground, her chakra powering the. "Tsuna," Hashirama said, his back turned to her. "It's good to hear your voice. I'm so happy to see you defending the village. You're carrying on my will of fire, I'm so proud of you," Hashirama said, and a tear leaked out of his left eye. Tsunade didn't respond. She too had tears in her eyes. Jiraiya moved to Hashirama, withdrawing another scroll. He gave Tsunade a genuine smile. Naruto whipped his head around to where Orochimaru had been standing. There was a frown on the snake's face. It didn't last long. A long black rod came shooting at him. Orochimaru spun around and blocked it, but it extended, driving him all the way down to the arena floor. Hiruzen was on him quickly, and the two engaged in a battle of their famed weapons. The clash was probably only 30 seconds, but to Naruto, watching it felt like forever. It was like every time they made a move, they were silently countering 5 others. Like a whole other fight was happening in the flashes between attacks, but only in their minds. It was a chess match as much as it was a physical bout. Then, in the blink of an eye, the third Hokage disarmed his student. The blade went end over end behind Orochimaru. Hiruzen planted his staff in the ground, and went to Orochimaru with his fists. A few blows exchanged, and they locked arms, switching places. Orochimaru smiled at his former sensei, and the Hokage smiled right back, much to his confusion. You always had a hard time seeing the bigger picture, Orochimaru. You always thought it was just you versus your opponent, Hiruzen said. You never could see anybody else as a partner, only as disposable or beneath you. And you, Sensei, could never get to the point. What are you going on about this time, Orochimaru said. I'm not sure, maybe I'm going senile in my old age. What do you think, Enma? Hiruzen smiled, and Orochimaru's eyes went wide. Enma already had him in his grip though, arms locked underneath Orochimaru's and up behind the snake's head, holding him in place. Short-sighted and predictable. Hiruzen spat. I thought I taught you better than that. The elderly Hokage began to run through hand seals he had committed to memory 13 years ago. As he did so, Orochimaru called upon his own chakra, and subtly moved his fingers. Naruto saw it all happen. He didn't even have time to think. 2 tails surged to 3 in an instant, and he lunged. The ground underneath him exploded, raining dirt all over Jiraya, Tsunade, and Hashirama. The ceiling was so close to being complete, Jiraya couldn't look away from his task. Tsunade could see it clearly though. Orochimaru was calling his sword back, and it was headed straight for Hiruzen. Naruto never even thought. He saw the sword move, and he moved faster. That's why he was surprised when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down to see the sword of Kusanagi buried up to its hilt in his sternum. Oh, Naruto said, and then he collapsed sideways. Tsunade saw the blade enter Naruto. The boy's momentum moved it offline. Instead of striking Hiruzen through the back, it clipped through his left forearm, preventing him from finishing his. Tsunade screamed. As Tsunade screamed, Jiraiya placed the seal on Hashirama, not waiting to see if it worked, and turned. His eyes scanned the field as he sprinted, looking for what had caused Tsunade to have that reaction. He saw Naruto, laying on the ground with a blade in his chest. His vision went red. It couldn't be. He let out a visceral roar. Jiraiya whipped his head up at Orochimaru, who'd slipped out of Enma's grip during the commotion. He charged him in rage. Yamato was extremely proud of Naruto. When the third Hokage had assigned him as a sensei, he was wholly unsure of it. The fact that Kakashi had recommended him made him feel slightly better. And then he met his team. They were already strong, they already got along. He just had to help mold them a little bit this way, and a little bit that. Teach them discipline. Teach them how to be shinobi of the leaf, not just powerful ninja. He would be the first to admit that they'd done way more than their fair share of the work. Not only that, but they had taken him into their circle, accepted him, and trusted him. It would have been easy for them to just see him as a teacher, a means to an end. That was never who Naruto was going to be though. The blonde had broken down walls he didn't even know he had, and a few that the ANBU had put there. There was something special about the boy. When he watched Orochimaru, the man that had tormented his dreams for years, put his blade through Naruto's chest, he lost it. He left his post, and sprinted for the boy. Jiraiya beat him there, unsurprisingly, and immediately turned and rushed Orochimaru. Yamato slid to a stop on his knees next to Naruto. He tried to roll him over, but Kyuubi's chakra burned his skin before he could even touch him. Why wasn't the chakra receding? He called forth turning his arm to wood, but a hand stopped him. Tsunade. Don't. The beast's chakra has healing properties. You need to pull the blade out. It's poisoned. So strongly not even I can heal it, she said. So what are you saying? Yamato snapped. I'm saying, we have to hope the Nine Tails chakra will be enough to save him. That's it? That's all you're going to do? Yamato asked, uncharacteristically insubordinate to a higher-ranking ninja. No. I'm going to go kill Orochimaru, she clipped. And then she too was gone, chasing after the snake. Sasuke arrived a moment after Hinata did. He hadn't known what had caused her to run off, but he'd pushed the medic tending to his wounds away, and chased her. It hadn't been long until he saw Naruto, lifeless on the ground. No. Not again. He got to him as Yamato-sensei finished pulling it out of his chest. The wound closed, but the chakra cloak didn't dissipate, and Naruto didn't move. Hinata assured them through sobs that his heart was still beating though. Sasuke felt the curse mark take over him again, but he was so far past exhaustion that his body couldn't take it, and he passed out. The last thing he remembered was a whisper in his ear as he looked down on his best friend's limp body. You lack the power to save him. Naruto gripped the necklace as he walked aimlessly down the street. He might have just finished his ramen, but it hadn't calmed his anxiety. His mind was on the turquoise gem in his hand. You said you didn't deserve it until you could protect the village, right? Tsunade asked him, lifting the necklace off her chest. She'd entered in a huge commotion of bustling people, issuing orders and signing papers. Between then and now, he'd been caught up on the relative safety of his team, Orochimaru's retreat, and Hiruzen Sarutobi stepping down from the position of Hokage. Talk about a wake-up call. You stopped the tailed beast. She continued, holding it out to him. You saved your Hokage and countless others. Most importantly, you impressed the necklace's original owner. At that, Naruto's eyes widened. You mean the first Hokage? Tsunade nodded minutely. He may not have had control, but he was still able to see and sense what was going on. The last thing he said to me was the village is in good hands. She sported a nostalgic smile. He wasn't speaking of me or Jiraya or Sensei. He was talking about you, Naruto. She reached out, taking his hand and bringing it to meet hers. She placed the necklace in his palm. Leaning forward, she pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. I know you won't let him down, she whispered. Just like that, she snapped around, issuing orders and receiving responses of hi, Hokage-sama. That left Naruto on his own. Having already been examined by Shizen, he looked at the necklace, and then it hit him. Wait! Did they just call you Hokage? Granny! He shouted, but she was already gone. As he continued his walk down the street, Naruto squeezed the necklace tightly in his fist. She'd entrusted him with it. The first Hokage had done similarly, if she was to be believed. The third had similar thoughts. Jiraiya too. Even his father, who had only barely even met him, trusted him with the Kyuubi. So many people thought so highly of him. Could he really live up to it? After several minutes wandering the packed dirt streets, he decided it didn't matter if he could. He would try regardless. He wouldn't be following his ninja way if he didn't. His thoughts strayed to the third Hokage. The old man had survived the fight, but he hadn't come out in one piece. After Tsunade had left, Hinata filled him in on what happened. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been struck through his left forearm with the blade. Certainly not something that would ever stop a Kage-level shinobi. The poison on the blade, however, definitely could. The Sandaime apparently elected to perform a field amputation on himself, chopping it off just above the elbow with his own bare hand. The big story around the village was how the third and his two remaining students had joined together once more to fight off their old teammate. Orochimaru never stood a chance, and he knew it. The snake managed to escape before they could put him down for good. There was worse news than even that. Worse than the third Hokage being forced to retire because Naruto hadn't been fast enough. Worse than getting stabbed in the chest. Sasuke was not doing well. The curse mark was doing something wicked to his mind. He wouldn't listen to Hinata, or Yamato, or even Kakashi. He was lashing out at the slightest of things. There was so much anger in him, it hurt for Naruto to even look at him. He tried to talk to him. He couldn't get through. Sasuke insisted time and time again that he needed more power. Then he'd go back to training until he dropped. It wasn't healthy. Naruto didn't know what to do. The curse mark had ingrained itself too deeply to be sealed off. At this point, they just had to trust that Sasuke could resist it. He didn't like the idea of that though. He couldn't talk to him. Fighting with him would just make things worse. How could he make him see? Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by Hinata's body flickering to a stop in front of him. He quickly assessed that while she was a little out of breath, there wasn't any immediate danger. Hey Hinata, what's up? He tried to muster some sort of positivity at seeing his teammate. He wasn't sure it showed. Hello, Naruto-kun. She smiled at him shyly. Team 7 has been summoned to Lady Tsunade's office. Would you like to walk with me? Knowing her, she would have already informed Sasuke, or made sure his missive was otherwise taken care of. Yamato-sensei was probably already at the Hokage's office. The weird and invasive thought that Tsunade, the old lady with anger, gambling, and drinking issues, was the new Hokage didn't stop him from agreeing with her. He gave her a genuine smile and nod, swiveling directions to head for the tower. Team 7 exited the tower with mixed reactions. Naruto was extremely confused. He hadn't been promoted. He understood that he hadn't advanced to the final round, but he thought between his mission record and his help during the invasion that it would be enough. The most confusing part was the lack of explanation. Tsunade had shuffled them in and out, refusing to answer questions. Sasuke hadn't been promoted either, though that seemed a little more understandable. He really had not been exhibiting the necessary amount of control. The young Uchiha was taking it considerably worse than his blonde counterpart. He was certain if they didn't get to a training ground soon, his raven hair would catch fire. Despite their confusion and anger, they both felt another emotion: pride. It was the third member of their team that received a promotion to Chunin. Hinata was holding her vest out in front of her in shock. It wasn't that she didn't think that she deserved it. She had worked incredibly hard and had come a very long way for it, and she knew that. She just couldn't believe that she would be promoted when her teammates weren't. As far as she had come, she was very aware she was still the weakest link. "Hey, Hinata-chan," Naruto said, snapping her out of her daze. She looked at him expectantly. "Wipe that look off your face. You know you earned it. Sasuke and I will just have to advance next time." He smiled at her. "Why don't you go home and tell your family, and I'll take Grumpy here to work off some steam." She looked as if she wanted to protest, but a sideways glance at Sasuke kept her from it. She smiled back, and quickly exited to go tell her father and sister. Naruto turned to Sasuke. His best friend seemed to be fighting an internal battle with himself. "Come on, we'll go to 45 and let loose," he said. Sasuke only grunted. The Uchiha shunshined away without a word. Naruto rolled his eyes, but followed suit. They arrived at the training ground within seconds of each other. One of the reasons they liked this particular patch of earth was because it was away from most prying eyes. It was so close to the forest of death that not a lot of people bothered coming out here. The moment Sasuke came out of his movement, he began raging. Naruto came to a stop to find his teammate yelling. It was a primal sort of scream, as if he couldn't put his feelings into words. That was nothing new for Sasuke. Losing his handle on his temper was tough. The Uchiha clan as a whole liked to maintain a look of being unbothered by anything, as if they were above it all. Sasuke had taken those lessons as close to his heart as he could, even after his family's death. Especially after their deaths. Despite this, he'd always been more emotional than the rest of his bloodline, at least from what he could remember. It had always been more difficult for him to keep it all under control. He wasn't like Itachi, perfectly cold and calculating. Naruto had shown him that it was okay to feel things and to express them. That it could make him stronger despite the fact that it could cloud judgment. Now, though, he was overwhelmed. The anger that burned in his heart was exploding through his body. He tried to breathe, but when he exhaled, a choked roar came out of his throat. His fists curled so tight his knuckles lost their light coloring and went completely white. Naruto looked down at his teammate and best friend. There was a quiet crackle around him, accompanied by a slight smell of ozone. Sasuke had never lost control of his chakra before. He stepped towards him, holding up a hand. "Sasuke, it's gonna be..." "Don't," he yelled. "Don't tell me it's going to be okay. You don't know that. We can take the exam next rotation. It sucks, but it'll be alright." "Don't tell me that." Sasuke reeled on him, finally facing his friend. He was at 10. He was an UMBU captain before we had even graduated. "How can I ever stand up to that if I can't even get promoted?" Sasuke said. There was a plea in his voice mixed in with the anger. He was truly distraught. "Calm down. You don't have to match him." "Shut up. Shut up," Sasuke yelled. It was unclear to Naruto if he was even talking to him, as the boy put both hands on his head, as if he was trying to relieve pressure. Naruto took another step towards him, intent on putting his hand on his shoulder. Sasuke reacted, grabbing Naruto's wrist and pulling him forward. He used the lack of balance to grab Naruto's upper arm and flip him over, slamming him into the dirt. Naruto let out a grunt in pain. "Ah, you bastard. We haven't even started yet." His arguing was cut off by a punch aimed at his face. He leaned out of the way, letting Sasuke's fist crush the ground. There was a wild look in his Sharingan. Naruto formed a hand seal, a shadow clone coming to life and kicking at the Uchiha in nearly the same instant. Sasuke dodged, well used to Naruto's more habitual tricks. It gave Naruto time to get to his feet though. The shadow clone disappeared, having served its purpose. "You wanna fight?" Naruto said, rolling the shoulder Sasuke used to toss him, and cracking his neck. He looked Sasuke right in his eyes, challenging him. Fine. Come get your ass kicked. He lowered into his favored stance. A defensive one that took away as much of the Sharingan's predictability as possible. It wouldn't matter though, Sasuke was going on the offensive, no matter what Naruto did. The Uchiha charged, drawing his sword from its horizontal holster. He whipped it around in a reverse grip, slashing at Naruto. There was a loud clang as steel met steel. Naruto looked at his friend from over the kunai he'd pulled from a storage seal. There was none of the usual mirth in his eyes. They were sharp, with an intensity that somehow seemed to fit the normally easygoing genin. The two fought often, sparring both to sharpen their skills and work off frustration. There was always restraint though. It wouldn't be obvious to even most ninja watching. They knew each other so well though, that they knew exactly when to hold back. What the other was capable of taking. Naruto didn't see any of that restraint in Sasuke today. He was certain the Uchiha wouldn't pull back if he wouldn't be able to block. You're not thinking clearly, Sasuke. He pushed back hard with the kunai, strafing back to gain distance. He summoned his own swords, the twin curved handles fitting perfectly into his hands. I don't need to think. I need to get stronger, Sasuke said. He rushed the blonde, sword cutting precisely through the air. There were several more clashes as they traded off attacking and defending. Sasuke's anger built until he overextended, charging his blade with lightning-natured chakra. He brought the blade overhead for a powerful two-handed blow. After Naruto had been tossed, he released the tight hold over his sensory ability that he kept up these days. Ever since the five-pronged seal had been released, it was like he was hyper-aware of chakra. The sensory overload was just too much going about daily life in a ninja village. It was, however, a huge boon in a fight when he let feeling rush in. He felt the instant that Sasuke summoned the lightning. He reacted by wrapping his swords in wind, a trick Asuma-sensei had shown him. He brought his blades up in a crossguard, catching Sasuke's blade where he met. His wind chakra instantly snuffed out the lightning, lessening its cutting power. The moment Sasuke's momentum was slowed, Naruto brought the back blade out, leaving only his left to hold Sasuke's sword. He thrust out with the right. The Uchiha slipped to the side, dodging the blade. He didn't move fast enough to avoid the wind whirring around it though, and received a slice across the ribs for it, a small amount of blood splashing out. He recovered quickly, leaping back. As he gave himself space, Sasuke flung several shuriken in an arc. He was well aware they wouldn't hit Naruto. They never had before, but they were strategically placed in a way long since figured out. They forced the blonde to dodge to his right, or leap up into the air. It wasn't enough to win the fight, but if he could tip enough interactions in his favor like this, he could eventually win. Of course, the red-eyed genin wasn't thinking this. It was so programmed in him from his countless fights, that he did it as a matter of reflex. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking much clearer. Typically, he would avoid any projectiles. It was the smartest way to go about fighting. It took out any error that could happen in blocking, and allowed you to keep your attention on your opponent, rather than splitting your focus. It was one of the reasons that kunai and shuriken were standard carries for every shinobi of every village, despite their fatality rate being so low. Naruto, though, was unpredictable enough to not do the technically sound move. The blonde elected to step forward into the path of the shuriken, using his swords to cut them down. He knew Sasuke well enough to know this would throw him off minutely, keeping the advantage in Naruto's favor. Sasuke knew his teammate well. He couldn't predict his behavior, not even with the Sharingan. He could, however, predict his unpredictability. Despite his rage, when he threw the shuriken, he was well aware that Naruto would probably act in a way he wouldn't expect. He thus kept his options open for the type of ninjutsu he would use. It delayed him, getting rid of most of the advantage that his shuriken could have created, but it allowed him to react much more efficiently. His Sharingan whirled, watching Naruto cut the shuriken out of the air and beginning to rush him. Closing the distance had been a mistake for the blonde. Sasuke smirked as he finished his hand signs. Naruto took a hard step after Sasuke, intent on closing the gap quickly. His eyes widened when he saw the hand signs Sasuke used. The clever bastard had gone with Thunderclap Arrow. By far his fastest range technique. Naruto's swords disappeared from his hands, somehow finding their way into storage seals on his body. Without missing a beat, he was forming shadow clones. 3 of them to be exact. A fairly standard amount for him, he didn't have to think, or even feel to make them. It was almost automatic at this point. They appeared in a rough semicircle around him, already forming a single-hand seal of their own. It wouldn't be very powerful since it wasn't a full, but it should do the job. All three clones spat a rough-shaped wall of water out, insulating him from the attack. The lightning crashed into the water. Sasuke had put a little more chakra into than was strictly necessary. Naruto had a fairly wide array of techniques, and typically tried to cancel ninjutsu out rather than dodge. He was right, of course, and his lighting collided with the water, nearly exploding. His main issue was that he lost sight of Naruto, and his teammate was as sly as a fox when it came to switching out with clones. A brief flash through the steam and water to his left was caught by his Sharingan. He whipped around to see Naruto rushing at him from a separate angle. He slipped through the big hook Naruto threw at him, punching the blonde in the gut. Unsurprisingly, it was a clone that puffed into smoke upon contact. He felt mild irritation that he hadn't even bothered to send an exploding one after him. Was he not worth going all out? Sasuke snapped back to where the two had collided. Two more clones stood there, guarding the original. Both of the fakes rushed him. He'd had enough. He was sick of the childish games. You lack the power. He'll never take you as seriously as you are, the voice whispered to him. That was enough to set him off. He raced through his newest hand science. He grabbed his left wrist, channeling as much chakra as he could into his hand, packing it in denser and denser. In a second, there was the chirping of 1,000 birds as the Chidori roared to life in his palm. He cut through the clones like a hot knife through butter. His Sharingan picked up on the original Naruto frowning, but he didn't care. He would show him just how strong he was. Naruto seemed to understand his determination, and held out his right palm. A Rasengan swirled to life, and Sasuke felt jealousy build up in his gut. Sure, Kakashi had taught him an original technique, but Naruto had been gifted a created by the Yondaime. It didn't matter to him that he was his father. They will continue giving him more power, as they watch him surpass you. They wish to put you on a leash. I will set you free. Sasuke screamed and charged. The Chidori ripped apart the ground as he rushed at Naruto. The blonde silently began his own charge. Sasuke's Sharingan slowed everything down. He saw Naruto's muscles contract. Saw where his eyes looked and his balance leaned. He meant to crush his technique into Sasuke's. He still wasn't taking him seriously. The Chidori was a technique of speed. That was the reason a matured Sharingan was required for it. Sasuke's visual prowess was far above the average Uchiha's had been, even before he got his third Tomo. He feinted to match Naruto's movement, and shifted once the blonde had fully committed. Sasuke's lightning-sheathed hand slipped by Naruto's Rasengan, inside of his teammate's guard. The Chidori slammed into his chest, punching a hole through his right side. His hand hit clean air as it punched all the way through. Naruto's blue eyes seared into his Sharingan in a way that hurt far more than the Rasengan would have. Then he popped. There was a moment of confusion, before he felt chains wrap around him faster than he could leap away. His chakra was suppressed, along with most of his rage as Naruto's warm chakra wrapped him up. His Sharingan was shut down without a constant chakra flow. Naruto rose up out of the ground, the chains connecting to his back and palms. The look on his face was deadly serious. I can't believe you'd use the Chidori on me, he said. Didn't Kakashi tell you that it was only to protect your comrades? Sasuke was still angry, but no longer out of control. He frowned at Naruto. As if you would have let it hit you. That's not the point, Sasuke. You're out of control. You're not acting like yourself. Naruto stared him down. Sasuke stared back. The tension between them crescendoing past palpable. Suddenly Naruto's chains dissolved. His head snapped up. In a split second, his features shifted. Whiskers darkened, fangs sharpened. His nails grew, and he looked a little more feral. His eyes stayed blue, but his pupils slitted. What is it? Sasuke asked, not really caring, but curious at the same time. Naruto had a look of focus on his face. He'd sensed a massive chakra signature, and it wasn't familiar. The last one he'd felt that big had been Gaara's, but it wasn't the dry, sandy, hot feeling either. A massive, unfamiliar chakra signature, and with it. Kakashi's in trouble. We have to go. And he took off as if he was charging in battle. Sasuke followed without hesitating. Kakashi Hatake was an interesting character. He was one of the most powerful ninja in the Leaf. He was one of the most renowned and well-known ninja in the world. He was also one of the weirdest. Walking around with a lazy, boneless posture was one of the reasons. So were the books he would read as he did it. There was a time when Kakashi had been fully immersed in said works of art. After Minato sacrificed himself, he felt like he had nothing. The scandalous looks and scoldings he got made him feel a little more alive. A little more cared for. After a while they stopped. People either got used to it or were too scared by his reputation to comment. Sandaime looked at him with sadness instead of reprimanding him. That had all changed though. The Uchiha clan had been murdered by the boy he'd once been in charge of. He'd taken it upon himself, at least somewhat, to watch after the last remaining one. That responsibility had ignited a spark in him. The third had fanned it into a flame when Naruto and Sasuke graduated. Assigning him to be in charge of all the graduating genin had been a stroke of genius by Sarutobi. He hated him for it. The responsibility made him spend more time around not only Naruto and Sasuke, but the other future pillars of the village. That made him care, more than he ever wanted to again. It was nearly unavoidable for him to care, not when he was in such close proximity to these kinds of people. He'd have to avoid direct, meaningful orders. That was a line he hadn't and wouldn't cross. It was a double-edged blade though. Certainly it set him up for a lot of pain. The other side was beneficial though. Kakashi Hatake was a dangerous man when he cared. When he had a motivation and a reason, there were few in the world that could stop him. The Sandaime ordered him to train and to watch over the genin. So Kakashi Hatake did that to the best of his ability. He sharpened his own skills. He returned to his old Anbu training regimen. He practiced he'd long since forgotten he knew. His stamina training was extended farther than he'd ever taken it, allowing his use of the Sharingan to expand, both in skill and time limit. No, Kakashi Hatake was no longer the lazy, boneless man that people thought he'd become. He'd always been dangerous, but now, he was truly something to be scared of. When he walked around with Ika, it was no longer for his pleasure. As much as he enjoyed the book, he used it for cover when he was in public. A consequence of rehoming his senses and skills to the highest of levels was that they were very hard to turn off. That's why he noticed the intruders when walking by a tea shop, instead of missing them because his head was buried in his book. He looped twice, once in a disguise to throw them off just in case they were on edge. When they exited, he trailed them, a single-hinged shadow clone helping keep the trail clean. It didn't take him long to see that Asuma and Kurenai had noticed them too, and were also following. They were, and very skilled at that. Kakashi was better, and thus noticed them. From the way they were being led around, it seemed that the intruders might have noticed too. They ended up by the river on the outskirts of town. Strangely far from any possible patrols of ninja that were above level. Thankfully that meant they were also far from any civilians. Kakashi stayed back, letting Asuma and Kurenai take the lead. They could handle themselves, and he could do more with the element of surprise than by revealing himself early. He wasn't afraid to admit that the red glowing Sharingan threw him off. His shadow clone immediately took off for Training Ground 9, a strategic decision. The Hokage would likely send Guy anyway, better to just shortcut his way there and have one of the genin warn the Hokage. He revealed his own Sharingan, and got a good look at the attackers. Itachi looked so much older than the 17 years that Kakashi knew he was. The lines in his face were etched deep. His skin was paler than he remembered. The air of cold precision about him that screamed warning had only gotten sharper. His companion was a massive man. He had blue skin and a face like a fish, carrying a massive bandaged sword. Kisame Hashigaki then. 2 S-rank ninja, wearing black cloaks with red clouds. This must be the Akatsuki. He heard rumblings of them the times he'd filled in for Jiraya. The Toad Sage had filled him in on the rest of what he knew about them. A mercenary group, but what did they want with Konoha? The decision was made then. Protect village and comrades, gain intel, take out missing Nin. In that order. As he watched, Kurenai tried one of her more resilient. He sighed. A foolish maneuver. One that likely wouldn't have worked on 13-year-old Itachi, let alone one who'd had almost 5 years of development. Itachi quickly flipped the on her, drawing a kunai to stab her. Kakashi couldn't wait any longer. He let his tight hold on his chakra loose enough to let it flow through his body. His enhanced muscles left cracks in the concrete of his hiding place as he rushed forward. He hadn't left himself enough time to perform any spectacular to save his comrade. Instead, he had to settle for a quieter version of Guy's dynamic entry. His foot made contact with Itachi, and the rogue nin's body dissolved into crows. His momentum not meeting any sort of force, he flew past Kurenai and onto the river, easily standing atop the water. Itachi's ploy was unsurprising, but he achieved his goal. Kurenai was released from her own. Kakashi Hatake. What a surprise. Itachi reappeared next to Kisame, his tone showing no sign that he was surprised. In fact, he seemed slightly amused, if he was even capable of feeling that way. That only served to irritate Kakashi, but he decided to play along. Every delay increased the chance that they would all survive the fight. Itachi. Can't say I'm happy to see my former subordinate come to torture Sasuke some more? Kakashi said. There was a sneer on his face, Obito's eyes spinning wildly. My little brother is of no interest to me at the moment, Itachi said emotionlessly. We're here for the fourth Hokage's legacy. Kakashi considered that for a moment. So you're after the 9 tails, huh? He said. It may not be wise to voice his deductions, but it would stall for time even more. You always were too smart for your own good, Kakashi, Itachi said into Kakashi's ear. The sudden appearance of him so close caused Kakashi's eyes to widen, but not before Itachi plunged a kunai gently into his kidney. The Kakashi that Itachi stabbed dissolved into a puddle of water. There was a splash behind Itachi as the real Kakashi emerged from the river, dashing at him with a kunai. Itachi brought his own to bear, the metal clashing in a stalemate as the former comrades came face to face. For somebody using a stolen eye, Itachi said, your mastery of the Sharingan is truly impressive. Kakashi ignored his comment, avoiding eye contact. There was only a slight warning as to the impending. He substituted as quickly as he possibly could. The clone of Itachi exploded, sending water and steam flying everywhere. Kakashi appeared next to Asuma, holding his shoulder. He'd been clipped by the explosion. Kisame, Itachi said, once again standing next to his partner. Take care of these two. The monster of the hidden mist grinned a sharp-toothed smile, hefting his massive sword off his shoulder. Gladly. He swung down. The legendary sword smashed into the concrete as Asuma dodged back, leaving a crater in the ground. Kisame hadn't moved any more than just his arm to do so. The monster moniker appeared to be well earned. Then the former swordsman of the mist loosened the hold on his chakra, and it became apparent that monster might be an understatement. While Kisame dealt with Asuma and Kurenai, Kakashi held his focus on Itachi, watching his hands to avoid the Sharingan. He would have to trust that the other could fight well enough together to stay alive. Itachi brought his hand up slowly, making no move to run through seals. Instead, he pointed at Kakashi. Your Sharingan may be well trained, but is it enough to deal with a true master? Itachi asked. Chakra swelled at the tip of his finger, but nothing happened. Itachi lowered his hand. Just what kind of game are you playing? Kakashi said. He turned to his left, checking in on Kurenai and Asuma. They were both lying on the ground. That couldn't be right. Less than a second had passed, and as monstrous as Kisame's chakra was, he hadn't performed any in that time. Slowly, they started to stand up. As they did, their images morphed into that of Itachi. He was surrounded by him. Genjutsu. Kakashi formed a hand seal, building chakra to break it. A quick flash wouldn't be enough against Itachi, he would need a large amount. As he did so, he felt the skin on his face peel away. Kakashi. That voice. It couldn't be. Kakashi. The skin finished peeling away, and somehow, he knew what he looked like. The right side of his face had become Obito. It was wrinkled, as if he'd been crushed. Aside from that, and the lack of goggles, he looked just as he had when Kakashi left him under that rock all those years ago. It should have been you. You stole my eye, Kakashi, Obito said. Kakashi knew he hadn't, but it still crushed him to hear it all the same. And now I'm going to take it back. His right arm lost control, and lifted up to his left eye. He caught it with his remaining arm, wrestling for control as Obito tried to take back his Sharingan. There was a bulge in his stomach, and a head of brown hair popped out through his vest. It was a girl, no older than 14. She had purple markings under her eyes. Blood dribbled out of her mouth, as if she'd suffered an internal injury. Kakashi, Rin said. How could you do this to me? You killed her, Obito said angrily. You were supposed to protect her. You're worse than scum. You killed both of us, they said in unison. Their voices resonated deep in Kakashi's soul. You let Sensei and Kushina die. Kakashi fluctuated his chakra wildly, panicking as he tried to break and fend off his own arm at the same time. Tears streamed out of his Sharingan. He was suffocating in his own mind. Just when he felt as if he might lose the battle and fall unconscious, a hand rested on his shoulder. He felt a wave of chakra shatter the make-believe world. Kurenai stood at his back, an anchor against the turbulent feelings. Itachi hadn't moved. Kakashi exhaled shakily, trying to gain control over his emotions. Feelings long since buried were brought to the surface. A shout of pain brought him out of his shock. A splatter of blood in his peripheral vision caught his attention. Kisame's blade had shed its bandages, spikes sticking out in all directions like weaponized scales. Asuma held his shoulder as blood gushed from it. It looked to be only a glancing blow, but the flesh that had been hit was shredded into ribbons. Bad news got worse, as a memory of a shadow clone invaded his mind. Guy hadn't been at the normal training ground. He'd been nearly all the way across the village, running laps. Unless he unleashed several gates, it would at least be a few minutes before he could arrive. In their current state, Kakashi didn't think they would last even that long. Itachi hummed. Even I didn't believe that would be so effective on you. I wonder which comrade you saw? Kakashi stayed silent. There was nothing left to say. He was rattled in a way he hadn't been in a long time. All there was left to do was fight. Of all the fighting machines the shinobi world had produced, Kakashi Hatake was one of the best. Kisame made a move to go after Asuma again. Kakashi was there, a wall of earth protecting the injured. The massive sword destroyed the wall, possibly sucking the chakra out of if the rumors were true. Itachi fired his clan's signature at Kurenai. Kakashi countered it with a water bullet. Kisame chose that moment to run through hand seals of his own. Kakashi's Sharingan spun like mad, copying the. His fingers were a blur, and he channeled his chakra into the existing water of the river, using it to match Kisame's power. The water shark bullets collided, exploding into thousands of droplets. Itachi molded the water into drills, attempting to run Kakashi through with them. The copy Nin formed a water wall in the nick of time, just barely blocking the. When the wall fell, Itachi was in his face, engaging in taijutsu. Kakashi looked him dead in the Sharingan as their forearms connected. Itachi attempted to put him under but failed. Kakashi's body morphed into lightning, electrocuting Itachi. The Uchiha leapt back, irritatingly seeming to be fine. His right arm was hanging limp, but the rest of his body seemed unharmed. Undoubtedly, he had used wind chakra to insulate his chakra system and body, minimizing the lightning clone's damage. Kakashi reappeared near land, sliding out of the water nearly silently. His intention to use another was cut short when his instincts screamed at him. He leapt up, narrowly avoiding the sword being swung at his waist. He launched high into the air, putting him in a bad position. Kisame grinned as he fired another water shark bullet at him. Kakashi formed a shadow clone, using it to swing himself out of the way. The moment he landed, he was slamming his hands into the ground, forming another mud wall. Itachi's phoenix flower slammed into it, shaking the wall. It was held. Not that it really mattered. Facing two powerful S-rank ninja was too much for him. He couldn't keep shifting between one and the other. Asuma wasn't much use. Kurenai was casting even as she tried to bandage the Sarutobi. None of her seemed to stick though, as both ninjas seemed to be a bad matchup for her. As the fire and hidden shuriken contacted the wall, Kisame appeared behind Kakashi. His sword was already cocked back, ready to swing. Kakashi tried to rotate out of the way. He wouldn't make it in time though, and he knew it. He brought his forearm up, the best he could hope for was a ruined limb, and shifted to take the hit with his momentum. The pain never came. There was a loud clash as Samahata connected with something metal, and another as it was deflected into the ground. The blow crushed the concrete and caused something of an explosion. Standing in front of Kakashi was Naruto. He could feel Kyuubi's chakra, though from behind he couldn't see its telltale presence. Everything after that happened quickly. Naruto, even enhanced, hadn't been able to withstand the strength of the blow. Instead, he had used Zabuza's executioner blade to deflect it into the ground. The blonde let go of the blade, and channeled a massive amount of chakra into his hands. He summoned as much wind as he could, pushing it out forcefully, to try and throw Kisame back. Despite the force of the technique, the missing 9 only slid back several feet, never letting go of his sword. "So you're the brat that disposed of Zabuza, huh?" Kisame asked, genuinely curious how a genin had ended up with one of the legendary swords. He'd heard of Zabuza's death, but details on it were hard to come by. He didn't receive an answer though. Naruto was already gone though, leaving the blade in front of Kakashi. The message was received. Kakashi picked up the sword, using both hands to heft it. He was hesitant to leave Naruto while Itachi was around, but he didn't have much of a choice. It had already been proven that he wasn't capable of fighting both enemies at the same time. He would just have to dispose of Kisame as quickly as possible. Itachi stared at his younger brother. He had grown since he'd last seen him. It was almost nostalgic seeing him. If only the younger Uchiha wasn't staring daggers into him. "What are you doing here, Sasuke? Shouldn't you be off pretending to be a ninja?" Itachi said. "I'm here to kill you, Itachi. I will avenge our clan." Sasuke's voice was cold. Itachi chuckled at him. "Foolish little brother. You lack the power. Run along. You'll only get yourself killed." Sasuke's nostrils flared in anger. His 3 tomos spun in his eye with rage. Those words had been repeated in his mind over and over in the last month. The enraging part was that he knew they were true. Naruto appeared next to him, apparently having done his job helping Kakashi. When he laid his eyes on Itachi, he instantly channeled more of the Kyuubi's chakra. It only took seconds for 2 tails to appear behind him, Naruto's features turning even more fox-like. He wasn't under his normal control though. His anger at Itachi and what he did to Sasuke clouded his mind. He looked Itachi in the eyes, intent on challenging him. He wouldn't back down. That was a mistake. The Sharingan whirled hypnotically, and he found himself face to face with Itachi. They weren't standing near the river anymore though. He felt the presence behind him, and knew he was in his seal. "So this is the cage that houses the 9-tailed fox." Itachi glanced around, sharing and taking in all the details. "It's truly a work of art." A loud growl was the response, chakra bubbling out of the cage, and forming the visage of the Kyuubi. "I will wipe that repugnant Sharingan from existence, Uchiha," the fox said. Itachi walked up, right in front of Kyuubi's nose. Naruto made no move to stop him, knowing instinctively that he would pass right through him. It was only his mindscape, after all. Just an image created to represent the seal. "You may try, Ninetales," Itachi said. "But for now, I can't have you interfering with my plans. We will come for you another time." He smoothly placed his hand on the fox's nose and squeezed. The chakra visage popped, and suddenly they were back in the real world. Naruto flinched back at the reaction. The chakra cloak he'd been using was gone. His greatest advantage was neutralized by the Sharingan. He dropped to a knee, disoriented and shocked. Sasuke looked at his friend, hurt by only a glance. The same eyes that had traumatized him. The rage in him built. "You aren't strong enough," the ever-present voice from the mark said. "Let me show you true power, let me help you avenge your clan." It said, it was as loud as it had ever been. This time, he didn't try to fight it. Just like in the fight with Gaara, he gave in to the voice. He felt as the mark on his neck unfolded, drawing across his skin, covering his body in black flames. When the small transformation was complete, he felt the power. Power that he couldn't have achieved on his own, as much as he hated to admit it. Power that would help him kill Itachi. He ran through the hand seals again. This time his intention wasn't to challenge Naruto. He would use the Chidori to kill. He would run his hand through his brother's heart. More lightning than he'd ever wielded formed in the palm of his hand. He felt the pull on his chakra pool, his previous spar with Naruto wearing him down enough that he wouldn't be able to fight long. It didn't matter. This would slay Itachi. He would finally avenge his clan. He was sure of it. The Chidori screamed to life, and Sasuke wasted no time in rushing his brother. The elder Uchiha stood by stoically, as his brother tore after him. His Sharingan slowly turned, taking in the Chidori. It was powerful, more powerful than he would have thought his brother capable. Those black lines were troublesome. They looked like a cursed seal. Perhaps Orochimaru had done that to him during his attack on the village. It was hard for Itachi to get concrete details out of Konoha these days. He would have to see about strengthening his information-gathering skills. Perhaps he would do a favor for Sasori in exchange for more information. The lightning technique ripped apart the water as Sasuke stepped onto it, vaporizing it instantly. His speed was greatly increased, though he was still slow to Itachi's perception. He saw Sasuke's next move before he made it. The Sharingan was clearly needed to make such a possible. He would have deduced that even if he hadn't been on Kakashi's Umbu team. His brother was foolish to think another Sharingan wouldn't cancel that advantage out. The Chidori was reared back, and brought forth to slam into him. He would have to give Sasuke credit, he aimed straight for his heart. That ruthlessness was admirable. The Chidori blurred as it flashed through the air. The detonated, blowing water sky high, drowning out the sound of a bone snapping. When the water cleared, Itachi had Sasuke by the wrist. The bone was broken cleanly. I admit, foolish little brother, you are far stronger than I imagined you would be. He looked his brother in the eyes, seeing the rage in them. His Sharingan looked him over, focusing on the cut to his ribs. You are still nowhere near my level, however. You lack hatred. You've clearly forgotten what I'm capable of. Allow me to remind you. Itachi looked up to where Kakashi was locked in a stalemate with the executioner's blade. He grabbed Sasuke by the throat, lifting him into the air. Kakashi, he called out. Let me show you the power of a true heir to the Sharingan. Kakashi watched, his borrowed Sharingan picking up the channeling of chakra to Itachi's own set. He saw the shift in the pattern, and nearly lost his leverage on Kisame in his shock. Itachi looked back into Sasuke's eyes, his own spinning into a three-pronged shuriken, spiraling out from the center. The true power of the Sharingan. Its most powerful form. Itachi seemed to announce it to nobody in particular. Mangekyo Sharingan Tsukuyami. He looked into Sasuke's eyes, and triggered the. Everything went wrong at that moment. Naruto Uzumaki was as unpredictable as ever. He recovered from Itachi silencing the Nine Tails, in time to look up and see Sasuke being held by the neck. He heard him boasting to Kakashi about his Sharingan. His body just reacted. Later, he would realize that he had used the substitution technique. That in itself was an accomplishment. Switching places with a conscious human was difficult to do. You had to overwhelm their chakra by such a degree that they were hopeless in fighting the. Naruto had channeled enough chakra to summon Gamabunta, using it to enhance his body, and grip Sasuke's system. He pulled the Uchiha out of his brother's grip, his own body being slid into place nearly instantaneously. He found himself staring straight into the shifting Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha. It was too late for Itachi to cancel the technique. The was cast on the. For the second time in seconds, he found himself in a falsified world with Naruto Uzumaki. That was foolish, Naruto, Itachi said, sighing. His back was turned to the blonde. Like hell I was going to let you hurt Sasuke, Naruto yelled, his anger bleeding into his voice. Itachi considered the boy and his emotional state. You seem to care a great deal for my brother, he said. It was a statement, not a question. Naruto growled, more beast than human in that instant, despite the lack of chakra. I'm more of a brother to him than you've ever been, he shouted, straining to attack Itachi. He couldn't move though. His body was frozen, only able to speak. With his back turned to Naruto, the small, sad smile on his face went unnoticed to the brash. Itachi let the indifferent mask fall back over his face, before turning around to face him. That may very well be the truth. How much suffering are you willing to undertake for him, though? An hour? A day? More? Itachi mulled over the question. More than you can dish out, Naruto said resolutely. The determination in his paralyzed body was admirable. Itachi was internally pleased that somebody was willing to go to such lengths for his brother. It was a shame he'd have to suffer for it. We will see about that. The world shifted, colors inverting. The sky turned red, the clouds black. This is one of the ultimate of the Sharingan. It is unbreakable without a Mangekyo to counter it. Suddenly Naruto was stretched out and stuck to a crucifix. I am in complete control over this world. Naruto blinked, and there were clones of Itachi as far as the eye could see. Each one held a sword. Its space, its time, its substance. He stepped forward, plunging the sword into Naruto's gut, twisting it, and withdrawing it. Naruto refused to make a sound. The blonde looked up, and saw himself on another crucifix, surrounded by Itachis. Then he was suddenly there, his mind struggling to keep up with the warp. Its space, its time, Its substance, Itachi said again. This time, two clones stepped forward and stabbed him. This repeated several times, until Naruto finally let out a scream, more in mental exhaustion than pain. Time is a fickle thing. In this world, only a second has passed. It felt much longer though, didn't it? I wonder how you will fare after a full week of this. The stabbing repeated several times, but Naruto hardened his resolve. When the loop reset, he drew shaky breaths. 2 seconds, Itachi said. How are you holding up? He was somewhat impressed that somebody so young had this much mental fortitude. He had broken more experienced shinobi much easier. Naruto took a few more shaky breaths, and looked Itachi right in the eyes. I can take it if it means others don't have to. The glare Itachi received had more venom in it than any gesture or word could convey. You are a curious character, Naruto Uzumaki. Itachi thought for a second. You have lived a hard life. You seem to be able to take pain better than most, especially in defense of your comrades. I wonder how you would handle watching them go through the same pain. Naruto tried to spit on him, but the saliva disappeared in the air. The world shifted again. He was no longer on a crucifix. Instead, his loved ones took his place. His team, his sensei, Jiraya, the old man. Everybody he loved was strung up, surrounded by Itachi. The rage in his body turned to desperation. No. Please no. Naruto pleaded. I am sorry, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, slightly confusing Naruto. That Tsukuyami is a heavy technique, not without consequence or backlash. Since you are caught in it, I must remove you from the battle. Anything else he might have said was completely drowned out, as one by one, his loved ones called out to Naruto, pleading with him to help. Then they were stabbed, and the blood-curdling screams were enough to shake his own body. After 1 round, he was in pain. Tears streamed down his eyes. After 5 rounds, he'd screamed, his voice hoarse. Around the 10th time Hinata was stabbed by multiple blades, crying out for him to save her, he curled up into a ball. No matter how hard he shut his eyes or covered his ears, he could still see them being tortured. He could still hear their desperate screams. It didn't take long for him to go completely numb. He was certain that it was an automatic response by his brain. If he didn't, he would probably die from the stress. The numbness didn't stop the pain though, only dulled it enough for him to survive. He laid on the floor of this dream world, sobbing. He wasn't sure if it was a full week he spent there. It felt simultaneously like minutes and years. His mind was completely numb by the time the world shattered. He was completely disoriented. His psyche was shattered. The bright light hit his eyes as his senses returned properly. All he could manage was a broken scream and an inelegant grunt, before he fell unconscious. Itachi dropped him, and he sank below the surface of the water. Kakashi watched as his sensei's son went from fully conscious 1 second, to screaming traumatically and passing out the next. His Sharingan had seen the technique. It was tremendously powerful, that much he could tell. Itachi's chakra had shifted to something entirely different when his eyes had changed. There was a tightening in his chest as Itachi dropped Naruto. The only sign that he was still alive was his chakra system still working, and the lack of a rampaging tailed beast. His more immediate problem, though, was Sasuke. He completely lost it when Itachi dropped Naruto. Even with a broken wrist, and no Chidori, he rushed after his brother again. A blur of green likely saved him. Severe leaf hurricane. Guy shouted, swinging a powerful kick at Itachi before Sasuke could get there. The older Uchiha was forced to leap back, or risk serious injury trying to block. Kakashi had never been so happy to see the tights wearing before in his life. Guy landed on the water, spraying it up everywhere from his force. He wasn't shouting of youth or eternal flames. There was a serious look on his face that was saved for only the most difficult missions. He stood imposingly, already looking at Itachi's feet, knowing better than to look into the Sharingan. Kisame, Itachi said. We're retreating. The swordsman grunted, but didn't question his partner. He disengaged from Kakashi, leaping back to join Itachi. The two turned and ran without another word. Kakashi turned to his fellow ninja, issuing orders. Kurenai, get Naruto and Asuma to the hospital. There was no questioning his commanding tone. She nodded, diving under the water briefly, coming back up with Naruto. Guy, I'm going after them. Make sure Sasuke doesn't follow, and report to the Umbu squad and Hokage. Guy tried to argue, but Kakashi was already gone. He turned to Sasuke, who looked torn between going with Naruto and chasing down his brother. Guy used the confusion to knock Sasuke unconscious with a quick chop to the neck and hoist him over his shoulder. He took off in the direction of the Hokage Tower. Tsunade Senju never wanted to be Hokage. It was a difficult position. It was stressful. She was in charge of every ninja in the village. Any that got killed on a mission would be on her conscience. Any that were injured inside the village that was under her protection, would weigh on her anymore. Despite her better judgment, she'd let a certain blonde wiggle his way into her heart. She cared about him, even knowing it would likely cause her pain. She was feeling a lot of that pain now, standing over his hospital bed. There was nothing she could do to help at the moment. The diagnostic showed his mind had been shattered, confirmed by Kakashi's first-hand account. She believed she would be able to heal him, but psychological injuries were dangerous and fickle things. Inoichi Yamanaka had recommended his mind be given time to try and heal on its own. Forcing it to piece back together too soon could cause permanent damage. The blonde would occasionally thrash, sweat coalescing on his forehead as he fought off the nightmares. 2 weeks was the recommended minimum amount of time. Today's diagnostic hadn't revealed much improvement of yesterday's preliminary one. She'd already visited him twice between them. That was all the time she could spare as the head of a village still reeling from an invasion. She nearly had to drag Kakashi out of the hospital and to his S-rank mission herself. They simply couldn't afford to look weak or turn down missions at this time, no matter who was in the hospital. Naruto had received nearly a constant stream of visitors since he'd been admitted. Every ninja in his age group had visited between missions and helped rebuild the village. Even Hayashi Hyuga had visited, volunteering to look the genin over with his Byakugan. It didn't reveal anything, but the offer itself was surprising enough. The news that the Akatsuki was after Naruto was possibly even worse than his actual hospitalization. She knew that despite her worries, that if anybody could recover, it would be Naruto. She was more worried that he would be stolen away. Not to mention the implications behind the Akatsuki wanting the nine-tailed fox. She had assigned Yamato to be his full-time guard. The wood-release user was sleeping in the corner even as she stood there, taking advantage of the 10 minutes where a more powerful ninja was in the room. There was a rotation of Umbu guarding him at all times as well. A 2-hour shift for nearly every team before they left for missions. It was the most manpower she could afford at this time. Naruto's teammate was also a concern. He nearly needed to be imprisoned for fear he would try and chase down his brother. Sasuke Uchiha was a flight risk at a time when she couldn't afford to have another guard watch him. She had ordered him to guard Naruto as well, knowing it was the only way she could have an eye kept on him. He was sitting in the other corner, staring at the wall. His Sharingan cycled on and off as he sat there. She was worried about him, but had far greater concerns than a distraught genin at the time. Getting Naruto's other teammate to actually take missions, something a newly minted was usually excited for, had been nearly impossible. Tsunade herself had to ensure that the best way she could help Naruto would be taking missions. It would allow a different ninja to take harder missions all the way up the ladder so that Yamato could be put on guard duty. At least that's what she told the Hyuga. She doubted the girl believed her, she seemed bright. It was her manners as a clan heir that kept her from disobeying what was essentially a direct order though. Of course Team 7 was such a trouble to handle. It was becoming a tradition at this point. She wondered how Minato had ever handled a team that had both Kakashi and an Uchiha on it. It must have been a nightmare. Naruto remained in the hospital, day after day passing. His friends continued to visit, drawing motivation for training or missions just from his presence. Naruto himself got incrementally better, which pleased Tsunade. On the 8th day, Kakashi returned. Though was tired from having completed his S-rank mission successfully. He reported to the Hokage, and made a beeline for the hospital, not even bothering with pulling his favorite Ika out. He arrived to find Yamato watching vigilantly, and Sasuke brooding in the corner. Tsunade had already updated him on Naruto's slowly improving condition. Kakashi was there to check on him of course, but mostly to visit Sasuke. Sasuke, why don't we take a walk? I bet you could use some fresh air, Kakashi said. 8 days mostly confined to a hospital room probably wasn't doing his mood any good. The Uchiha grunted in response, but stood to follow him. They walked lazily amongst the streets, not saying anything. To Sasuke's credit, he made it 15 minutes before he couldn't take it anymore. I have to get stronger, he told Kakashi. You're young. You can't compare yourself to him, Kakashi said. He was an Umbu captain at my age, Sasuke spat out. I couldn't even make him dodge with my most powerful technique. Kakashi mulled that over for a second, leaping up into a tree in one of the parks near the edge of the village. Sasuke followed. Everybody matures at different rates, Kakashi said. I was at 6. The 4th Hokage didn't graduate from the academy until he was 11. Nobody thinks that I'm stronger than he was. Granted, he had been a wartime promotion whereas Minato had come up in a time of relative peace. Sasuke didn't need to know that though, the point stood either way. Sasuke's cold expression didn't change. If I chase after him, I can't stop him. If I don't, I'm a coward. Nobody thinks that, Kakashi said. I do. Kakashi held back a sigh. Why is that? He slaughtered my entire clan. He killed my parents, Sasuke said. There was so much anger in him. It filled his voice and resonated off of him. He made me relive the whole thing over and over in his. Kakashi's eyes widened minutely. He hadn't known that, despite all the time he and Sasuke had spent together. The Uchiha may have opened up more, but he scarcely talked about that night. Ever since meeting you in Naruto, I've slowly let myself push that all away. I've tried to forget it. Maybe that's a good thing, Kakashi said. Maybe that's what you need. Putting it to the back of my mind doesn't make it go away, Sasuke said. His voice slowly gained a dangerous edge to it. The nightmares don't stop. All it's done is make me forget who I'm supposed to be. And who is it that you think you need to be? Kakashi asked. I have to be an avenger, Sasuke said. I can't let him get away with what he's done. It's my duty to avenge my clan. But I can't do it as I am right now. I have to get stronger. Kakashi put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and the boys sharing and activated instinctively. Chasing power for the wrong reasons will only lead you down a dark path you can't return from, he said seriously. Your brother should be a prime example of that. Don't call him that, Sasuke sneered, brushing Kakashi's hand off. Kakashi held up his hands, as if in apology. Regardless, you can't let him be the only reason for getting stronger. There is no other reason, Sasuke yelled. The pain in his voice was clear. If I can't stop him, he'll come for you and Naruto and everybody else. Don't try and tell me what to do. Kakashi knew he was treading on thin ice now. I'm just trying to help guide you. I'm not issuing any orders here. I didn't ask for your help. Sasuke slammed a fist into the tree, smashing some of the bark off of it. I didn't ask for any of this. You need to calm down, Sasuke. Would you be calm if I killed everybody you ever loved and then flaunted it in your face? Sasuke shouted. Kakashi had had enough. He whipped out 2 shuriken with ninja wire attached, and flicked them with his wrists. The ninja wire wrapped around Sasuke, pulling him tightly to the tree in a seated position. Kakashi took a deep breath to calm himself. You're forgetting who you're speaking to. Everybody I loved has already been killed. He held Sasuke's gaze for several seconds. Finally, he sighed, the tension leaving his body. You're forgetting something else, though. We both are. We may have lost our loved ones, but not all of them. There are still people alive who need us. Naruto, Hinata, our comrades. They need you to be strong. They need us to be strong. I'm telling you I'm not strong enough. I need more power, Sasuke said, pleading with Kakashi to understand. That's not the kind of strength they need, and you know it, Kakashi chided. Naruto doesn't care how big of a fireball you can use. Hinata doesn't care how fast you can run. I don't care whether you can break a powerful. That stuff is important, but not nearly as important as your strength of will. I know you've learned that from Naruto, because I have, Kakashi said. Sasuke took big breaths, slowly calming down. Look what he's been through in the last month, Kakashi continued. Do you think he's doing that because he wants to become stronger? Or does he do it to protect the people and village he loves? Sasuke finally deactivated his Sharingan as a small look of surprise showed on his face. He'd never thought of it that way. He'd barely thought about it at all in the last month outside of how he hadn't been strong enough to help. You'd be hard-pressed to find somebody who could survive direct encounters with Orochimaru, Gaara twice, and Itachi and Kisame, Kakashi said. It's not because he's an Uzumaki or a. It's because his will of fire burns so strongly that he won't allow himself to let those he cares for down. Sasuke was quiet in response. Kakashi let out another breath. I have to leave for another mission in the morning. Think long and hard about what we've talked about. The body flickered away to get some rest and prepare for his next mission. For the first time since the invasion, Sasuke was unaccompanied by another leaf ninja. The Uchiha was far from alone though. For a ninja waiting in the shadows of the approaching night grinned and licked their lips. Now was their chance to see to their master's will. 24 hours later. Sakura Haruna was walking through the village, late into the night. She was doing a little soul searching. She was lost, unsure of what she was doing in her life. She had visited Naruto every day that week, hoping he would wake up. She tried to speak with Sasuke while she was there, but the Uchiha was being even more reserved and short with her than normal. Her rotation and studying at the hospital was enjoyable. She liked helping people even though she wasn't all that skilled in medical ninjutsu yet. She felt like it was something she could be good at if she really tried. She'd always been more book smart than anything. Learning medical techniques should fit her better than something more creative like. This brought her to her reason for introspection. She wasn't sure if she should continue being a ninja. She'd made great strides training with Naruto in their final year, and even more since Kurenai had become her sensei. Still, she felt as if she lacked the resolve and tenacity. Kiba wouldn't back down from anything. Shino always had backup plans to his backup plans, never giving up on an assignment. Sasuke actively sought stronger opponents. And then there was Naruto. The ever-cheerful blonde was on his third trip to the hospital in a month for fighting S-rank opponents, and surviving. Even winning in some cases. He'd saved Team 10 from a rogue nun in Wave. She knew she couldn't compete with that. How could she? Even the shy Hinata was braver than her when it came down to it. Her timid thoughts were drowning out the shouts of indignation from her brasher subconscious. The scrape of sandals alerted her of another presence. That was odd. Even in a hidden village, ninja had to sleep. The dead of night was the best time for that sort of thing, and rarely were there people walking the streets. Standard protocol dictated that any high-priority missions would take faster, more discreet routes. Lower-priority ones would wait till morning. She glanced up, surprised to see Sasuke walking towards her. The Uchiha had his head down, his black bangs hanging over his eyes. The backpack he sported was an odd addition to his look. Usually when Team 7 went on missions, Naruto had storage scrolls for them all. Plus, the blonde was definitely still in the hospital. Even if he had awoken after she had left the hospital, he wouldn't have been cleared to leave, let alone go on a mission. So what was Sasuke up to? Sasuke-kun, she called softly. What are you doing out at this hour? Just leave me alone, Sakura. I'm not in the mood. The tone in his voice set her on edge. He looked up at her and her budding senses sprung to high alert. He had bags under his eyes, much worse than hers. He looked like he hadn't slept last night or this one. His skin was pale and he was jittery. Most surprising were the swirling Sharingan in his eyes. They seemed to pierce her very soul. What are you talking about? Do you have a mission? She asked. Her voice was weak, and she was ashamed of herself even as she spoke. Of sorts, he replied quietly. He kept walking past her. As Sasuke, she worked up the courage. He paused. Does your sensei know what you're doing? Or Kakashi-sensei? It doesn't matter if they know. I have to do this, he said. He didn't move. An anger bubbled deep in Sakura's gut. She used to think it was cute and mysterious how cryptic he could be, but in this moment it was more than irritating. Why? She asked. Why won't you open up to me? No matter how hard I try, you just push me away. She had a previously unseen determination in her voice. He was almost admirable for an instant. I don't owe you or anybody else anything, he spat at her, so just leave me alone. Go play kunoichi or something. His words cut deep, but she felt she owed it to one specific comrade to speak up. What about Naruto? She said, don't you think you owe him something? I heard what he did for you. Indeed, taking the Tsukuyumi for Sasuke was not something that had gone under the radar. Information worked its way through a shinobi village quickly. I'm doing this as much for him as I am for myself, Sasuke whispered, more to himself than to her. He turned his head. All it took was a glance of his Sharingan to catch her in a. Sakura fell unconscious in the same breath. Sasuke caught her before she hit the ground. For a brief second he looked at her innocent features and felt a tremendous guilt. "I'm sorry, Sakura," he whispered. He deposited her behind a low retaining wall, and made for the village's outer ring. Within 5 minutes he had slipped over the wall undetected, and gone into the night. Naruto sat up, sweat on his forehead, gasping for breath. He'd just been in the longest dream of his life. Maybe nightmare would be a better term. He looked around his surroundings, not feeling the soft sheets of his bed. Instead it was the smooth concrete of his mindscape. He turned around, standing to his feet as he did so. The nine-tailed fox slumbered away behind the bars of his cage. Or at least he appeared to. Over the years, Naruto had gotten pretty good at telling. Kyuubi was only pretending to be asleep. Typical. Naruto put a hand to his head, trying to stave off the headache. He nearly lost his balance just from the effort of trying to stand. "Oh, fox. How come I feel like I got hit by a train?" Naruto said. His memory was fuzzy through the haze of pain and information. The fox huffed at him, seemingly upset. It took Naruto far too long to figure out why. "What the hell kind of technique did Itachi use to do this to me?" he said. The Kyuubi only grunted again. Naruto tried again. "How did he stop me from using your chakra? I didn't know a like that could even exist." The fox growled, deeper and angrier than before. It lazily slid its nearest eye open. "The Sharingan is powerful, as disgusting as it is. A master of it can enslave tailed beasts. It can see into your psyche and control me through it." Naruto didn't know if foxes could spit, but he was sure the Kyuubi would at that moment if he could. The hatred resonating from the fox had never been so strong. "Oh, I didn't know that," Naruto said, some of that childhood innocence leaking into his voice. "I'm sorry about that. I wouldn't have used your chakra if I knew." "It matters little now, brat. It was not the first time, and it will unlikely be the last until I wipe the Sharingan from existence." The fox mumbled, closing its eyes again. In moments like this, Naruto knew he wouldn't get anything else from his roommate. "It's time for you to wake up. The emotions coming from your room can only mean bad news," the fox finished. Naruto wanted to question him about the Sharingan and how he could sense the emotions of the room when Naruto wasn't even awake. He didn't like the way Kyuubi had said it though. He pushed chakra in a familiar pattern, willing himself to wake up. This time, when he gained consciousness, he was in the waking world. He was lying in a hospital bed. He absent-mindedly resolved to never have to wake up in one again. His room was less full than he would have expected, but that was no real issue. Tsunade was there, running glowing hands over him. Jiraiya was in the corner of the room, looking more serious than usual. Kakashi was in the corner, completely silent and emotionless. He might have been asleep. None of his friends were there. Neither were any of the members of his team, which was odd. Maybe they'd been sent on a mission. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. "Geez, this isn't my funeral, is it?" Naruto asked, trying to lighten the mood in the quiet room. "I'd like to think there'd be a lot more cheering if it was," he joked, looking around the room. "And snacks." Nobody laughed. It wasn't the first time a cheesy joke had fallen flat, but usually he could at least get a pity smile out of pervy Sage. "What's going on?" he said. Naruto Tsunade started. She looked like she couldn't find the words. Jiraiya put a hand on her shoulder, trying to take over for her. Kid, he couldn't seem to find the words either. Naruto's heart sank and his stomach felt like it was in his throat. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. It was Kakashi's voice that broke the news, a fury in it that none in the room had ever heard from him. "Sasuke left the village 6 days ago." His words were calculated, as if he was reading from a perfectly crafted mission report. Naruto didn't believe them. "A retrieval team, composed mostly of your graduating class, was sent after him," Kakashi said. "Several shinobi were seriously injured by what we thought were his kidnappers. Niji and Kiba are still recovering. They'd likely be dead if Suna didn't show up to aid them," Kakashi said, his composure wavering. Despite all the burning anger in his voice, and the robotic way he delivered it, a tear streamed down his visible eye. "It was later discovered that they were agents of Orochimaru," Kakashi explained. Sasuke went with them willingly. Hinata chased him down, and from what I can gather, the two of them fought it out in the Valley of the End. Kakashi said. His voice cracked, and so did the facade. His body shook as he finished the report. Sasuke put a Chidori through her abdomen. I arrived soon enough to provide emergency medical aid. She's still in critical condition. Tears poured out of Kakashi's eye like a waterfall. He looked Naruto right in his eyes. I'm sorry, Naruto, he said. Silent sobs racked the Jonin's body, but Naruto didn't notice. He refused to notice. He refused to believe what he heard was true. He flushed his chakra system, ignoring Tsunade's warnings. He had to still be in the. He had to be. This was some sick concoction Itachi was forcing him to live through. Sasuke wouldn't leave the village. He wouldn't leave him. He wouldn't hurt Hinata. Except Sasuke hadn't been himself of late. He'd been short-tempered and impatient. He'd been snapping at his friends and teammates. He'd even used a Chidori on what he thought was Naruto. And all that was before Itachi came to town. So many emotions passed through Naruto in the silent minute that followed. Disbelief turned to anger, turned to sadness, to rage. He felt them mix and mingle. He forced himself out of his bed onto all fours, dry heaving. He was sick to his stomach. He tried to flush his chakra system again, but nothing happened. His rage shot through his system, and he screamed. It was a pitiful sound after having not used his vocal cords for 2 weeks. No, he said. No! He slapped his own face, trying to wake himself up. No! Jiraiya put a hand on his back, trying to reassure him and stop him from hurting himself. Naruto shrugged him off, standing shakily. A searing pain shot through his head. He shrugged it off, tapping into the Kyuubi's chakra all too easily in his emotional state. Just enough to override the pain in his head and strengthen his body. He leapt through the window, shattering it as he did, and began running. He didn't know where he was going, but he didn't stop. He was suffocating in emotions, and he had to outrun them before he drowned. He ran until he started thinking again. He had no idea where he had ended up as he crashed to his knees. He slammed his fists into the ground. His knuckles broke on the rock. The pain felt good. It sharpened his awareness. It felt like it grounded him in the real world. He smashed them into the rock again. The jolt of pain brought him out of his daze. His vision straightened, and he found himself on top of the Hokage monument. Just behind his favorite spot, the fourth Hokage's head. He felt ashamed at the moment, thinking that his father would be disappointed in him. A strangled scream muffled by sobs left his throat as he tilted his head back to the sky. I always said the view from my office was the best in the village. A calm voice slowly drew from behind him. The truth is, I was just jealous that I was stuck down there, when the real view was from up here. Naruto turned around to see the third Hokage. He wore a simple black robe, trimmed in cream. It was similar to what he used to wear as a younger shinobi. He no longer wore the mesh body armor though, and his ensemble more closely resembled the robes than they did his shinobi fatigues from back in the day. GG, Naruto said. Tears began flowing from his eyes. His chest felt so tight he grasped at it. The sobs that escaped him were not befitting of a shinobi of his power level. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not care. He saw a child he considered a grandson in pain. Immense pain that he should not have to face. Hiruzen knew something of this pain. Orochimaru leaving had been like losing a son. Now Naruto had lost a brother because of it. Naruto felt the embrace of the third Hokage as an arm wrapped around him and pressed his head into his chest. He sobbed uncontrollably, the sounds muffled by the old man's robes. For how long he did not know. Time felt weird after his Tsukuyomi experience. He finally got control over his breathing, and focused on a more immediate and physical problem than his emotions. Your arm, he said, concerned. Hiruzen chuckled. Yes, most of it is missing. I'm told I'm only here to complain about it because a certain genin used his chest to divert the blade. He held up his arm, sleeve hanging limply just before the elbow. He turned over his hand, as if contemplating what was no longer there. I believe Konohamaru would like to thank you for that, by the way. He insists he is capable of defeating me now that I'm down a limb. The old man smiled nostalgically. At least that's what I think, he said. It was hard to tell through his crying. He'd had a near-death experience, and yet Naruto thought he looked younger than he'd ever seen him. Naruto just looked at him, dumbfounded. He felt so much calmer from the old man's presence. He couldn't even begin to understand it. Sasuke is gone, Naruto said after a contemplative silence. So I've been told, Hiruzen replied, a wistful look taking over his face. I don't know what to do, Naruto sniffled, still affected by his previous sobbing. Hiruzen sighed, aging years at that moment. During my tenure as Hokage, we have had 573 ninja go rogue. Naruto's eyes widened at the number. Hiruzen agreed with his surprise, nodding. More than 10 per year. Most just can't handle the shinobi lifestyle, and run off to be civilians outside of the village. It's been my position to let them be after tracking them down. He looked out over the village, reminiscing on his career as Hokage. Some don't believe in what the village stands for, and seek other means of employment. Thieving, mercenary work, gangs. They are put in the bingo book. Typically they don't warrant their own hunter-nin squad. He sighed again. Then, there are those that leave because they have a goal, one they do not believe they can achieve while in the village. Orochimaru wished to unlock the secrets of all ninjutsu. He ran despicable, inhumane experiments to get there. Itachi, I believe, wishes to test the limits of his power. Something seemed off about that to Naruto, but he continued listening. The thing that they all have in common is that they don't care for the village or anybody in it. That's not Sasuke. Naruto tried to argue. He cares about us. The encompassing term covered him and his team, Kakashi, and perhaps even Jiraiya and the other genin. That's the same thing Jiraiya argued about Orochimaru. I was too naive to see the truth and agreed with him at the time. Some small part of me still wishes it to be true, Hiruzen said. Naruto's face fell. There was a moment of silence. I'd like to think I've gained a great deal of wisdom in my old age, Hiruzen continued, and that I'm adept at setting aside personal feelings when assessing a situation. And you want me to try to do the same? Naruto asked sadly. I don't think I can, Gigi. Actually, it's quite the opposite, Hiruzen said, confusing Naruto. You are capable of extraordinary things when you let personal feelings guide you. They strengthen your will in a way that is not common. Your mother was much the same. Hiruzen chuckled, memories of a fiery red head invading his mind. Hiruzen took a few seconds to straighten his words, making sure not to misspeak. I advise you to guard your heart, but never stop following it. Know that Sasuke may be gone for good, but do not give up on him so easily. Be ready to do what is necessary for your village and those you care for, but do not wish for it. Hiruzen said sagely. I do not believe Sasuke is the same as Orochimaru. He may have left of his own will, but his mind has been twisted by his brother and my former student. The mark that is on his neck is no small matter. I regret not taking it more seriously. But I'm not strong enough to fight someone like Orochimaru or Itachi without the Kyuubi, and they both brushed its chakra aside like it was nothing, Naruto said, unsure of where to go from here. Hiruzen smiled again, a sly one that indicated he knew something the rest of the world did not. Sasuke has gone off to find a trainer he believes can elevate his skill to a level he can't attain here, Hiruzen said. I think it would be felicitous if you showed him just how strong a ninja of the leaf can become. He winked at him. I don't know what the hell that means, old man, Naruto said, some of his usual spunk returning. But I sure do like the sound of it. Hiruzen chuckled again. Oh, to be youthful. Come, let us go visit our Hokage and see what can't be done about that. I have the perfect sensei in mind. Hiruzen smiled, winking at him. Naruto looked at him curiously, but the elderly man was already slowly descending the mountain. He could do nothing but follow. The meeting with the fifth Hokage was informational for all parties. Naruto was given a more detailed account of Hinata's condition, as well as the condition of the rest of Sasuke's retrieval party. He was happy to hear they would all survive and have full function of their bodies. He was then filled in on the Sand team coming to their aid. Apparently his fight with Gaara had turned over a new leaf for the young, and he had saved Rock Lee. Second on the agenda was Naruto filling them in on his perspective of the fight with Itachi and Kisame. He revealed to them, to the best of his ability, what Itachi had said within both experiences. The Hokage and her closest advisors, Jiraiya, Hiruzen, Shikaku, and Kakashi, found it very troubling. The Akatsuki being after the tailed beasts was a frightening prospect. Itachi threatened that they would come back for the 9 tails, even more so. This brought up Hiruzen's opinion of Naruto's training, which brought them to their current conversation. You want him to take an apprenticeship? Tsunade asked. That would be a big loss for the village. Plus he's already trained under Jiraya. I'm aware of this, but what he is to face in the future is a burden traditional training will not prepare him for, I'm afraid, Hiruzen responded. We can't afford to have Jiraiya saddled with training and already capable shinobi. We need him on missions. Why, yes, I agree. Jiraiya is much too important. Hiruzen had that sly smile on his face. It irritated Tsunade to no end. He always was too childish for his intelligence. Kakashi either. We can barely fill our quota as it is, Tsunade said, taking the bait because she knew he wouldn't continue without it. So we can't afford to use an active shinobi to train him, but most inactive shinobi don't have the requisite skills, Hiruzen said. It clicked for Tsunade. No. Absolutely not, she said forcefully. Hiruzen's childish grin only widened. If only we had a shinobi skilled enough to mentor the boy. Perhaps one that has experienced training strong shinobi. Maybe even one that has held the position he so badly wants. Hiruzen tapped his chin with his one remaining hand. But such a shinobi would be invaluable to the village, no? They would be running S-rank missions non-stop. Unless we could find one that had forcibly retired from active duty due to injury. You're not training him, sensei. You're not even supposed to be out of your hospital bed. Tsunade huffed. Oh, Princess Tsunade, do not think for 1 second that just because I'm missing an arm and retired, that I couldn't give you a run for your money right now if I wanted to. Tsunade rolled her eyes both at the use of her nickname and her sensei's exaggeration. Naruto is the only ninja that can take advantage of the amount of I have to teach. I have to pass them down to somebody or I'll be forgotten. Hiruzen put on a pouting face that truly was not befitting of him. The third playing victim. Who would have thought? Tsunade really, truly had forgotten just how much of a character Hiruzen could be without 50 years of being Hokage weighing on his shoulders. Or an entire village to run. Besides, Hiruzen continued, ignoring everybody. I'm the only one who can leave the village. You said it yourself, Jiraiya and Kakashi are far too valuable to pull off missions. They couldn't possibly undergo a training trip. Hold on. Tsunade interrupted. Who said anything about leaving the village on a training trip? What? Hiruzen questioned. You'd rather leave the boy exactly where the Akatsuki will look for him? Sending him on missions that are logged and filed in a system that no doubt has spies. What better alternative than roaming randomly across the nations with no sort of paper trail that can be betrayed? You expect me to not only pull one of our most valued assets off of missions, but to let him roam the land completely untethered and untracked? Maybe I should have you admitted to the psych ward, old man, Tsunade said. Hiruzen only smiled at her, pulling out his pipe. That was a bad sign for her, that usually denoted victory when he had a smile on his face. The boy summons toads, dear. We'll stay in touch. It's about time Jiraiya spent a substantial amount of time in the village anyway. You two can catch up. He gave a knowing smile that went over most of the heads in the room. The smallest of pink tinges showed on Tsunade's cheeks. Hiruzen turned to Naruto. We will depart in 4 months' time. That should give us plenty of time to reach Kumo for the next exams. I suggest you use that time wisely. He can't apprentice outside of the village as a sensei. You know that. I thought that was why you delayed his promotion in the first place. You delayed my promotion? Naruto asked Hiruzen, with a look of melodramatic betrayal on his face. Hiruzen slotted the pipe into his mouth, where it balanced perfectly in the crook of his smile. He slowly removed a bag of tobacco. The Fire Nation's finest blend. For somebody with such large eyes, you certainly miss a lot, Tsunade, he said around the pipe. He packed tobacco into the chamber with practiced ease. You know the qualifications for a Hokage's guard by now, yes? Tsunade nodded, but he didn't pause for it. He will depart for the exams as my apprentice. He will pass with flying colors, as a student of mine would be expected to. I will rub it in the Raikage's face elegantly, and Naruto will immediately be promoted to Tokubetsu Jonin due to his specialization in sealing in him. Hiruzen feigned at thinking hard, as if he hadn't had this planned out. Ninjutsu should do. The Rasengan and summoning alone are probably enough for that, not even mentioning his Genkai. Tsunade tried to argue, but he rolled right through it. At that time, I will name him to my guard, which a retired Hokage is entitled to. Then Jiraya, how long did you say until Orochimaru needs to switch bodies? 3.5 years at the earliest. Jiraiya replied, amused by his sensei's antics. I see. Well then a 3-year vacation should do for me after that. After all, I did spend more than a decade in the service of my village after retiring. Of course it will be hell for Naruto. But being a bodyguard is tough work. Hiruzen chuckled, an inside joke that seemingly only he understood. You can still send him on mission requests through the Toads. He can take a huge burden off of Jiraiya and Kakashi with the spy network. You won't lose any assets, and he'll be as safe as possible until he reaches a level where he can not only defend himself against the Akatsuki, but they will come to fear him. He punctuated his long-winded rant by snapping his fingers. His index finger lit ablaze as if it were a match, and he held it to his pipe. He took a deep, satisfying puff of smoke. He held it several seconds before exhaling it smoothly. Any other concerns? He asked. Tsunade's face was red. She didn't enjoy being talked down upon. Shikaku was trying to hide his smirk. He always did enjoy a well-laid trap. Kakashi's lip twitched behind his mask, lightening his mood slightly. Jiraiya reacted the most expressively, letting loose a deep, bellowing laugh. He nudged Naruto with his elbow. They don't call him the professor for nothing, huh kid? You're not kidding, pervy sage. I think Granny's head is gonna pop. Naruto cackled, his immense responsibilities momentarily forgotten. Tsunade opened up a drawer in her desk, pulling out a bottle of sake. All right. Jiraiya lauded. Let's celebrate the kid's future promotion. He moved to grab the bottle of sake, and Tsunade didn't hold back. The window shattered as his body punched a hole through it. Tsunade took a deep breath. As always, punching Jiraiya seemed to get rid of most of her anger. I will allow it on the condition that I receive weekly reports, and he takes at least 2 missions a month, depending on their scope. He will manage the spy network from outside of the village with your help. If you have any inkling that you're being tracked. She looked at Naruto, and for the first time he truly could see why she was chosen as Hokage. The intensity in her gaze spoke of a fire he didn't know she had. You will take your bodyguard duty seriously. You will avoid the Akatsuki at all costs. You will not go after Orochimaru or Sasuke under any circumstances without a written order from me. She stood up, putting her hands on her desk in a position that spoke of true power. And most importantly, you will not waste this trip. I'm not kidding, Naruto. Despite Sensei's sweet words, doing this is detrimental to the village and risky. You will come back powerful enough to strike fear in the hearts of your enemies, or you will not come back at all. Do you understand? Naruto matched her gaze. I know how much people are counting on me. I've made promises that I don't plan on breaking. I won't let you down, Granny. Good. Tsunade said, sitting back down. Now march your ass back to the hospital. You're on bed rest. If I hear so much as a peep of you trying to leave early, I'll cancel the trip and dig your grave myself. Yes, ma'am. Naruto said, mock saluting her, and following Jiraiya's path out the window. A good lad, that one? Hiruzen said, smiling. He is, but I wasn't talking to him, sensei. The glare she gave him very well could have melted a kunai. Hiruzen laughed. Very well, Tsunade. Very well. He slowly walked towards the door, pausing just before leaving. And Tsuna? When I return, I'll be sorely disappointed if I'm able to talk to you under the table that easily. She threw the bottle of sake at him, but it connected with the door, as the third Hokage had already departed. It's an undeniable fact that goodbyes are hard. It doesn't matter if they are forever, for an undetermined amount of time, or for 3 years. The last time Naruto left the village, his goodbyes were few. He could count the number of people with his fingers, and have plenty to spare. Now, the number was truly too high to count. Of course, he hadn't actually said goodbye to anyone yet. Instead, he'd sunk every waking second, and many sleeping ones, into training. If he was completely honest with himself, he wasn't even sure how much time had passed. Between his harsher shadow clone training and his experience in the Tsukuyumi, his perception of time had been warped. Seconds felt like hours. Days felt like minutes. Weeks, well, He wasn't even sure it had been weeks at this point. Or maybe it had been months? The lack of sleep certainly hasn't helped. His brain was already pushed to its limits from using shadow clones. It was a consequence of having them do so many separate tasks, rather than all focus on a few. When multiple clones trained on one subject, it was almost like a déjà vu feeling. His brain would naturally sift the most important and unique memories, and the rest would intertwine with his own. Separate training meant there wasn't anything to sift. He had hundreds of separate memories in a day, and it was wearing on him. Continuous sleep was impossible. Every time he gets to the part of the sleep cycle that produces memories, REM sleep, a memory says, he can't know if it's his own, or a clone's. He heard them. The screams of his loved ones as they were run through with swords and kunai. He is haunted by them. They tear him from sleep. They keep him from being at peace. Naruto. Naruto flinched at the voice. He'd been lost in his thoughts again. He scanned his surroundings, more trying to figure out where he was than who had called for him. He knew that voice anywhere. Lately it had been plaguing his nightmares. He saw Hinata jogging up to him. He hadn't seen much of her since, well, he'd been trying not to think about it. He was just grateful she had fully recovered. It's not that he had been avoiding her, it's just that after what happened he could barely look her in the eyes. The guilt was crushing. "Oh, hey Hinata," Naruto said. The Hyuga frowned ever so slightly at his lack of excitement. "Are you excited for your party tonight?" she asked, trying to improve his mood. Naruto wiped at the bags under his eyes. Was his going-away party tonight? Already? 4 months had gone by that fast? He did recall someone reminding him, or a shadow clone. Maybe that was yesterday, maybe it was last week. There was so much information filtering into him throughout the day, though. It was hard to recognize anything a clone experienced until something triggered the memory. "Naruto?" Hinata interrupted. He shook his head to get rid of the daze. "I'm sorry. Of course I'm excited," he said. He still wouldn't look her in the eyes, though. He flinched as another shadow clone popped. "This one is from Hokage's private library." Flashes of information flooded his mind. This clone's job was very specific. Its experience reading through those scrolls could be the final piece that he needed. "Hey," Hinata said, trying to get his full attention. Naruto was thinking again, though. He'd made great progress in his sealing ability, and he was closing in on his goals, one step at a time. What if he just tried? "Naruto!" She raised her voice at him in a way that he had only ever heard a few times. His eyes snapped to attention, finally focusing completely on Hinata. She tried not to blush, intent on speaking to him. "I'm worried about you. You leave tomorrow, but you've hardly seen any of us. You're clearly not sleeping. You're not eating enough. You spend all your time training, and you won't even look at me." Naruto was silent. He didn't know how to respond. She was right in every way, and he was ashamed. Hinata, he looked down, disappointed. "I don't know what to say, it's my fault." "It's not, Naruto-kun," Hinata said with a strength in her voice. "It was his decision. Not yours. Trying to rescue him was my decision. As it was Kiba's and Niji's and Ino's and Choji's and everybody else's." She took a deep breath, calming down. She was not wearing the emotional mask that the Hyuga were known for, though. "It was our choice. Ninjas get hurt. We're all here, though. We all fully recovered. But you won't even talk to us half the time." "Because I have to get stronger, Hinata. I won't be able to bring him back if I don't. I won't be able to protect you or anybody else," Naruto said. "Listen to yourself. You sound just like him," she shouted. She lowered her voice to a harsh whisper, realizing they were causing somewhat of a disturbance. "Power isn't the only thing that matters. I know you know that, because you're the one who taught me." Naruto flinched again, though this time there was no shadow clone. He realized, once again, that she was correct. He sounded just like him. Almost word for word, in fact. Only caring for strength and power, thinking it was the answer to all his problems. He couldn't afford to go down that hole. He wouldn't put his friends through that. He let go of a deep breath that he'd been holding since he'd first found out about his wayward teammate. Tension and stress melted off his body. He gave her a simple, soft smile. It was perhaps the most sincere one she'd seen, even compared to the best of times. "You're right. I'm sorry. She smiled back at him, recognizing the Naruto that she was used to. He was still run down and overworked, but he was Naruto. There was a core aura to him that resonated out and permeated into everything around him. It wasn't something she could see with her Byakugan. It was something that could only be sensed and felt in the heart. Apology accepted. Now go take a nap. Everybody is going to be at the party tonight, and you are going to need your usual energy to keep up. Naruto rolled his eyes, but didn't argue with her. Shinobi parties were odd things. They were generally smaller than civilian parties. In the shinobi world, trusting friends, by nature, were hard to come by. Friends and family were prone to expiring early. Shinobi died fast and often. A side effect of that was that they knew how to live, and how to celebrate. They drank, they sang, they arm wrestled, they gambled, and they fought. It was truly a sight to behold. There was also the small matter that the assembled shinobi could, without a doubt, topple an entire nation if so directed. It was probably reckless to have that many powerful shinobi in one building, all under the influence of alcohol. Naruto was pretty sure that he even saw Hinata take a few sips when nobody was watching. Luckily, the Hokage was one of the drunk shinobi gathered. Tsunade turned a half-lidded, and probably blurry, eye to it all. Who was running the village while she let off some steam, Naruto had no clue. To be fair, she had certainly earned it. Things were only just starting to stabilize for the first time since the invasion. She had been cast into a difficult position that she hadn't been prepared for. There was no doubt that the other villages were watching them to gauge their strength after fending off a joint invasion. The shinobi of the village were overworked, taking every possible mission to show their strength. At the helm, Tsunade had to organize the logistics of it all. She had to make the hard calls on who to send on what missions. There had been deaths and injuries that she felt on her conscience. The fact that the village was stabilizing so quickly afterward was a testament to her intellect and firm hand. A night of celebration was deserved. She was also an alcoholic, and Shizen couldn't hide the alcohol here without ruining the party. By the end of the night, every ninja Naruto could call a friend, or even an acquaintance, had come by. The fact that they were all off duty on the same night was another blind eye turned by Tsunade. A going-away gift of sorts. One of many, actually. His genin class gave him a new weapons pouch, filled with standard gear plus a few extra goodies. Hinata gave him a lovely calligraphy set. The Hyuga family, surprisingly enough, gave him a very nice. Guy gifted him a green spandex suit that he would likely wear one day a year to appease the man and his clone. Kakashi gave him an Ika novel, as if Jiraya hadn't tried to shove them down his throat for the last year. Enko offered, jokingly, at least he hoped, to reenact the scenes from said book, only with more blood. It was kind of worrisome that they were trying so hard to corrupt his young mind. That kind of stuff just didn't interest him though, so he put it to the back of his mind. There was so much packed in there at the moment that he doubted he would even remember it. Asuma and Konohamaru gave him a pair of chakra blades, not unlike Asuma's. One blade was inscribed with "There are no shortcuts," the other with "Protect the King." He didn't recognize the second quote, and they weren't really his style, but a wonderful gift nonetheless. Kurenai gave him a book on. He wasn't entirely sure if that was a joke given his lack of prowess, but he thanked her sincerely anyway. The most surprising gift was from Shikako Nara. Naruto didn't have too many interactions with him, even amongst the parents of his classmates. He found the man logical and lazy, like Shikamaru. Much like his son, his eyes were sharp in a hidden way though, and Naruto got the feeling from both of them that every time they spoke it was like a shogi move. A tactic being played out in a much larger game. It was fitting then, that the gift was a book on the very game. Tactics, Shogi, and the Clouds was a book written by Shikaku's grandfather. Or more likely, written by somebody who pestered him until he'd spewed enough knowledge for it to be completed. Nara typically weren't motivated enough for something as difficult as a book. Shikamaru said that he'd already read it. It was a book about shogi and tactics, obviously, but also how they translated to the broader world. That mostly seemed obvious to Naruto. Shikaku had a small twinkle in his eye as he elaborated. "We Nara are thinkers," the Scard explained. "My grandfather preferred to think more abstractly than most. He considered himself a philosopher. As he stared at the clouds, he would contemplate not just the tactics of being a commander in war. He thought deeper, about what those decisions meant. Being a leader is hard. Deciding who goes where on a battlefield is a lot of weight on a man's shoulders. I think you'll find this enlightening. His smile might have been wicked if his eyes weren't clouded by alcohol. There were some heavy implications to what he had said. Everybody chose to ignore them for the time being, in favor of enjoying the party. They would be words that would stick with Naruto in the following days, though, even if they washed over his head in the moment. After the impromptu gift-giving, everybody went back to drinking and singing. Thankfully, Jiraiya had managed to steal some of the heavy-duty sake from Gamabunta's stash. As Naruto was finding out, it was the only alcohol that could get an Uzumaki Jinchuriki hybrid even remotely drunk. By the end of the night, it had been one of the most fulfilling nights of his life. He had taken Hinata's words to heart, and appreciated everybody that was there for him. He'd said his goodbyes to everybody he cared about. He tucked the list of ceiling ideas that Tenten had given him, the best gift she'd said, and headed for the exit. He caught a glimpse of his black eye in the reflection of the window and smiled. Whoever snuck Rock Lee some alcohol had played the prank of the year on them, something Naruto could truly appreciate. He went to bed that night with a full heart and a content smile. It was the first time he'd felt joy since Sasuke left. Certainly there had been moments of happiness in that time. He hadn't felt it deep in his soul like he did now, though. Tomorrow would be the beginning of a new age for him. He knew it would be difficult, but now, he knew he could take it. If he couldn't, there were plenty of people who would be there to pick up the pieces so he could get back out there to try again. Naruto arrived at the main gates of Konoha late in the morning. He did not have a black eye, nor the scratches left on his body from Anko trying to play pin the kunai on the genin. He did not have a hangover. He still had bags under his eyes, though he had finally slept without nightmares. He had regressed in outfit, electing to go with the style he wore before his first C-rank mission. Jiraiya hollered in delight when he saw him. He had on the olive-green base layer that covered most of his mesh body armor. The blue kabuki jacket with Uzumaki swirls on the shoulders was the main difference between his and the Sanin's outfits. The blue geta he wore were just for show. As soon as he was out of Jiraiya's line of sight, he would switch to modern sandals. His longer hair flopped over his horned oil headband. The spiky ponytail he had down out was much thinner than Jiraiya's, but still reached his mid-back. Hanging below it comfortably on his lower back was a very large scroll. It was one he hadn't been seen with before, so its purpose was a mystery. It could be guessed, though, that at least a portion of it was for storage, as the boy had no other luggage with him. The black headband with the shining leaf symbol wrapped around his waist to round out the look. "Looking sharp, kid," Jiraiya said. Naruto beamed at him. It was the kind of smile that could light up an already bright room. "Thanks, pervy sage. Pretty sure I wear it better than you," he said cheekily. Hiruzen chose that time to make his appearance subtle. "I think you may be correct, Naruto. Those pasty yellow stars on his shoulders always were tacky." Jiraiya rolled his eyes at his elderly sensei. The man looked good, all things considered. He'd gotten a mild tan in his 4 months. He'd spent a large portion of time inside of the Sarutobi clan compound, doing things he hadn't been able to in years. Teaching clansmen, visiting with the children, updating the library. The more enjoyable side of being a clan head that he had forfeited as Hokage. The twice former Hokage settled easily into his new robes. They were simple, as he preferred. Black with cream-colored lining, just as he'd been wearing the night Naruto left the hospital. They were loose-fitting with seemingly endless folds. No doubt layered with scrolls and weapons, as any shinobi worth their scars wouldn't be caught without. The biggest change were the sleeves. They were long enough to go past his hand, and extremely wide. They did an impressive job hiding the missing arm. The left one even held form when bringing his hands together in front or behind, as he often was fond of doing. It gave him a peaceful, almost monk-like appearance. A shinobi through and through, his missing arm would remain a secret until he himself revealed it. "Gigi," Naruto greeted him. He'd seen little of the elderly man in the recent months, both of them being so occupied with their own personal business. "Hello, Naruto. I trust you're ready for our excursion?" Hiruzen said. "Almost." Naruto brought his hands together, crossing the index and middle fingers on both hands. He closed his eyes and breathed evenly, focusing. More than a dozen shadow clones seemed to peel off of him, rather than coming to existence a ways away. He was trying to emulate the clone technique of Team 7's sensei, though without the wood style. The effect wasn't complete, and it probably wouldn't be useful. It was mostly a chakra control exercise at this point, but it showed his improvement. The original Naruto handed the clones a scroll, and turned back to his family figures. Behind him, the clones unsealed the scroll, finding more scrolls inside. That seemed to be all they needed, as they each took one and ran off. Parting gifts? Sarutobi asked. Naruto nodded his head, a devious smile on his face. Certainly the gifts were good, but the surprise before them was even better. Well then, shall we be off? Wait! A childish voice yelled. Its cadence matched the bouncing of the boy's steps. Embarrassing for a shinobi. Not overly worrying for a 9-year-old. Konohamaru came to a stop, huffing and puffing. He was bent over with his hands on his knees, trying to catch his breath. Grandpa. You cheated, he said when he finally caught his wind. Hiruzen only grinned in the way that a grandparent does when they pulled one over on a grandchild. Oh Saru, Naruto said. What have we said about cheating? Konohamaru sighed grandly. Shinobi don't cheat, they win sneakily. Naruto chuckled, ruffling his hair. That's right. But remember, there's no shortcuts to becoming Hokage, so no winning sneakily while training, okay? I'm gonna send Kichi to check on you. He'll know if you're lying. Konohamaru nodded with a seriousness that was almost comical on his young face. Good. Now give me a hug. It might be the last chance you get if your grandpa torches me to dust for pranking him. Konohamaru giggled and listened accordingly, squeezing him tight. I wouldn't be a very good shinobi if I allowed you to prank me, Naruto, Hiruzen said. And yet, Naruto looked at him mischievously. You haven't even checked your pack since you got here. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes on the boy. He wasn't wearing a pack. It was in a scroll attached to his hip. He knew for certain that Naruto wasn't skilled enough to lift it off him and manipulate it before replacing it. However, if he didn't check and something was amiss, it would be even more embarrassing. With grace, he responded smoothly, if you were in my pack then you saw what I have in store for you. I'm surprised you're not quivering at the thought. Don't worry though, I'm told Tsunade has some promising new treatment for amputees. Naruto paled at that. He had a ways to go if he wanted to play mind games with the professor. Jiraiya broke the light tension with a hearty laugh, smacking Naruto on the back in a friendly manner. I can't wait for you to suffer the way I had to. This is gonna be great. Then it became Jiraiya's turn to pale, as Hiruzen leveled an icy glare at him. One-armed and 70 years old, and yet I could still take on both of you. It would be wise not to forget that with age comes experience and knowledge, Hiruzen said lightly. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, but didn't push it any further. With that, Naruto had said his final goodbyes to everybody. Everybody but Jiraiya. He stood in front of the man who had filled the position of his father. To Jiraiya it was almost like looking in a mirror. They were nearly the same clothes, nearly the same headband. Naruto even had the same hairstyle as him, though he wasn't nearly as thick. As much as he saw Naruto though, he also saw Minato in the hair and the air of confidence. He saw Kushina in the grin and the face. Despite the resemblances to his parents and Jiraiya, there was still something distinctly Naruto about him. The boy had grown so much, and not just in height. He'd been knocked down, but he always stood back up. Every single time, and taller than ever. Despite being told he didn't need to, or even that he couldn't. Beyond his advanced skills as a ninja, and his role in keeping the village safe from the Nine Tails, Jiraiya was proud of him. Proud of the man he was becoming. Jiraiya's eyes began to water. Don't cry, pervy sage, I'll be back before you know it, Naruto said. I'm not crying because of that, these are tears of joy, don't you see? Jiraiya tried to keep the tone light and joking, but he wasn't fooling anyone. I'm just so happy I'll be able to return to my research. Naruto ignored his words, and stepped forward to hug Jiraiya. A soft whisper in his ear surprised him. I'm proud of you, kid, Jiraiya said. Work hard and listen to the old man. And don't lose sight of why you're doing this. Naruto hugged him twice as hard, a subconscious use of chakra aiding his muscles. If Jiraiya wasn't as tough as he was, the air actually might have been squeezed out of him. The two broke apart, Naruto wiping at his eyes. It took him only a moment to regain his composure. He plastered a big smile on his face. Alright, Gigi, let's do this. He turned to walk away from the gate with an excited energy about him. Well, alright then, Hiruzen said. He turned to walk side by side with his new charge. First, Naruto, I want you to remove several kunai and hide them amongst your clothing. But I have them hidden in seals, isn't that better? Naruto said. Normally, yes. However, every has a weakness, including seals. What if? The voice trailed off, Jiraiya no longer able to hear the lesson. He didn't need to though, he knew it by heart. It was the first lesson Hiruzen had taught his own team, way back in the day. Naruto was in good hands. Still, he was sad to see him go. He stood at the gate, watching the pair walk off until he could no longer see them. The next time Naruto came back here, he would be a different man in a different world. Jiraiya could only hope that he would be ready. 3 years was a long time. Naruto walked the dirt road back to his home. Some would question why he still considered the village hidden in the leaves his home. After all, he'd spent as much time away from it as he had living in it. For Naruto, though, it wasn't a question. He felt it in his heart. The warm feeling that spread through him when he thought about it. The contentment when he smelled its unique smell as he got closer. And now, as the walls came into sight, he felt the excitement. His whole body buzzed with adrenaline, his immense chakra reserves responding to his emotion. A subtle shift in his weight as he got ready to take off running was interrupted. Now Naruto, you know me better than that, Hiruzen Sarutobi said. The years had been good to the man, for it almost looked as if he had aged in reverse. The lines on his face didn't cut quite so deep. The mask on his face wasn't that of a hardened soldier, but of a sly grandfather and teacher. But sensei, we're so close, Naruto argued. I can smell Ichiraku's ramen from here. Hiruzen chuckled. The boy had grown while they were away. He towered over Hiruzen now, nearly as tall as his father was. His frame was lithe, but had filled out considerably. Though he looked kind-hearted and aloof now, Hiruzen knew that when Naruto wanted to, he could be intimidating enough to make the average sweat. He had grown more than just physically too. He might still occasionally act like a child, but Naruto was becoming mature beyond his years. His discipline was immaculate, when it needed to be. He wouldn't give an inch when he made up his mind on doing something. Every day for the last 3 years he'd been up before daylight to start his training. Even when he'd been participating in the exams. He hadn't even taken a day off when Hiruzen had taken him out drinking to celebrate. They got to their hotel room at 2 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours later Naruto was already covered in sweat from working so hard. No, Hiruzen didn't think Naruto would actually run off. He knew he'd do as he was told, and wait. A flicker of black breached his eyesight. The Umbu team had arrived. Hiruzen rolled his eyes. Naruto may be disciplined, but he was still mischievous. The build-up of chakra certainly would have alerted the guards. Lord Hokage, one of the masked guards said, kneeling down. We mistook you for a threat. Why are you flaring your chakra? No need to kneel, lizard. Hiruzen glanced at Naruto. That wasn't me, Naruto here just got a little excited and stopped suppressing his chakra. The Umbu guards turned ever so slightly towards Naruto. The blonde-haired teen grinned and waved dramatically. Hey guys, are any of you up for a spar? Fighting the old man here for the last 3 years got really boring. He bounced on his toes anxiously. The masked heads tilted slightly as if questioning his sanity. That, Hiruzen knew, was Naruto's intended reaction. The Umbu hesitated, before their captain turned back to Hiruzen. The guards at the gate have orders to bring you directly to Tsunade for a debrief, sir. Can't you spare a moment for an old man to see his family first? Hiruzen asked, laying the guilt on thick. It's been 3 years after all. Perhaps Naruto wasn't the only one who could occasionally act childish. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, Lizard said. Orders are orders. We must go. Very well, Hiruzen said. Naruto chuckled. They started for the gate with the Umbu, where they would be handed off to the standard gate guards. As they walked, Naruto threw a subtle hand wave up behind him, as if saying goodbye. Perhaps to his training trip, perhaps to his freedom, or perhaps to something else. Lady Tsunade, I have yesterday's hospital reports for you. Sakura, the 5th Hokage, looked up from behind the scroll she was reading. I thought I gave you the day off. Sakura blushed lightly. You did, Lady Tsunade. She bowed short, holding the pose, forgive me. One of my patients had his last day of rehab and I wanted to be there to see him through it, she said. Her short hair bobbed lightly as she rose back up to her full height. Though not an intimidating figure like Tsunade, Sakura had grown and matured considerably in the last 3 years. She was becoming more and more of an adult every day, Tsunade realized. The Hokage was certain if she looked down at the scroll long enough, Sakura would be fully grown by the time she looked back up. She was proud, but soon she wouldn't have anything left to teach the young woman, and that made her wistfully sad. A knock on the door broke the mild tension in the air. Sakura tilted her head, knowing that Tsunade didn't have anything on her schedule for this particular time of day. She looked back to her sensei, who nodded her head absent-mindedly. Sakura slid gracefully to the door. She gripped the thick wooden handle, pulling the large slab open with easy strength. Naruto! Her face was a look of shock. Naruto! She rushed forward to hug him. She gripped him hard, before pushing back and looking him over. Look at you! You're so grown up. When did you get so much taller than me? Look how long your hair is, she said, seeing the end of his yellow locks swaying behind his back as she jostled him about. And look at your face, you've lost all your baby fat. Unlike Sakura, Naruto was beginning to cut quite an imposing figure. The 16-year-old stood well above her in height, though not nearly as tall as his guardian. Though he was still sleek, she could see the muscles bulging ever so slightly through his blue long-sleeved shirt. His green vest, unzipped, fit snugly to his torso. His body could easily pass for that of A, though that wasn't what made him imposing. She last remembered him as a goofy kid who was serious too often, and often seemed to pull miracles out of his hat. This Naruto was different though. He seemed aloof, but she could tell it came with a confidence that he was in control and ready for anything. He had the aura about him that only ever accompanied those that were truly powerful. Kakashi-sensei, Jiraya, and the 3rd and 5th Hokages were on that short list. And his chakra. She'd learned quite well the ability to sense chakra. It came with the territory of being a medic with such strong chakra control. She typically had to mold chakra to find the beacons that relayed information. Some people had sturdy and massive reserves, like Lady Tsunade. Some felt more like a whisper in the night, like Kurenai-sensei. The 3rd Hokage had no signature, though that wasn't expected from somebody who had mastered chakra. Naruto felt different to her. Most signatures were like a light in the darkness, shining enough to pick out that they were there, and perhaps a feeling for its elemental affinity. Simple information. Naruto felt like a storm, but its focus wasn't on her. It overwhelmed her, but in a serene way. She didn't feel any danger. It was as if she were in the eye of a hurricane, and its terrible fury was in another dimension. It felt as if it flowed throughout the room, touching everything, and giving it life. It was odd, but then again, it was Naruto. Naruto rubbed the back of his head shyly. At least some things didn't change. Yeah, hee. Sara-sensei only let me eat ramen as a treat when I created a new, so I really spent most of my time eating a healthy diet, he said. He looked more than a little disappointed. I guess that helped me grow a bit. Sakura was, naturally, surprised that Naruto would mention the creation of so mundanely. Part of her felt it sounded right coming from him though. If anybody could do it, well. Hey! He cut her thoughts off, pointing at her bicep. You're wearing the band. It looks great. She looked down, holding her arm up so it could better be seen. Well, how could I not? It's not every day you get to wear the sigil of such a prominent shinobi clan, Uzumaki-sama, she teased. Naruto's face grew red. That, of course, hadn't been his intention when he'd sent the bands out the day he departed. He just wanted to let those closest to him know that he was their ally. He also was afraid that they would forget about him while he was gone. 3 years was a long time, and he'd already missed so much time in the village early in life. He didn't want to lose his friends. Yes, Tsunade said, holding up her own arm. The bands are great, though it would have been thoughtful to perhaps offer more colors than just this dark red. It may go well with Sakura's outfit, but it's dreadfully dark compared to the Leaf Village's colors. Perhaps try green next time? She still hadn't looked up from the scroll, going about her bureaucratic work with seasoned skill. She was wearing it though, and that meant the world to him. Of course, a Hokage wearing the symbol of a clan could be problematic, and there had been a few grumbling complaints. That is, until Tsunade reminded them that not only was her grandmother of the Uzumaki, but that they all bore the clan symbol on their vests. Can't please everybody, Granny. Naruto shrugged. Besides, red is the color of the clan. It would be against tradition to change it. Tsunade shook her head. Naruto of all people holding up tradition? She had half a mind to look out the window to see if Tauntaun was flying. Hiruzen clapped his hands together. Well then, should we not be off? I'm sure the boy has plenty of people who want to see him. Tsunade rolled her eyes. She closed up the scroll, finally having finished reading it. With a flick of a wrist, and some perfectly applied chakra, the scroll became a deadly weapon. It struck Hiruzen Sarutobi directly in the chest. The last thing anybody saw from him was a sly grin on his face, and then he disappeared. Curiously, there was not a puff of smoke. Tsunade leveled a glare at Naruto, who was trying very hard to hold in a laugh. Sorry, Granny, Naruto said once he got it under control. The old man wanted to go see his family, so I swapped a clone with him. It's an admirable thing to do, Naruto, Tsunade said. But do you think it's wise to play those tricks on my Umbu? Naruto grinned again. Well, none of them would spar with me, so I had to test my skills against them somehow. Do you know how boring it is to train with Gigi? He said, working himself up. She raised an eyebrow. Who am I kidding? Of course you do. Every day its basics is this theory that, no Naruto, you can't light that on fire. No Naruto, you can't use an explosive tag to play a prank on a civilian. He waved his arms around wildly, venting his frustration. He didn't even let me use any cool in my exams. And yet, Tsunade said, you passed your exams easily, from Jiraya's report. You tricked my Umbu, you pulled off a near-flawless clone of the third Hokage, one that would have been difficult to spot if not for the extra arm. Naruto rubbed his arm dramatically, as if experiencing a phantom pain. And your shadow clone had next to zero excess chakra in it, not to mention the fact that its chakra was fully suppressed. So it seems Sarutobi-sensei knows what he's doing. An evil grin spread across her face. Or are you questioning the ability of the third Hokage, and the decision of your current Hokage to have him train you? Naruto's face showed mock horror. No, Granny, it's nothing like that, he said, holding his hands up in front of himself. It's just that it was repetitive. And I only got a few missions and they weren't that hard. I'm just itching for some action. He punched the air in front of him a few times in mock boxing form, fists cutting sharply through the air. Tsunade looked at him, contemplating. He was such an odd boy, but she couldn't deny that he had a certain charisma about him. He could anger her in a heartbeat, but she could never stay mad at him. A more genuine smile crept onto her lips. Well then, Azar, I think it's fitting that I get a feel for where your skill level is at. I've even prepared an opponent for you to spar with. No way, I'm not fighting the Cyclops, that's boring. I just trained my butt off for 3 years. I'm fighting Jiraya or you're gonna see a 9-tailed temper tantrum. Naruto crossed his arms, huffing. How did you know I chose Kakashi? Tsunade said, more confused than upset at his disobedience. The pervert's sitting outside the window reading the first Ika novel for what? The 20th time now? He said. The window slid open. Kakashi was crouched in its frame, silhouetted by the sun. Now Naruto, give me some credit, Kakashi said, his single uncovered eye smiling. It's my 21st time. Sakura fumed as Naruto rolled his eyes. Tsunade ignored it all. Naruto, Tsunade said. Kakashi here has been off missions for a week awaiting your arrival. I'm sure he'll present plenty of challenges for you. He's just gonna copy all my new, Naruto said. Besides, it's not about the challenge as much as it is paying Jiraiya back for all the whooping I've gotten over the years. His words said one thing, but Tsunade saw that his eyes said another. He wanted to show off to Jiraiya. He wanted to make him proud. Kakashi? You'll be allowed to watch, of course, Tsunade asked, the question implied. Fine by me, Kakashi said, masked nose already buried in his book. There was an intrigue in his eye though. He was just as curious as Tsunade was. It's settled then, Tsunade said. I've got no idea where Jiraiya is though. He got the week off, same as Kakashi. I suppose your first task can be finding him. Oh, I think I know just where to find him, Naruto said, a blinding grin alighting the room. Thanks, Granny. He turned to Sakura. It's good to see you, Sakura. Dinner with everybody tonight on me, Naruto said, waving goodbye. He disappeared without any sort of sign that he'd left. No smoke, no movement, just the subtle sound of air rushing to fill the space he had once been. If Tsunade didn't know any better, she'd have sworn he teleported. That brat sent not one, Tsunade said, but two shadow clones to report to his Hokage? Where does he get the nerve? She huffed. Well, Kakashi said, he did pull the switch off in front of a team of Umbu. If I hadn't had my Sharingan out even I would have missed it. That's gotta count for something, Kakashi said, and then he leapt out the window. Doesn't anybody have respect for this office anymore? Tsunade lamented. Sakura appeared to be thinking something over. She spoke after a brief moment. Lady Tsunade, how come Naruto said his missions weren't that hard? I saw the last 3 you sent him on, they were all A rank. Surely even he can't find those to be easy? They were A rank, correct, but I mislabeled them as a sort of test, she said. He doesn't think he's been on anything tougher than a C rank mission since he left the village. Perhaps Naruto was an idiot, or perhaps he was special. Perhaps he was both. The fight with Jiraya would show her a lot. The real Naruto strode towards the outskirts of the village. He'd switched with a clone nearly at the same time that he'd substituted the old man out. He'd then split off enough clones to go catch up with everybody he'd missed. The original, though, wanted to be the one to greet Jiraya. Nearly 3 years away from him was a long time. Aside from the 7 or so years he spent without him at the start of his life, years he barely remembered, he hadn't been away from him for more than a month or 2. He walked up the road, the homes becoming less and less cared for, the population becoming more sparse. He hadn't been in this area much in his life, but he knew what he'd find. After all, he'd scouted the area before he left. It would have been ridiculous not to, considering he was going to buy it. And bought it he had. It came into sight just then, at the end of the dirt road, on the very edges of the village. The Uchiha compound. Or rather, formerly the Uchiha compound, now it would be called the Uzumaki clan lands. The walls loomed large, the gate nearly as big as the main entrance to the village. It had been one of his last acts within the village, to purchase the Uchiha grounds. Whether the village technically owned the grounds for him to buy it from them or not wasn't really a big deal. There were no Uchiha in the village, and nobody else wanted it. He approached the gates, large and wooden, looming above the area. They were open, but only enough for a single ninja or 2 to slip through. The project was still a secret, but he doubted anybody would venture into it. It was haunted, after all. The sight that greeted him was much as expected. Lines of houses down a row, with a large space front and center reserved for the clan head's house. Only there was no house. There was, in its place, a garden. It was circular in shape, and quite large. It took up the entire plot of Fugaku Uchiha's former home. The garden was lush, the grass green, and alive with flowers. The flowers were all varying shades of red, but predominantly roses. They covered the entire circular area save for a few small sections. It stepped down shallowly, the steps being roughly 10 feet each, until it reached the low point. The center was black concrete that formed a shallow pit. It was beautiful, it was serene, and it was solemn. It was a tribute to the Uchiha. A way to remember the past, while moving toward the future. It wasn't complete, but Naruto was proud of the progress regardless. After circling the tribute several times, he broke off in a tangent. Past the rows of houses that made up the district, and into the nearby forest. Deep into the trees, surrounded by life, he found an opening. It was only a 5-minute walk, but this area felt different. It felt alive. He'd chosen it specifically for this reason. Something had drawn him to it before he'd left the village, and so he had hand-selected it. In the clearing, there was a house. It was a fairly simple, 2-story build. Thick pillars of wood held up an outcropping that covered a porch. The porch, made of the same wood, wrapped around both sides of the house. He knew it would continue all the way around to the back. He was the one that had drawn up the plans, after all. Of course, he'd gone back and forth with Jiraiya and the builders, through letters sent by toads, over the plausibility of some of his ideas. Eventually he settled on simple. There was plenty of room for expansion, and he had plans for that too. For now, though, he was content to see that the structure was built, swallowed by the forest, yet with no trees encroaching on it. The house almost looked small, in its current form. The view, though, was large. The clearing wasn't a surrounding clearing. The trees opened up, but did not close again. Instead, a semicircle had seemingly been carved by nature. The round part led to the trees, the flat part to a drop-off. The house was settled safely away from it, but he knew at the bottom of it there would be a river. He could hear it now, if he stilled his breathing. Powerful and ever-flowing. Beyond the river, the land began to undulate in big rolling hills. The tops of trees, as far as the eye could see. If he stared long enough, and the breeze hit just right, it almost felt as if he were flying. He took the first step towards his new home, breathing deeply as he did so. Life had changed over the last 3 years, but it had changed for the better. Naruto stood in a clearing. It was a different one from the day before. This one didn't have a house, but instead, his favorite training ground. The Will of Fire monument sat to his back, behind 3 tree stumps. To his side, a small crowd had gathered. In front of him, there was nothing. He was well rested, though he had struggled to sleep. Tsunade had all but forced him to take some time off. He checked out the house, unfurnished save for a single bed and some toiletries. Then, he headed back to the center of the village. He browsed some shops, waving to people who had waved to him. Few as the number were, it made him smile a true, genuine smile. Others looked at him and whispered, some even pointed. That was nothing new, but something about the way they were doing it was different. He had an inkling of why, but could only chuckle to himself. He met up with Tucci and Iam, setting his new record for most ramen bowls eaten in a single sitting. He now held all the top 10 spots on their leaderboard. He had missed ramen badly, but he missed the people who served it more. He then had spent another hour tiddling about the village, taking it all in. Not much had changed, though Tsunade's face now was carved into the stone of the Hokage monument. Any repairs that weren't finished in the 6 months following the invasion were now complete, and weathered as if they were original. Finally, the time came for dinner. He was still somewhat full from the ramen, but that didn't matter to him. Once again, it was more about the people than the food. The 8 remaining from his class were meant to show up at an Akimichi family restaurant. His clones and he himself had seen to inviting them. Hinata was out of the village on mission apparently, which made him sad. Everybody else was in though, and that was good enough for now. He strolled through the doors, and was surprised to see them all waiting for him, plus a few stragglers. Team 9 was there too. He hadn't gotten a chance to really get to know them very well before he left, but it still made him smile. Of course he knew Niji well enough. The team looked calm in his vest, and less grumpy than normal. Tenten sat to his side in the aisle seat of the horseshoe booth, smiling. Rock Lee sat on his other side, waving his arms animatedly to Niji. Next to him sat Sakura, who was turned, talking to Ino. Beside her, Shikamaru had his forehead in his arms, pretending to sleep on the table. Choji sat next to him, munching on potato chips as per usual. Kiba and Shino rounded out their group. They noticed him, and more than one jaw dropped, but Naruto could only laugh. He'd always been on the shorter, scrawnier side. Hiruzen and genetics had seen fit to fix that. All in all, the night had filled his heart with joy as they laughed and joked and told stories. The only thing that could have made it better was if Hinata had been around. He was still mad at Tsunade for that, but he knew her value to the village better than anyone. That brought him to the present. Training Ground 3. The perfect training ground, in his opinion. Big open field, surrounded by trees, a small but deep pond off to the left. It had just about everything you could use in a fight. He glanced to the right again. Tsunade looked pissed, unsurprising considering Jiraya was late. Shizen stood next to her, holding a clipboard, taunting at her feet. Sakura stood next to her. She was in the same dress but with her leaf vest on. With her supposed medical skill, it was no wonder she was one of the first to make Tokujo. A few paces away, Kakashi stood lazily. Ika was in his hands, but Naruto was sure he didn't need the pages to be able to read it anymore. No, it was all a show. Kakashi was alert as ever. A small sword was strapped to his back though. That was new. Next to him, Yamato stood. The complete opposite of Kakashi, he was the poster boy for shinobi body language. His muscles relaxed but his senses rigid. Ready to move at any moment. Naruto suppressed a giggle. He had been so happy to see Yamato, but honestly, he needed to learn to relax just a touch. Hidden in the trees, Tsunade's Umbu guard watched over her. Naruto sensed Lizard up there, and suppressed another giggle. The poor Black Ops member was probably still trying to figure out when he and Hiruzen had switched out. Speaking of the old man, he came walking up the small incline that led to the viewing area. Konohamaru was hot on his heels. The boy, was he 12 already, caught sight of Naruto, and his eyes lit up like a lantern. He looked like he wanted to rush forward to talk to him, but Hiruzen laid his hand on Konohamaru's shoulder, stilling him. After, Naruto signed him. It was a basic hand sign. It could have meant later, or next, or even second. The context would tell what the best interpretation was. Konohamaru smiled and gave a big thumbs up. Not exactly standard shinobi communication, but the point came across just as well. Finally, a chakra presence entered his range. It was stoic, flat as a rock that had been polished. He couldn't get a read on it at all, save for its existence. Jiraiya was taking it seriously, it would seem. Good. He'd hate to win against an opponent that wasn't giving his all. So Granny, Naruto said, carefully tracking Jiraiya's location. Is this more of a let's see what level you're at or like a let's put on a good show in case there are spies situation? He crossed one arm, propping his other elbow on its wrist, letting his chin then rest on his fist. Or is it actually a let's see everything you got so I can properly know everything my most badass shinobi can do sort of test? Tsunade rolled her eyes, but he could tell by the slight flutter in her chakra that she was at least measurably excited. They all were, except Kakashi, who always locked his chakra down tight. Poor fellow. Naruto, the fifth Hokage said, rolling her eyes. You're a smarter kid than you let on. I think you can figure it out. Naruto sighed. Boring. True, he and Jiraiya would be a hazard to the village if they both went all out, especially if he used the fox. Still, he'd prefer to let loose just a little bit. He could settle for a combination of the three. He would have to keep a lid on his more unique techniques though, which he disliked, however smart it was. He nodded to her, eyes sharp. Without another moment's hesitation, a pair of hands wrapped around his ankles, ripping him down into the ground. A dust cloud appeared and then settled. Jiraiya was standing, looking proud of himself, while Naruto was buried up to his neck in the ground. Ho ho! Jiraiya hollered. Score 1 for the Toad Sage. He struck a pose for the audience. They were all highly trained or used to his antics, so the reaction was less than expected. Ahem, Naruto coughed, getting his attention. Didn't you see my new headband? Only 2 ninja alive wore a headband with small horns on them. Those headbands, given by the toads of Empty Maiboku, could not be bought. They had to be earned. Naruto wore his, attached to a blue band. There was a difference in the insignias on the headbands though. Hey! Jiraiya said. How come you got one that says Sage? I'm the Toad Sage. He looked a combination of flustered and irritated. 'Cause Gamamaru says I'm wiser than you already. Naruto shouted back, cackling hysterically. He had been waiting for this moment. What? No way. It'll be 100 years before you're as wise as me, brat. Why, I bet you don't even know what a woman's. Excuse me, Tsunade bellowed. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, everybody here to watch is actually quite busy. Not me, Kakashi chimed in without looking up from his book. You gave me the day off. Can it, Kakashi, or I'll send you on a C rank, Tsunade said. The copy ninja did not make another sound. In fact, he even held his breath. Oh please, Naruto said. You know Sara-sensei's rules. This fight started the moment I stepped onto this training ground. See, Jiraiya said. I'm winning already. He looked smug. Do you want to give him the bad news? Naruto asked, looking at Tsunade. Actually, Naruto, she said. It looks like he's right. Naruto looked around him, as if just noticing he was up to his neck in dirt for the first time. Oh, for God's sake. Neither of you noticed? Does anybody care about the real me anymore? And then he was gone in a blink, his shadow clone ceasing to exist without any sign of dispulsion. Jiraiya's body tensed up. What the? He was cut off by a blue wooden sandal planting firmly in his face. Dynamic entry! Naruto shouted, sending Jiraiya flying with his kick. Ha! Bushier brows would be so proud. He himself was cut off by Jiraiya slamming back into his torso, tackling him to the ground. The two rolled around, jockeying for leverage. Fists connected with faces, elbows smashed into ribs, but the loudest sound were their voices. Jiraiya punched Naruto in the gut, whining him for a second. You brat! You were supposed to check in weekly and the best we can get is maybe once a month? Naruto got Jiraiya in a headlock. You know Kichi won't deliver messages without snacks, and the old man barely gave me leave to buy any. Jiraiya swung his elbow wildly, finally connecting with Naruto's ribs. He rolled away, coming to a crouch. That's no excuse. You could have used another toad. He threw a haymaker at Naruto's head. The teen caught the punch, but wasn't powerful enough to stop it. Instead, he deflected it to the side, letting Jiraiya's momentum carry through, and stepped forward himself. Sparks flew as Naruto headbutted Jiraiya, their forehead metals clashing loudly. They both stumbled back, stunned. And what? Let Kichi know I was using another toad for it. You know how he gets it, Naruto said, shaking off the daze. His long blonde hair whipped around. Jiraiya chuckled. Yeah, he is kind of a tadpole, isn't he? Less than you are, but yes. His tone trailed off, the joking coming to an end. There was a long pause as Jiraiya looked him up and down. You look just like him, the toad sage said. I know, Naruto whispered. The corner of his lip upturned, his expression was melancholic. You fight like her. That's what Gigi says, Naruto replied. But I don't see it. Probably because of that wild mane growing in your eyes, Jiraiya said. Has that thing been cut? I think I saw a bird nesting there. It's been trimmed, Naruto huffed. And it's still cleaner than yours, plus I can do the full shield. Really? Jiraiya asked, excited. Yeah, come on, throw a kunai at me. Jiraiya whipped one out from who knows where, and flung it full speed from no more than a few paces away. Watching from the side, Sakura could barely even see the flash of metal. It clanged off something hard, and she saw what appeared to be a fluffy, spiky something. It was a familiar yellow and appeared to be wrapped around Naruto. Quickly but smoothly, the thing unwound itself from around him, curling like a dragon back up into his head. In a second he looked just as he had before. It was freaky. Whoa, nice moves, kid, Jiraiya said, smiling proudly. What else you got? Boys, Tsunade yelled. She had a green glow to her hand, holding it to her temple. Either she was curing a hangover or a migraine that they'd caused. Probably both. Can we please get to it? I've still got 6 meetings before lunch, not to mention a surgery scheduled in an hour. Naruto and Jiraiya had snapped around to look at Tsunade, and were slowly shying away from her. At any moment, one of them was liable to make a run for it. Naruto finally stood his ground. What the hell do you think we're doing, Granny? This doesn't look like a fight to you. Tsunade let out a depressive sigh. It's supposed to be a spar between two, not a street fight between two idiots, or a measuring competition. Technically, Naruto replied. I'm only a special jonin, which kinda means it's a spar between 1.5. Tsunade's glare cut him off. Right, Naruto said quickly. He patted around his body, as if looking for something. He seemed to realize whatever he was looking for wasn't actually there, and instead pulled out a kunai. The kunai seemed to come from a storage seal, the telltale sign of smoke obscuring it for a second. In the same motion that he palmed it, he whipped it at Jiraiya. As the kunai flew, Naruto crossed his fingers in front of him in the hand sign of his signature. 2 shadow clones peeled off him seamlessly, as if splitting from his body. One flanked right, the other flanked left. Jiraiya deflected the kunai into the ground with a chakra-enhanced hand, all the while keeping Naruto in his line of sight. He clocked the clones both flanking him, leaving the original to attack head-on. It was a classic maneuver when fighting 3 ninja at once. Jiraiya had faced it many times, though usually from an entire squad instead of a single boy. He took a half-step back with his right foot, flashing through signs. Crouching quickly, he pressed his palms and chakra into the earth, forcing his will into it. A wall, 1 foot thick and more than several feet high, rose to his right. The half-step back allowed him to place it at an angle, cutting off the clone to the right, but not his line of sight on the original. Naruto was a weasel when he wanted to be. Losing sight of him was the worst thing Jiraiya could do. Jiraiya placed a palm into the wall, using it as leverage to throw a powerful kick at the clone coming from the left. The clone slipped it and caught his leg with both hands. Jiraiya was surprised, but he knew well enough not to underestimate Naruto. He was, however, in trouble. Gold chain snaked around his left leg. He could feel it disrupting his chakra. It was an impressive feat, though again, Jiraiya knew to expect it. If there was one chakra that could overwhelm his own, it was Naruto's. Jiraiya calmly let the clone pull on the chain. He used the momentum that it created to swipe the kunai he'd originally blocked from its spot on the ground. He wrist-flicked it at the clone, catching it in the stomach. The clone blinked from existence. It was extremely unsettling seeing a shadow clone dispel without any sort of smoke. Even the best ninja loaded just a touch more chakra into them than necessary, causing a cloud of it. The amount of repetitions, and therefore time, it took to truly perfect the just wasn't worth it, or even possible, unless of course, the repetitions you were doing were the side effect of other training. And you had the chakra to make thousands a day. Only Naruto. Jiraiya rushed the original, hoping to put enough pressure on him that his clone would be forced into a vulnerable position where he could even the odds. The gap closed in the blink of an eye. There was a small shockwave-like resonance as the two collided with forearms crossed, locked in a stalemate. Jiraiya used his considerable size advantage to bear down, leaning his full strength into it. Naruto quickly began to fold under the pressure of the larger ninja, but didn't look too stressed. In fact, was that a smirk? The original blinked out of existence, throwing Jiraiya heavily off balance as the force resisting him was suddenly gone. They stumbled forward, nearly falling down. An unconscious application of chakra kept him on his feet. If that had been a clone, then the one who had split off to his right had been the original? How much chakra control did that require? Even as Jiraiya pondered this, he was turning to locate Naruto. He knew that now that he'd lost sight of his apprentice, the next one he encountered would likely be a clone too. His eyes registered the shock of blonde hair first. Or rather, the 3 shocks of blonde hair. More clones. Jiraiya didn't have time to pout about it though, as one of the 3 was already soaring in the air. Jiraiya didn't catch any hand signs, but the water dragon that appeared in the air signified that there must have been some. The dragon wasn't what Jiraiya expected. After 3 years training, he thought Naruto would be summoning massive that blotted out the sun. Surely he was capable of that, but this one was even smaller than the last one he'd seen him make years ago. It was powerful though. It hummed with chakra that made the water on its surface ripple. The water it was made out of was dense, and constantly moving. The rush of it nearly drowned out the sounds of the entire village to Jiraiya's back. He quickly moved to the left trying to get out of its area of attack, finally having gained full balance. The head of the dragon snapped around, tracking him easily. That was a problem. The only sign before it attacked was its head rearing back, like a serpent coiling to strike. Jiraiya had no choice but to wrap himself in his chakra-hardened hair, creating a shield that would take the brunt of the force. The dragon slammed into him, and he strained to uphold his. He felt himself tip over backwards, the force of the too strong for him to safely hold his ground. He rolled a few times before feeling himself slow. He released his, timing it so he could turn his tumble into a flip, giving himself ground to work with and fresh footing. He leveled his eyes, searching. Nobody was there. The moment Jiraiya had erected his mud wall, Naruto had swapped himself out, quickly finding a sturdy, thick branch. He sat there cross-legged now, calmly inhaling and exhaling slowly. The 2 clones, and the one he'd originally swapped with, finally dispelled. Not even a smirk reached his lips. He was meditating, drawing upon the chakra that permeated the world around him. There was no real reason for it other than he felt it cleared his head before a fight. That and he knew the clones would piss Jiraiya off. He didn't leave his guardian long. Slowly uncoiling himself, he dropped to the ground. He moved with a purpose back to the opening of the training ground. He may not be a master of sage mode yet, but the meditation and small influx of nature chakra certainly put him in a completely different mentality. Any chakra he had absorbed was already out of his system. He wasn't trying to hold it, just use it to lock him in. There was a serenity that came with letting it through his coils. A weight lifted off his shoulders, and he moved lighter than ever. Jiraiya entered his focus as he saw the man catch sight of him. The older ninja dropped into a stance. Naruto withdrew a sword from a previously hidden seal on his hand, a rather useful technique, he thought. He continued striding towards Jiraiya, not hastening his pace. Patience was key when fighting a strong opponent. Jiraiya would be looking for him to make a mistake, so Naruto wouldn't give him one. Jiraiya didn't move. Like a boulder in the middle of a busy river, he held his ground. Naruto stayed within himself, swinging in a cross slash that was meant to get Jiraiya to jump back, get him moving. Jiraiya obliged and Naruto advanced, sword in both hands. It was wooden, a gift from Yamato. That didn't mean it wasn't dangerous, though. Naruto swiped at Jiraiya again, and again advanced a step. He went for a third slash, and Jiraiya flicked his hair around, using it as a more makeshift version of the earlier he'd used. The wood met the hardened hair, making a hard thump sound. Naruto smiled. A whirring sound sliced through the air. Jiraiya immediately leapt away, locks of white hair floating in his wake. He looked mad, though Naruto knew it wasn't because of the fact that wind chakra was deadly, but because Jiraiya thought the ladies loved his hair. Naruto took a hard step towards Jiraiya, not wanting to lose his aggressive advantage. He brought the sword overhead, slashing hard and quickly channeling chakra. A blade of wind came off the sword, traveling across the ground at a downward plane. Jiraiya stepped on it, letting it slam into the ground, tearing up the earth. Even as he did so, Naruto was pivoting around his momentum, moving as if he were going to replicate the. Instead, as he brought it overhead and down, he let the sword go, throwing it at Jiraiya. Wind whirred around it as it became a deadly streaking missile. This time, Jiraiya had to dive out of the way, rolling and coming up in a defensive stance. The 3-foot-long sword buried itself up to its hilt in the dirt. Jiraiya took a large, but even breath. 3 chakra natures so far, huh? That's not particularly new. What was the earth chakra for? I sensed it but didn't see it. Naruto smiled, tapping his forearm. Shield for the clone. They're much more durable than they used to be, but they can't take a blow like that without something to take the brunt of it. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully. Some storage techniques too, they're not new. Neither is the water dragon, though it was impressive. How the hell do you do that with your clones? Naruto grinned this time. I stole it from Yamato-sensei. At first it was just a chakra exercise because it looked cool, but then I got really good at it, and it turned into a misdirection. Jiraiya nodded again. All old tricks, though I'm glad to see you're mastering them. I figured the old man would teach you something new, he said, goading Naruto. Naruto's grin turned evil. You want something new? I can do something new. The conversation ended, as Naruto summoned chakra. His mind was clear, and the conditions were optimal. Now was as good a time as any to give it a shot. His face stayed relaxed, but his eyes showed the extreme concentration he was using. The chakra flowed through him lightly. He pictured what he wanted, following Gigi's instructions clearly. He made 7 consecutive hand signs, his eyes closed. He wasn't worried about Jiraiya attacking. He knew the man would be too curious to interrupt. That and Naruto had clones in the tree line, ready to protect him. Genjutsu, he whispered to himself. Hidden in the leaves. He knew what Jiraiya would, hopefully, be experiencing. It was Gigi's, passed down to him by the Hokages before him. It was just a B rank, but it used a lot of chakra which made it optimal for him to use. Sarutobi had used it on him, and Naruto had smiled, as they hadn't been fighting. Jiraiya was caught. Naruto could feel it like a string pulled, almost like a fish had taken the bait. They would see swirling leaves circling Naruto. They would continue to multiply as they spun around him like a tornado. Then they would stop, settling as fast as they had appeared, but Naruto would be gone. They had a few uses. He could escape, he could move to a favorable attack position. He could even use another. Jiraiya gave it a quick 3 count, then dispelled the. He was truly surprised that Naruto could do even a C rank. It wasn't nearly strong enough to hold him, but he'd been curious. Nothing changed save for the leaves on the ground shimmering away, and Naruto shimmering back into sight. He hadn't moved. Maybe it had taken him too much concentration to do anything else? A slight shift in the sound of the wind alerted him to the attack from above. Naruto, or more likely a clone, was coming down on him from high in the sky, closing fast. Jiraiya had time to form a hand sign and exhale, spitting a small fire up at the falling blonde. As soon as they connected, it exploded. Fire rained down on Jiraiya, and he was forced to use a water to keep himself from getting burned. When he released it, Naruto was cackling out loud. Toad oil? Jiraiya asked. Naruto nodded. It wasn't a new, but using it with the certainly was. He just thought it hilarious that Jiraiya had been on fire. Damn brat. Jiraiya mumbled to himself. He was impressed though, as he was certain Naruto wasn't showcasing anywhere near his full power. Tsunade, Jiraiya said, turning to his former teammate. Anything else you'd like to see? Tsunade looked at the clipboard Shizun was carrying. Some Fuinjutsu would be great, and of course I'd like to see him play some defense. Jiraiya nodded, cracking his neck. In the past, that would make Naruto quiver in fear, though he'd try and hide it. Today, Naruto grinned, and settled into his default stance, favoring speed and avoiding blows. Jiraiya took off like a bullet, trying to catch the teen by surprise. That was not meant to be, as Naruto rotated away from the first punch. Jiraiya threw another punch. And another. He wasn't throwing haymakers as he had earlier. He kept his balance, throwing stunning blows, trying to gain an advantage. He was going with a standard combo, 5 punches that were balanced, then a feint that would give him an opening. He threw the 5th punch, which Naruto ducked. Jiraiya planted his right foot as if he was going to kick. Naruto stepped back just a little too quickly, and Jiraiya had him. Jiraiya used his planted foot for power, and lunged at Naruto, fist aimed for his face. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he realized he was in trouble. He didn't take the punch though. In a feat of youthful flexibility and strength, Naruto bent backwards, hands touching the ground forming a bridge. The punch passed over him, but Jiraiya didn't overextend. The teen's stomach was bared as his clothing stretched up. His lightly tanned skin is about to bear the sign of a wooden geta being dropped onto it. At the height of Jiraiya's leg kick, right as he brought it screaming down, Naruto pushed off. His left hand left the ground, his stronger one holding him up. The left middle finger crossed behind the index finger and pointed horizontally, forming a hand sign Jiraiya hadn't seen before. It almost looked like a tiny one-handed cross. A shadow clone appeared, already in a half-crouch and moving into a hand sign of its own. Its hair hardened and it extended, creating pointy spikes ready for Jiraiya to impale his calf upon. Jiraiya aborted the kick at the last second, pulling out of it and slamming his foot into the earth instead. Dust flew into the sky, blocking everybody's view. When it cleared, 3 Narutos stood crouched. There was a wicked grin on his face. Proud of him as he was, Jiraiya didn't like it. The competitive drive in him wanted to wipe that look off his face. 3 hand signs and a massive inhale, chest expanding. Churning his chakra into fire, then willing it to follow his commands. He spit it out. Nearly white-hot flame bombs flew from his mouth, screaming towards Naruto. The boy calmly dropped to a knee, hands fluidly running through signs of his own. He placed both palms down, calling forth a mud wall that had to be at least 3 feet thick and 15 feet wide. The first bomb struck, shaking the very ground with its impact. The second one struck soon after, denting the wall and sending spider-web cracks throughout it. Jiraiya smiled. The third one was the most powerful. A Sarutobi trick. Lull them into thinking they know what's coming, then overwhelm them. His smile faded as the cracks quickly melded, the dent filling in. The little shit was continuously pumping chakra into it. His mud wall wasn't that large, but that would steal a massive reserve of chakra to constantly re-up it. Probably the same amount as creating 5 identical walls. The third flame bomb slammed into the wall, exploding as it did so. The wall cracked again, and shattered in large pieces, falling back onto Naruto. Of course, the boy easily dodged the falling chunks of earth. His clones were gone, probably using the rest of their chakra to feed the mud wall. Naruto dropped into a stance again, holding up a hand and waggling it at Jiraiya. The elder Toad Sage was happy to oblige. He charged Naruto again, engaging him in hand-to-hand combat. Jiraiya was a little disappointed in his quickness, but nevertheless, wasn't able to catch any clean blows. They both fought furiously, either able to gain ground on the other. Sweat dripped off them as they worked harder and harder to gain an advantage. Finally, Jiraiya saw an opening. He locked his hands into a single sign. It was his fastest technique, and the range they were at was nearly nothing. Naruto hadn't even made a mistake, he'd simply stepped far enough back for Jiraiya to use it. The needle Jizo flew from Jiraiya's hair, sharp white speeding towards Naruto. He hadn't particularly aimed for anywhere vital, but that was extremely hard to be precise with. Only the fact that he knew Naruto could survive blows that could kill most allowed him the peace of mind to use it. That, and he knew it would hurt like hell when it hit. Naruto didn't have time for and Jiraiya watched him as he knew he would have to resort to protecting vital spots. Naruto did not do that. For a fraction of a second, Jiraiya was worried. Worried Naruto had frozen in danger, and that a spike would take him in the eye, or hit him in the heart just right, and it would be something he couldn't fully heal from. Any parent would feel that way. The feeling passed as Naruto, unpredictable as ever, seemed to flex all the muscles in his body at once. Was he really trying to out-tough the? But no, he was outmaneuvering it, once again. As the needles approached within a foot, they were driven back forcefully by a shimmering bubble that seemed to surround the teen. Jiraiya wanted to gape, as that had crippled stronger ninja many a time before. Naruto wouldn't allow him the time. He pressed the attack on Jiraiya, the shimmering air forcing him back. Kunai and other blades whipped out at him as he dodged each one quickly. Shadow clones formed and threw their own blades, and soon, Jiraiya was forced to leap back. He used a great fireball to take down some of the projectiles, and force Naruto back, but the boy pushed through the fire, his wind somehow holding up despite the fire chucker's natural advantage. Jiraiya was forced to use his hair defense once more, letting the metal weapons plink off it. That is, until everything went dark. Not literally dark, though there wasn't much light inside of the dark, and that his chakra system was no longer a light inside of him. It was completely suppressed, not a spark left that he could feel access. Shut down. His hair receded, letting the sunlight back in. Naruto strode lazily toward him. In Jiraiya's peripheral vision, he could see black lines leading from a few clones towards him. The uniform spacing told him that there would likely be a total of 8. Naruto grinned. 8 trigrams, full suppression complete. What do you think, Granny? Good enough Fuinjutsu? Jiraiya almost would have smiled if he could have moved his body. He was trapped. Well, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked. Can you break it? Jiraiya couldn't respond, so Naruto did for him. He can't speak, that completely immobilizes both the chakra and nervous system. Naruto smirked for a few seconds before realizing he should let Jiraiya out of it. Oh, right. He signaled to the clones, who let their chakra recede from the, releasing Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Tsunade asked again. He's right. I maybe could have broken it, but not without putting bystanders in danger. He didn't say that lightly, despite knowing there were at least 5 current or former Anbu on the grounds. Not to mention the Hokage and her apprentices. Tsunade nodded, and Shizen made a mark on her clipboard. She handed it to the Hokage, who hummed as she skimmed through it. Not bad, Naruto. Your sealing ability is top of the line, your elemental is strong, your clone usage is enviable, and you even used A. You scored just about full marks for combat as far as I can figure. I would say you passed, though your speed left a little something to be desired. Oh, the speed you want? Naruto asked, that devious look on his face that he only got when he was about to do something that would surprise everybody. Why don't you try this on for size? He walked deliberately towards Jiraiya and calmly laid a hand on the man's shoulder, taking a deep breath. Then, he turned towards Tsunade and winked. They both disappeared. It was nearly identical to how his shadow clones dispelled, except Jiraiya went with him. Tsunade turned to Kakashi, whose book had fallen to the ground. Was that? Kakashi didn't respond. He leaned over robotically, picked up his book, shrugged, and went back to reading. She knew he was frazzled though. For a long time, nobody said a word. Well, Sakura said. They don't call him the most unpredictable ninja for nothing, I guess. I mean, he did just beat Jiraiya, right? The remaining clone of Naruto said. The others had run off to do who knows what. He was taking it easy on me for the most part. Just put me through the paces so Tsunade could see some results. And how do you think you did, Naruto? Tsunade asked. She supposed the debrief with a clone was better than no debrief at all. Well, I didn't really use any of my new, but hopefully well enough that I can move up from those godforsaken C ranks that you keep sending me on. I mean, come on, Granny, you know I'm better than that, Naruto said. Yes, I'm sure we can send you on some more difficult missions now, though you'll still have a full job in there to captain them or observe your leadership. I'm not happy with the reports you and Herzlin sent in. You barely indicated anything beyond where you were headed next. Yeah, about that hee, Naruto said, scratching at the back of his head uncomfortably. Please, Tsunade said. Do not tell me that you lied to your Hokage in official reports. She looked exasperated. Well, we weren't so much lying as throwing off our scent. Gigi was worried that spies might get a hold of the information somehow. Nobody knows the information infrastructure of the village better than him, after all, Naruto said. Be that as it may, Tsunade said, a vein beginning to bulge in her forehead. Honestly, Naruto was just impressed she hadn't slugged him yet. I am the Hokage, his as well as yours. Neither of you have the right or power to go rogue like that, am I clear? Naruto nodded, not really afraid of her, given the fact that he wasn't flesh and blood. Yes, ma'am. Would it make you feel better to punch me? I can even make myself explode? In response, Tsunade snapped her fist out so fast, nobody saw it coming. Except the clone, who slipped it, cackling at her. Haha. Too slow, Gran. The second punch, much faster, connected, popping the clone's head. He's right, that did make me feel better, Tsunade said. She spun on her heels, striding off to prepare for surgery. For the purposes of this story, and I think I've said this or something similar before, any sort of scrawled text with chakra that does something is a seal. You can consider something like the Haracian to have the sealed into the formula, and that's how it works. I know there's some contention about that, but it makes it much easier to write. Deep in the woods of the area once known as the Uchiha Lands, a man and a teen seemed to materialize out of nowhere in the living room of a humble home. It was not a slow materialization, barely a build-up of chakra heralded their arrival, before they just seemed to exist. Jiraya had long since gotten used to the teleportation of the Haracian. Minato had used it with him enough times, after all. This time, though, he stumbled coming out of it. He was caught off guard. Naruto was extremely intelligent, even if it often showed up in abnormal ways. The Flying Thunder God technique, though, was something entirely different. The second Hokage had needed a lifetime of experience and studying to create it. Minato, the prodigy amongst prodigies, spent years learning it, and a few more refining it. And now, Naruto could use it. One of 3 ever. That was Jiraiya trailed off. Yeah, Naruto said, a serene smile on his face. Yeah, it was. How did you? When did you? Naruto chuckled. I don't think I knew it, but it started the first day you taught me about Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya's face showed curiosity, so Naruto continued. It always piqued my interest. Let's say it was something I was born with. The inside joke about the 9 tails sealed within him, as well as his heritage, caused them to share a short laugh. Then, when you told me about my parents, well, it felt like the best way to connect with them. To feel what they felt. To learn and do what they did. Jiraiya exhaled, nodding sagely. He was content to let Naruto speak and work through his thoughts. And the stories about the Third Great Ninja War, and the Haracian, well, I started poring over everything I could. And that was even before the Chunin exams, before everything went wrong. Naruto's face darkened. I realized I needed to get stronger, but no matter how strong I was, or how many I learned, somebody would always be stronger, somebody would always have a special, something unbeatable, he grinned. So I thought, maybe I need to be the one with the unbeatable. I figured out the sensing aspect of it just before I left. It's actually on that neat little armband you all got. Really? Jiraiya said, turning his arm over, looking at the red band. The Uzumaki symbol didn't particularly look like a seal, but that didn't mean much. Well, you came around to it differently than your father, but you came around to it nonetheless. Jiraiya said, smiling. The 9 tails just wasn't enough of a trump card for you, huh? Naruto snorted. Training with it hasn't been going well, huh? Jiraiya asked. They finally moved to sit down in the living room of Naruto's home. His clones had decorated it sparsely during his first day back, while he was out to dinner with his friends. It wasn't special, nor did it quite feel like a home. It was livable though, and for now, that was enough. That's an understatement. I thought I'd have it mastered by now, Naruto said. Jiraiya snorted at that. Naruto ignored him. It's not really something that can be done with my clones though, besides general chakra control and meditating. You've already mastered more than any the Leaf has ever had, Jiraiya said. 2 clones of Naruto materialized with barely a movement of his fingers, running off to the kitchen. Jiraiya observed, but ignored it. You're in unheralded territory. You should be proud. Naruto sighed. It's not enough though. It just isn't. I need to master all its chakra. Not just a third or a half. The Flying Thunder God is a good thing to have until you do though. Your father was, dare I say it, unbeatable with it. Naruto shook his head, long blonde hair flowing with the movement. I don't have mastery of it yet. It's the hardest I've ever had to learn. Harder than using the fox's chakra. I can't use it in battle yet, only for travel. Jiraya pondered this, a sagely look on his face. I don't recall Minato complaining about this, but then again, I didn't know he was even working on it until he had it mastered. What's the roadblock? It's quite a bit more than just some and channeling chakra. First, I mentally have to be in two places at once, then I have to completely cease to exist in the place that I'm at. You have to be so calm to do that when your body is in danger. It's counterintuitive. I don't know how my dad did it, to be honest, Naruto said, groaning over long-healed scars. And keeping track of all the tags and the sensory information is really hard to get down. I just don't think it was meant to be for me, honestly. From what you've told me, things just naturally worked for my dad. Jiraiya nodded. It made sense, all things considered. Kid, nothing really has ever been easy for you, and I think the shadow clone might be the only thing that was ever truly made for you. Can't they help with it? Naruto shook his head again. They can't do it yet. I think it's too hard on the nervous system, or maybe trying to cease to exist causes them to dispel. Either way, they always pop before being able to teleport. That's why I worked so hard on the blink. The blink? Jiraiya asked. A clone handed him a cup of tea, to which he nodded to it, gratefully. When my clone dispels. No chakra smoke is a bear to get down, but it makes it look like it's teleporting. As if to illustrate his point, the clones disappeared. Naruto was right though, they looked the same as the Hiraishin as far as Jiraiya could tell. I'm hoping it will cause enough confusion that they think it's teleported, and I can end the fight before they figure it out. Naruto took a sip of his tea. It seemed Hiruzen didn't keep his training too, as Naruto's manners were impeccable. Not that Jiraiya would care, but it would be good to have in his back pocket. It's a sound idea, Jiraiya said. Worst case scenario, you can get yourself and your teammates out of there if you're overwhelmed. Can you take more than one person? Naruto nodded. Anything that my chakra or I touch can be teleported. I can even take a clone with me, it just can't go by itself. Objects? Naruto smiled. Those aren't so complicated. I'm working on a little something. It's not ready to show off yet though. Jiraiya grinned. Ever creative, the little brat was. So, Jiraiya said, after a few breaths. You told me about Hiraishin and the 9 tails. How about you brief me on the rest of what you learned? Jiraiya looked at him, proud. He got irritated when he came to the headband though. And tell me how the hell you got them to give you that headband. Naruto cackled. Neji Hyuga was training in the Hyuga private grounds. He was away from the prying eyes of nobody really. The entire village wasn't large enough to escape the strongest in his clan, but at least they were out of his immediate range. It's not that he hated them, not anymore at least. Lee had opened his eyes. Born without the external use of chakra was more of a prison than the seal on Neji's forehead. Lee shouldered his burden with a much too loud joy. Hinata, too, had proved him wrong. He thought her weak, incapable of change. He didn't think she'd ever amount to anything. Wrong again. He struck a post with a calm fury, splintering it. No, Neji wasn't out here for any reason other than the fact that he preferred to train in silence when he wasn't with his team. There was so little of it when he was, after all. Today, however, it wasn't meant to be. A beacon of dense chakra entered his line of sight. Training like this, he could see about 50 meters in all directions. He could easily expand that much further, but he preferred to keep it smaller. It used less chakra and there was less sensory input for him to deal with. Besides, very few techniques could be launched from farther than that, and even if it was, he'd still have 50 meters of travel time to dodge it. The chakra was warm. No, hot, even to a sense of sight. It was powerful, but much calmer than the last time he'd seen it. It was no longer agitated, buzzing around and begging to be set free. Instead, it flowed, like a river that raged below a calm surface, threatening to sweep you under if you just set foot in it. The threat wasn't real though, not from this man. The only thing Naruto Uzumaki would likely give him were a few bruised muscles and perhaps a bruised ego too. Neji completed the footwork of his maneuver, lashing out with palms strike like a viper, striking the wooden dummy in the chest. It shattered, nothing left but wood chips. Naruto whistled. How had he gotten there? Neji had focused his chakra and mind on the dummy for an instant, and Naruto had gone from the edges of his periphery to right next to him. He hadn't seen it. Packing some punch there, Niji, Naruto said. He put his hand over his navel. I can't even imagine what that would do to my organs. You would heal, I'm sure, Niji said. He used to be a stick in the mud. He still was, clearly, but there was less irritation in his tone. Well, yeah, that doesn't mean it would feel good. It might even knock me out, Naruto said. Perhaps we could perform some tests? Niji asked. Naruto could swear that there was the faintest sign of a smirk on the Hyuga's face. Niji, was that, did you just make a joke? Is Naruto Uzumaki tongue-tied? I never thought I would see the day. Holy shinobi, did you just make 2 jokes? Naruto said. He was getting excited. I wouldn't expect someone with hair as light as yours to be able to comprehend that. Ha! Naruto busted out laughing. Your trash talk definitely needs some work, but I love it. I am gonna have to kick your ass for it, though. I would like to see you try, Niji said. I'm glad you've returned to the village, though. Most of my sparring partners can't keep up. Well, if you're going at them like you do that doll, I can see why. Naruto held up both hands, crossing them. A clone materialized next to him, and ran over to another wooden dummy. Do you go through these things a lot? He asked as the clone dragged it over. They are not as strong as I would like. Either destroy them or don't get proper training. Niji saw Naruto nod. The clone laid down the wooden dummy, and Naruto made 5 more clones. They each laid both hands on it, moving them sporadically. Niji's Byakugan showed him that they were leaving small seals all over it. It wasn't Naruto's normal ink, though. This was pure chakra, writing it into the wood as it was created. A much more efficient process. Quicker, too. In under a minute, they were done and the clones dispelled without a hint of smoke. Niji never should have doubted that Naruto would surprise him somehow. The real Naruto laid a hand on the chest of the dummy, a much larger seal inscribing. Niji didn't know much of the art, but this one seemed obvious enough. Naruto picked the wood target back up, letting it balance upright. Alright, try and splinter it, Naruto said. Niji flowed into a stance, graceful as ever. He gave it a medium strike. The wood barely moved. Minutes ago that had sheared off a decent-sized chunk. Niji struck it harder. The dummy rocked, but didn't break. His eyes sharpened as he focused on it, going through the same maneuver as earlier. He lashed out again, striking it right over the seal, pushing extra chakra into it. The dummy knocked over harshly, but didn't break. Niji was amazed. Naruto frowned. I didn't consider that the concrete wouldn't be enough to hold it up. I'll have to fix that. Now try focusing on the smaller seals, he said. A look of consternation wrinkled his brow. Niji looked quizzically at him, but did as he was told. He focused on a smaller seal on the dummy's shoulder. He could see a faint glow. He narrowed his eyes some more. In the center of the seal, a little pin prick glowed. Almost like a... You've given it? How? Niji said, amazed. It's a simple enough thing, once you know where to put them. It's not perfect, you have to charge it up by putting chakra into the larger seal first, then they output the chakra just like a real wood. You probably charged it enough for a day if I had to guess, it's pretty light on usage. Naruto grinned. That's not even the best part though. The pause for dramatic effect is wasted on me, Naruto. Niji said, pointedly not changing his facial expression. A dramatic pause is never wasted, Naruto declared, finger in the fair. But go ahead and try and close one of the tankets off. Niji did as he was asked, using a 2-finger strike on the same shoulder. The seal flashed red, before turning back to black. Most importantly, the chakra it was emitting was cut off. It actually shut off, Niji said. Well, it's not quite the same, but I figured it would be good training. The target of the seal and the chakra emission can be made larger too, you know, for training newer members, Naruto said. Tell Hayashi I can make as many as needed, free of charge of course. A gift from the Uzumaki. Naruto bowed in what Niji could only describe as perfect form. It looked odd, knowing him as he did. Wait, I came here to meet with him actually, so I'll just tell him myself. Naruto smiled dumbly. There was the blonde that Niji knew. Niji smiled, and returned the bow, as was only proper. That's very kind of you, Naruto-san. He stiffened his posture back to straight, gracefully. Are you here to ask about Hinata? She is away on a mission. Naruto smiled. Nah, I know she is, Granny Tsunade told me. Niji's face frowned at the flippant mention of the village's leader. Naruto's smile got wider. Actually, if you could tell me where she was headed, that would be a big help. Her mission is classified. I could not reveal to you its details, even if I knew of them, Niji said. Naruto nodded politely enough, before beginning to turn towards the main part of the compound. Well, I gotta get going, Niji. Lots of people to catch up with. Spar soon though, huh? I might even let you win. Niji smiled as Naruto turned to leap away. Hinata did pack a coat though, Naruto. Odd that she'd do that when it's so warm in the land of fire right now, don't you think? Perhaps she was feeling under the weather. You'll have to get her some ramen when she gets back, and then, perhaps we can spar. Naruto smiled with his back turned. Niji was always a good one, he just had to have the stick up his butt removed before he could act like it. Naruto turned his head. Thanks, Niji. And congrats again on being the first to make it to Jonin. He winked, and leapt away. Shikamaru and Nara laid under a tree, shade doing just enough to protect him from the heat of the sun. Not that he wouldn't lay in it regardless. Shadows were like home to Nara. He opened his eyes, lazily dragging them across the clouds. So peaceful it was. He could lay there forever. He blinked again, his eyes staying shut for a count, or 10. Who knows? Who cares? When he opened them again, the peaceful feeling was over. It was replaced by a sense of foreboding and a person laying next to him. In the shadow, he could use his chakra to feel them out. He groaned inwardly. His peace could never last. Always the blondes. He shut his eyes, keeping them closed. His count made it to 30. You know I can tell you're awake, Shika, Naruto said. Shikamaru took a few slow breaths, content to take his time. There were no threats beyond the one on his peace of mind. Your patience has improved. Half a minute has to be a new personal best for you. Heh, I figured I'd watch the clouds with you for a minute. There aren't any missions for me at the moment, so I'm just running errands until there is, Naruto said. His arms were crossed behind his head, one ankle over the other. I can see why you like this though. It's so peaceful. I wish I were a cloud, Shikamaru said. Naruto chuckled. Shikamaru ignored him. They don't have a schedule, they don't have to plan, they don't have to worry about upsetting anybody, they just drift wherever the wind takes them. Don't tell me there's trouble in paradise, Naruto said. He was grinning ear to ear. I have to run the next exams, in conjunction with the sand. So troublesome. Naruto broke into laughter. Sure, Shikamaru said. Make fun of my plight. I can't think of a job that you'd be better suited for. Shikamaru inhaled, about to speak. Being a cloud isn't a job, Shika, Naruto said. Shikamaru smirked. If it was tough, I'd be the best at it. I don't know, I think your old man might have something to say about that, Naruto said. He pointed to another tree on the other side of the yard, where Shikaka was apparently taking a nap. TCH, he doesn't even know the best spot in the yard to take a nap. Shikamaru looked genuinely slighted. A force unseen pushed on Shikamaru, rolling him gently away from Naruto. No, Shikaka called, not bothering to open his eyes. His shadow retracted back to his body. My lazy son just happened to take the good spot before I could get there. You snooze, you lose, Shikamaru drawled, standing up and brushing himself up. Quite proactive of you. I think Naruto might be right. He peeked an eye open at Naruto, who was also standing now. For some reason Naruto knew that small movement was Shikaka's way of welcoming him back. I'd be a much better cloud. You work far too hard at being lazy. I'm a natural. Naruto laughed as Shikamaru grumbled. Well, Naruto said before either of the Nara could doze off again. I came here to speak with Shikaku, but we might as well play a game of shogi now that you're up, right, Shika? Yeah, might as well. I haven't had a good game in a while. Have you gotten any better? The first rule of playing is not to give anything away unnecessarily, Naruto said. You realize just by saying that you're revealing that you've improved. Or did I just learn that one line to throw you off, making you think I've improved when I really haven't? How would that help you? Shikamura said. Because you wouldn't think I was better than I am, therefore throwing you off. But I would try harder then, and you wouldn't be as good, Shikamura said, face flat. Exactly, Naruto said, a smile on his face. Shikamura stared him dead in the eye, but the blonde didn't flinch. Troublesome, Shikamura muttered, turning to lead him onto the deck where the nearest board lay. As Naruto moved to follow him, a shadow clone peeled off him, hanging back to speak with the Nara clan head. Nifty trick you got there, Shikaka said. My sensei's a nifty guy, Naruto said, well aware that any time one talked to Shikaku, the entire conversation would be a verbal spar. The half-lidded eyes wouldn't fool him. Shikaku was always testing everybody, even those he considered friends. The shadow clone is an excellent technique, Shikaka said. Fitting that its best user is friends with the Nara clan. Shinobi have always operated within the shadows, but it's better to use them than to get lost in them. They're a valuable resource. Shikaku's eyes narrowed minutely. One you've learned to harness, I suspect? Naruto nodded. Amongst many resources? Shikaku's eyes scanned over him, taking in his outfit, his hair, his eyes. Naruto knew both from experience that just because Shikaku and Nara were friends didn't mean he wouldn't face the Jonin's scrutiny. Naruto kept himself perfectly balanced between open and closed. Not hiding anything, but not giving anything away either. After several seconds, the scared Jonin's face softened. He nodded firmly. Good. A shinobi's life is hard. You'll need it in the battles to come. Naruto bowed to him. I intend to use every tool at my disposal. Anything less would be an insult to my name. It's a good name, Shikaka said. One the village will know soon enough. Sarutobi-sensei says it's about time. No, Shikaka said, a touch of sadness in his otherwise even voice. It's long overdue. They exchanged a few more words, before Naruto's shadow clone disappeared. Half an hour later, his clone playing shogi would also disappear. In fact, a clone, or two, would disappear from all of the major and minor clans in the village. When the heirs of said clans would talk later, they would come to find that it seemed Naruto had visited all of their parents, having similar conversations. All at the same time. We are literally within 10 followers of hitting 1K, so please follow the story if you haven't. This arc is where the paths actually start to diverge from canon a bit. Hopefully you like where the story leads. The Kazekage has been captured. Tsunade's words echoed through the room, but to Naruto, they sounded as if they were miles away. The Sand has sent for help. You're the first to arrive of the team I've assembled. Naruto was numb. He and Gaara had become good friends somewhere near the end of his second year away from the village. You will leave as soon as you can get fully briefed and prepped. That struck a chord with Naruto. He made 2 shadow clones, hands coming up as slowly as he could manage so that the Umbu wouldn't take it as an aggressive act. There was no more time for Naruto to waste. He strode to the window, opening it and leaping out in the same motion. Calling upon his chakra, it seemed to shift from thick to impossibly dense chakra, and he ran off at near full speed. He was out of the village in seconds. Tsunade glared at the clones, shocked and furious. What the hell do you think you're doing? She ground out. The clones stood their ground. There was a seriousness to them that wasn't often associated with the blonde. When he spoke, he kept his voice level with respect, but firm with power. I'm the fastest of the group. Even if you are, Tsunade intervened. Which I doubt after seeing your fight with Jiraya, you can't go alone. You're not nearly strong enough. Permission to speak the truth, Hokage-sama? Naruto said. I am not strong enough to go alone, you're right. The words sounded just bitter enough that Tsunade was sure that she wasn't hearing things. But I am the fastest. The clone not speaking stepped forward, holding out his wrist. He focused, channeling chakra to it. Black lines swirled around his wrist, leading in lines up his arm. Tsunade noticed where the lines intersected, recognizing the points as easily as one might read a book. Tsunade looked up at the clone that had been speaking. You're kidding. She wasn't an expert, but she was extremely intelligent and knowledgeable of the body. She could put 2 and 2 together. You know how much chakra I have, as well as the nature of it. It's safer to keep it sealed away, at least a portion of it. How long have you been wearing those? Has there been any deterioration of your coils? What about your control? Tsunade seemed to understand the plan, knowing they had some time. She also couldn't resist the medical implications of, well, anything. In order, I put them on about 6 months after I left. It hurt for a while, but frankly I heal well enough that there doesn't seem to be any long-term damage. It kinda messes up my control, but that makes for good training, but mostly it just stops me from using very much of it. So when you fought Jiraya you didn't have full use of your chakra? Well or no? I guess. I have all my chakra, I just can't use very much at once compared to normal. So that's why you were so slow compared to our expectations? The clone nodded his head, the only movement in the otherwise tense room. Slows me down enough that it makes my body work really hard not only to keep up but to be efficient. It's a light enough suppression that I can still practice channeling my chakra in every way I normally would except extreme amounts. It actually makes some easier. Like that? Yes, certain are much easier with less chakra accessed, although I still have to waste a ton of it to do them, Naruto's clone answered. Tsunade said, thinking of Naruto's words. Okay, we can discuss this and your insubordination later, and there will be consequences. For now, let's focus on the mission. They both lost their curiosity and excitement that came with chakra breakthroughs. The reminder that a friend and ally had been kidnapped would do that. How soon can you make it to Sand? I don't have any marks there. I only accomplished the technique for the first time a few months ago, and we went from west to south and then came back here, so there's nothing between here and Sand, the clone said. Tsunade rolled her hand, gesturing for Naruto to answer her original question. By sunrise if I push to exhaustion, Naruto said. Tsunade's face was surprised. When I left I was planning on staying combat capable, so sunset I would think. Of course if I get some chakra assistance it can be much, much faster. And be a beacon for anybody interested in that? No chance. In fact, I want one of you to make another clone and then dispel right now so the original knows the fox is off limits. You shouldn't even be out there alone, and frankly you wouldn't be if I had anybody in the village that could keep that pace safely. The clone that hadn't spoken yet followed orders, making the strongest clone possible, then blinked from existence. The new clone stood there quietly, just as the first had. Who's the team? The talking clone, who seemed to be in charge, asked. Oh, you're very familiar with them. The silent clone suddenly smiled, despite the circumstances. He knew she had only just arrived back in the village between the late afternoon and this morning. He picked up her chakra during his morning meditation, but she was sleeping, and he decided not to interrupt that. He knew he'd see her soon enough, he just hadn't expected it to be in the Hokage's office. There was a knock on the door. Tsunade called for them to enter. The door swung open, and 3 ninja in typical Umbu garb strode in. Hound. Tiger. Mole? Both Narutos burst out laughing, despite the circumstances. You gave her mole? Her? Mole? Ahahaha. Tsunade signaled for her guards to leave, feeling safe enough with 3 Umbu and the village to guard her. You 3 can remove the masks. He clearly already knows who you are, Tsunade said, breaching protocol but not really caring. They lifted and sealed away their masks, revealing themselves to be Kakashi, Yamato, and Hinata. Breaking protocol in his own right, Naruto's clone zipped across the room, pulling the teenage Hyuga into a hug. He held her for a few seconds, before pushing her away to arm's distance, and getting a good look at her. Hinata! When did you join? Your dad was okay with that? Have you learned any cool? How far can you see? You let them give you mole? Naruto rattled the questions off in successive order, not pausing to take a breath or give her a chance to respond. When she was sure he was done, Hinata smiled. It's so good to see you too, Naruto. You've grown so much. She seemed calmer than Naruto had ever remembered. Calmer and more confident. Almost like she'd found an inner peace of sorts. Naruto's cheeks got ever so slightly warmer at her response. But, she continued, we can catch up on our last 3 years in a little bit. I believe we have a mission to be briefed for? Oh, right, Naruto said, embarrassed. If you're done, Tsunade said. I'll just get right to it. The Kazekage has been kidnapped. We don't have a lot of information, but we expect Akatsuki. Hold on, Naruto's clone said. You expect Akatsuki and you let the original me just run off? You let Naruto run off? Is he with an Umbu Kakashi said. The brat ran off before I could even finish the brief. Stuck his Hokage with 2 clones. That would have been enough to get even the 3 Umbu members to laugh, under normal circumstances. A Kage being kidnapped wasn't normal though, and it certainly wasn't funny. In fact, only 2 Kage had ever gone missing in the history of the 5 great hidden villages. The last had been the San's 3rd Kazekage. Naruto is speeding towards Sunagakure as we speak, Tsunade continued. He expects to make it there before nightfall tomorrow, at which point he will teleport back here. Teleport? The look on Hinata's face seemed to ask him. A small smirk crept onto the clone's face. He shot her a quick wink. Tell ya later. The 4 of you will then enter the village together as if you traveled the whole way. You will be going in standard uniform. You will then get all the information possible from Sand, and cooperate with them to mount a rescue effort. I don't think I need to emphasize that diplomacy is at the forefront of this mission, but Naruto is here, so I'm going to anyway. You cannot just storm in there and start arguments with them, no matter what they say. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am, Naruto said. There was no quip, not even an eye roll. Tsunade was impressed. Maybe Hiruzen had taught him a few things after all. She leveled her eyes at him anyway, putting the full force of her leadership on him. I don't want you putting yourself in a position to be captured. I have no doubt you will take care of your team, but you are the priority here. We don't yet know why they want but we sure as hell aren't going to let them have yours. Extracting as you all know, results in the death of the host. I won't just let them have Gaara, Naruto said. There was no room in his tone for argument. And I won't just let them have you either, Naruto. Tsunade, similarly, didn't leave room for argument. Well then, Kakashi said, lazily diffusing the tension. I guess we'll just have to keep both of them safe. Tsunade looked upon her shinobi. There was resolution in all their eyes. Good, she finally budged. Kakashi has the lead on this one. If he gives you the signal, you teleport out of there, Naruto. I mean it. Naruto didn't strictly agree to what she said, but he wasn't outright denying it either. The original shouldn't be back for a while, so plan on reconvening here tomorrow afternoon. You're all on call though. We don't know if he'll run into trouble or get there faster, so be ready to leave in 30 minutes or less from here on out. They all nodded. I'm sure you all could use some time to catch up, and Hinata, I'm sure you could use the rest. I'm sorry, Naruto's clone will most likely keep you from that. Will one of you make another to update him? Dismissed. They all broke from their places, moving towards the doors. The clones weren't the real Naruto, so they didn't feel obligated to leave via window. The silent clone ran off ahead, probably going to prep equipment that the original didn't carry on him. The remaining clone fell in stride with Hinata. He opened his mouth to speak. Yes, Naruto, Hinata said, smiling pleasantly. I would love to have some ramen with you. Just give me a chance to change out of my uniform. I'll meet you at Ichiraku's in 15 minutes, okay? Naruto nodded vigorously. He hadn't realized how much he missed this camaraderie. Being able to communicate without speaking wasn't just something born of time spent together. There was something deeper to it, and he'd been without it for the last 3 years. True to her word, Hinata showed up at Ichiraku's exactly 15 minutes later. She looked amazing. She had on a turtleneck lavender vest, cinched tight around her waist with a cummerbund. Navy shorts, made out of thicker tactical material, came down to her upper thigh. There was a short gap before the fishnet stockings she wore reached her lower thigh. A kunai holster was wrapped around her right leg. She wore nearly knee-high shinobi boots, black per her usual choice, to round out the look. It was simplistic, but it fit her well. It didn't distract from her beauty, nor would it get in the way of her fighting style, offering ample range of motion. Her hair had grown out long, cascading down her back to her hips. It parted slightly around a short sword that was strapped to her back, Naruto noticed. An odd choice for a Hyuga, but one he heartily endorsed. She certainly wasn't hiding behind a baggy or even loose jacket anymore. Her clothing hugged her body well, accentuating her curves. Naruto? Hinata asked. He realized he may have been observing her, a little too closely. Hey Hinata, he smiled when he recovered. I was just taking it all in. I haven't seen you in so long. You've grown a ton yourself. She blushed ever so slightly, but remained composed. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I've been training really hard since you left. I did not want to get left behind. She returned his smile. PSH, you've lost it if you think I'd ever leave you behind, he said. Besides, I bet you're crazy strong now. Niji mentioned that you could probably make if you tried. That's awesome. She nodded politely, inwardly feeling that rush of warmth she had forgotten she often felt when he was around. Kakashi-sensei says that I am not quite ready, but that I am very close, she said. The pride in her voice was unmistakable to Naruto. Naruto! A pleasantly gruff voice called out to him. Welcome back, I was starting to think you wouldn't come by today. Tucci wore a smile on his face, as he always did when Naruto saw him. I'm just a clone of Tuchijiji. Hinata is gonna have some ramen though, so get her whatever she wants, it's on me today. Oh, like a date? Ayam said, making her presence known. Both teens blushed heavily. Only Ayam intervening saved them from total embarrassment. Oh, I'm just teasing you too, sheesh. It's good to have our two favorite customers back together again though. Thanks, Ayam, Naruto grinned at her. Hinata ordered her ramen, and they sat in comfortable conversation for a while. They caught up on the big points of what they could talk about in public. Quite frankly, that wasn't much, but it was good just to be teammates again. When she finished, Naruto was eager to get out of there. Come on, I want to show you the house, he said. Of course, she had already seen it, both helping with the designs and building, and with her Byakugan from far away. Still, she hadn't had the opportunity since he'd made it back, and if there was one thing Hinata knew about Naruto, it was that the house would be totally different by now. They rushed off to the outskirts of the village, taking to the rooftops to avoid winding through the streets. Hinata activated her Byakugan, more out of habit than necessity. Her visual prowess found Naruto and his chakra. It was breathtaking. It pulsed, almost as if it had a heartbeat of its own. It was like the sun, blindingly bright and warm, but she couldn't bring herself to look away. It stretched out with each pulse, expanding 10, 15, 20 feet away. In the span of that single pulse, it was pulled entirely back to his body, surrounding him like a cloak. It was spectacular. They leapt to the ground, running the last 50 feet on the street, rushing through the gates without pause. That is, until they reached the Uchiha Memorial. In the bright afternoon light, the flowers seemed to be alight like flames. The two of them walked around it, silently taking it in. They paused on the other side of the circle. There were moments of silence, while they both thought of the same thing. Neither wished to speak it aloud. Come on, Naruto finally said. Let's go see the house. His voice was solemn, his otherwise bright personality suppressed. He seemed to be a million miles away. Hinata nodded, and the two restarted their run. It took them merely a minute or two to reach it. Unsurprisingly, there were multiple clones outside. Some were doing yard work, some were on the roof, and a few were training. Inside of the house, it was no different. Clones painted walls, read scrolls, and moved around furniture. By the time Hinata had been led to the living room, she had counted nearly 30 clones. They sat down in the same two seats that Jiraya and Naruto had used, just days before. Do you always have that many clones going at once? Hinata asked. She was more than used to him using them for training, but not to this extent. Usually more, actually, Naruto said. I dispelled about 50 when I left for the Hokage's office. They'd been training, but there was quite a bit of chakra left in them, so I recalled it. You mean you can get your chakra back from the clones? Hinata said. Well, yeah, Naruto said. Some of it has to return to transfer the memories, right? Well, I just have them send all of it. That's impressive. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody being able to do that before. Thanks. Not many people have the opportunity to make hundreds of clones in their lifetime, let alone thousands in a week. Practice makes perfect. Hinata sat quietly for a second. A few clones shuffled by, discussing seals and barriers, cross-referencing scrolls as they did so. What about the drawbacks, though? Hinata said. Is more chakra harder to handle? What about having so many around all the time? For a while it hurt. Drawing the chakra in isn't easy. Headaches constantly. It took me a long time to adjust to it, and even longer to get back to feeling normal. Why do you push yourself that hard? You know why, Naruto whispered. It's not worth it. Protecting us means nothing if you die in the process, Hinata begged. Then I won't die. You can't just say that. Then I'll do it too, Naruto said. I mean it, Hinata. I won't leave any stone unturned. The guilt of losing someone I love will kill me long before I can or will. She could tell she wasn't going to get through to him, so she dropped it. They sat in a decreasingly tense silence, finally getting comfortable enough for them to tour the rest of the house. Naruto's clone showed her all the rooms and the stuff he had added to them in the last couple of days. He explained to her some of the seals and barriers he'd added or was planning to add. Overall, they were back to being themselves, despite the underlying tension in their relationship. The clone walked her home after a few hours of catching up, speaking about the more secret parts of their lives. Naruto's training. Hinata apprenticed under Kakashi and joined Umbu. The two of them had learned or even invented. Typical catching up for teenagers. Hayashi greeted them at the entrance, no doubt having searched the village for Hinata when she hadn't returned from her summons. Hyugadano, Naruto bowed. It felt weird addressing him from the perspective of a fellow clan leader, but it was technically correct. Hiruzen would skin him alive if he found out he hadn't followed strict social rules in public with someone so important. Have you made any progress in considering my offer? I believe I told you just Hayashi is fine, Naruto, the clan had said. At least when it's just the three of us. I'm still considering taking it to the council. They will not be happy if I bypass them in granting permission. At the same time, I am positive they will say no. You have put me in a tough place. I apologize for that. I've given you all my strongest points. All I ask is that you consider them, as well as the unlikely scenarios where I would need it. That and the fact that your barriers definitely need updating and there's only one clan alliance that could secure that for you. Naruto winked at him. Oh, by the way, how are those training dummies treating you? I dropped a few off, right? Hayashi lost a little bit of his strict posture. Naruto was an unnaturally natural politician, if only because he tended to offer way more in exchange for whatever he wanted. They are excellent, Naruto. We will be ordering more. Our clan accountant says they will save us a great deal of money, and I am inclined to believe that they will improve our training of the younger generations. PSHH, those are free of charge, Naruto said. A little bribe/payment for putting up with me throughout our 6 months as genin. He chuckled. Man, I was really a nuisance. I can't believe you survived that. Yes, Hayashi said, an invisible smile on his face. Was a nuisance. I'm so glad you grew out of that. Being both a good sport and an expert in interacting with Hyuga, Naruto let out a sincere laugh. Well, he said. I better get going. To invent, ramen to eat, people to prank. Good to see you, Hayashi. See you tomorrow, Hinata. The clone seemed to blink from existence, finally having fulfilled its purpose. The sun set on Konoha that evening. It would be the last one before everything changed. The original Naruto teleported himself back to the village just as the sun was beginning to eclipse the horizon. He did not have a mark in the Hokage's office, so he settled for the one on his father's stone visage. Even now, it was hard to reconcile the fact that the man who his genetics came from was the same one the village worshipped. He let his chakra open, doing his best to filter through the sensory feedback. It was still a skill he was working on. He naturally recognized when a chakra signature was approaching, it was sort of instinctual. It was much harder to locate one that may be static, or even moving away, amongst the thousands of others in a given village or city. It was much easier when his targets were wearing a tag with a unique chakra signature though. Especially when it was one he had created. He quickly found a sense for them, unsurprised to find them gathering in the Hokage's office. He launched himself off the monument, using chakra to slow and absorb the fall. He landed and immediately propelled himself towards the office, making quick work of the short route. In seconds he was propped on the windowsill, sliding the glass open. Tsunade sighed, used to his antics, but still annoyed. You don't even look tired, she said. Do you need a soldier pill? Naruto shook his head. I'm fine. I got a little boost as I crossed into the desert, Only Gaara would have been able to detect the fox in an area that remote. You hid your markers like I asked? Tsunade said. Ally or not, it would be bad for the sand to find Hiraishin kunai anywhere in the land of wind. Especially when their Kage had just been kidnapped. Yeah, I placed them on rocks and up in trees rather than leaving kunai so that I could hide them. They would have to stumble across it with chakra to find them. He was serious, but not downtrodden by the recent news. Very well, Tsunade said. The team has been briefed, so I'll turn it over to Kakashi in a minute. I just want to say a few words before you leave. She stood up to her considerable height, letting her presence wash over the room. She was wearing the hat of her station, a rare sight. She knew Naruto had a respect for it, though she wasn't sure why. He always spoke of taking the hat, rather than the job, from her. This is an S-rank mission because of the difficulty, not the necessity. No doubt it's important, but the 4 of you are extremely valuable to the village, perhaps the 4 most valuable. The elders argued vehemently against sending even one of you. I am sticking my neck out for you. You will all return in one piece. That is an order. The 4 ninja nodded, conveying their understanding. Not a single one of them planned on dying anyway. They would ensure mission success and the safe return of their comrades. It was ingrained in the very fabric of their being. Kakashi, Tsunade said, beginning to exit the room. The leaf did not come to a standstill because of the chaos of another village. There was still work to do. They're all yours. And then, it was just the 4 of them. Right, Kakashi said. He strode smoothly in front of them. Prior to Naruto's class graduating from the academy, it had been a long time since Kakashi had been himself. He looked each of them in the eyes turn by turn. His single uncovered eye held a spark in it. It was not something Naruto had seen before, even when Kakashi was in charge of their training. He knew Kakashi had rejoined the Umbu, at least in part. The stories of his first stint in it were not for the faint of heart, but Naruto had heard them. Whispers here and there. Kakashi of the Sharingan. The copy Nin. Famed assassin. Friend killer. A man who was lost. Was. A clone of Naruto's even asked Might Guy about it once. Never before or since had he seen the Jonin's face darken like that. He insisted that Naruto need not worry about that Kakashi had never killed a comrade before, and never would. That had not been the information the blonde was after, but he supposed it did not hurt to hear anyway. Naruto suspected that Kakashi went to a dark place after the death of his team. He had been to that dark place himself, though he knew he was only one friend reaching out a hand, from the light. Kakashi, on the other hand, seemed to have been buried so deep that it's a surprise he even survived the training for the Black Ops, let alone that mission record. That was the life of a ninja, Naruto had come to learn. You either crack under it all, then mend those cracks, or you are shattered into a million pieces. Lost forever. Except forever was not as final as it sounded, not when Kakashi Hatake was involved. The man looking at him right now was not lost any longer, and so Naruto's faith in him grew. No, this Kakashi was no longer lost. He had fought tooth and nail, dragging himself back to the light. He was something different now. The man he was always meant to be. Naruto saw it, felt it in the air and in the sixth sense that every capable ninja developed. The man now standing in front of him was a force to be reckoned with. Naruto hid a grin. You heard the orders, Kakashi said. He spoke sharply. Firmly. The voice of a commander who had been through it all. Somehow, though, he maintained the soul of his typical lazy drawl. It was almost as if even this, an S-rank mission they cannot afford to fail, was casual to him. We look out for each other, we have each other's backs, and we keep our heads. I know Gaara is important to you, Naruto, but don't let that compromise the mission. I'm trusting you. Naruto's jaw clenched tight at the mention of Gaara, but he nodded. He would not let them down. Never again. I will need a full briefing of your abilities that are combat ready, but we can do that on approach to Suna. I want to get going now. The sooner we talk to Sand, the sooner we'll know what we're up against. They all nodded their heads, though they did not need to. He had their full attention, and he knew it. There was something undoubtedly special about Kakashi Hatake when he entered that zone. It was no wonder he was a legend amongst the Umbu. Naruto, Kakashi said. Take us away. They all steeled themselves. The moment they left the room, the mission began. In fact, to them, it already had. They formed a circle around Naruto. Hinata to his right, he took her hand. Yamato on his left, he did the same. Kakashi stood behind him, laying his hand on Naruto's shoulder in a way that seemed to command the thought that he had done this before. The squad of 4 vanished from the Hokage's office. The 4 shinobi appeared in the desert, the fading light casting long shadows across the sand that surrounded them. Naruto squatted down to remove the lone kunai that he had placed on his trip, ensuring there would be no evidence that he had tagged the area. There was a large rock a few miles back that he had marked anyway. He could cover that distance in no time at all if he needed to. Perimeter check, Kakashi said. Hinata's chakra pulsed. It was sharper than Naruto was used to, so fine he almost felt like it would cut him. It did not take her long to scan the area. She let the chakra recede, conserving it for any battle that may come. Clear, she said. Kakashi made a hand gesture, and the 4 of them moved out in a square formation. Hinata took the front left, Kakashi the right. Yamato the back left, and Naruto the back right. It was not a standard formation. In fact, it was Naruto's first time running it. Having a Hyuga and a one-eyed captain on the same team was not exactly common. The formation allowed them to cover for each other's weaknesses, both in form and experience, as well as emphasize their strengths. They moved nearly soundlessly through the waning light, determined to arrive as fast as possible. Receiving a missive from Sand can take more than a full day, even with a fast hawk. They could afford to waste more time. It did not take them long to reach the large walls of the village. There once was an opening in the wall, large enough to be considered a full street. Now, there was rubble. Lots and lots of rubble. It appeared the Akatsuki had laid a trap on their way out. There were still ninjas sifting through the debris, searching for survivors. Naruto and Hinata both know they would find none. Who looked far out of his league led the operation. The poor man was nearly shaking in his boots. He was rather scrawny for a, but he probably wasn't even 20 yet. Kakashi approached him, scroll in hand. He unfurled it, handing it to the and explaining they were there to offer aid. They did not put up any sort of fight, which was odd for a sand ninja. He waved them through. Captain, Naruto said. It was a respectful choice of words, something he had learned to use when he was about to ask about something he should not. Permission to leave shadow clones to help? Kakashi nods. We'll need several for scouting, not to mention combat. Don't overdo it. Naruto nodded, face grim. He made the cross-hand seal, both hands coming up crisply in front of his face, as if being set into a mold. Suddenly there were 20 copies behind him. The Leaf team moved on, while the clones reported to the Sand. He seemed shaken, but accepted the help quickly enough. The original Naruto strode through the village with the rest of his team, maintaining a compact version of their square formation. Time was of the utmost importance, but foreign shinobi sprinting through the village would set anybody on edge even in the best of times. They were being watched by guards set on the rooftops. It seemed they had already been briefed that a Leaf team would show, so no trouble was caused. They arrived at the Kazekage's tower. Gaara's tower. They were ushered up a set of stairs, and then 2 more. Finally, they arrived at the second highest floor. They were steered down a long hallway to a large set of double doors. Naruto knew this was the office of the Kazekage. The door opened, and Kakashi led them in. Naruto sensed something was wrong. He let his senses, all 6 of them, open up fully with only a drop of the fox's chakra. He was assaulted with stimuli. He had trained for this though, perhaps more extensively than any other skill. His mind and instincts quickly prioritized information in factors of importance. Chakra, sense, and eyesight filtered to the front. Smell takes a backseat as it's not something that was likely to matter in snap judgments. As he stepped through the door into the side of Kakashi, intent on flanking the man's blind side, he assessed what he sensed. Kankuro laid on the table, chakra weak. There are 5 other sand ninja in the room, 4 of which he did not recognize. One was Baki, Gaara's sensei. Standing cross-armed, he was not a threat. Another's chakra was docile. An elderly man who looked less alive than many of the puppets the village was known for. 2 were certainly healers, and a third had the chakra control for it, though it had a dangerous edge to it. It was this final ninja that was the cause for alarm. She was flying at Kakashi with a fierce intent to kill. Naruto could feel Kakashi's confusion, and so he took it upon himself to handle the situation. He stepped in front of his team leader, left middle finger crossed over the index. The original Naruto caught the old lady's punch with his right hand. It was laden with what was a surprising amount of power, though only because of the deceptive wrinkles that covered her face. In the next instant, two clones materialized from nothing, gripping the elderly shinobi's arms from either side. "What are you doing, Lady Chiyo?" Naruto asked. "The white fan will pay for what he did," she hollered. The look in her eyes was not senile, but it was not entirely sane either. That made her even more dangerous. "Huh!" Kakashi grunted. "How do you know Lady Chiyo, Naruto?" Baki said. "She's been retired for years." Naruto reached out and tapped Chiyo on the forehead, a small seal scrawling across it as he removed his finger. "It's a nifty little chakra filter, and it did the trick," as she stopped struggling. Hiruzen-sensei saw fit that I knew of all the important leaders in all the villages. Past, present, and future. A wave of the hand and the clones blinked from existence. Naruto, to everybody's surprise, bowed to the old ninja. "Chiyo-sama, I'm sorry but I think you've got your history mixed up. Kakashi is not the white fan of the leaf, and he did not kill your son." His voice was solemn as he spoke. Hiruzen also saw fit that he learned his history. All his history. Even the darker side of the leaf that they preferred to hide. "The white fan of the leaf died years ago, big sister," the elderly man said. "He did not seem to care how things turned out either way. A gust of wind would likely blow him away." "Oh," the old lady said. She began to giggle, and then cackle madly. Naruto reconsidered his previous assessment about senility. Her laughter was interrupted by Kankuro groaning on the medical table. "He's getting worse," one of the sand medics said. Naruto stepped over to Kankuro, resting a hand on his chest. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, letting the sense come to the forefront of his mind. The feel of his heartbeat and skin. The way his chakra and heartbeat struggled. "He's in trouble," Naruto said. "A strong poison. Beyond what Hinata or I can handle." He looked directly into the eyes of the medic that spoke. "Do you have the ability to heal him? I can get you antidote ingredients if that's what you're missing." He was deadly serious, his voice almost willing them to have an answer. "The poison is beyond us, I'm afraid," she said. "We think it's a new poison. It's certainly not one we've ever seen before." Naruto cursed, and in the same moment, was already considering other options. "I bet that old hag Tsunade could cure it," Chiyo mumbled under her breath, and Naruto was struck with an idea. He straightened, removing his hand from Kankuro, and strode towards the door. "Where are you going?" Baki asked. His voice was a mix of curiosity and irritation, a tone that Naruto was far too familiar with. "To get the fifth member of our team." She hung back at the gate to help any wounded, Naruto said. He could see the questioning look in Kakashi's eye for a split second, though he was sure nobody else could, before the masked means seemed to catch on. Naruto bolted out of the door and down the hallway. He found the stairs and went down 2 floors, sensing that the floor was mostly deserted. He located the nearest empty room with a lock, stuck a kunai on the table, and closed his eyes to focus. After about 4 seconds he was gone. He arrived on the head of the 4th Hokage, instantly making a clone with barely a thought or movement. The clone headed for the Hokage Tower, while he scoured for his team's 5th member. Surprisingly, he didn't sense her in the Hokage office or the hospital, so he spread his awareness and sharpened his focus. There were roughly 20 chakra signatures that he knew so well that he could pick them out of the thousands. He knew 3 of them were in the Sand Village at this very moment, 2 were in the Hokage Tower. Another 4 were on a training ground together. Sakura's, though, was quite a bit closer to home. So close, in fact, that he took the time to focus again, teleporting across the village to his new house. It took him less than a minute to find her. She was standing just 50 feet inside the gate that used to mark the Uchiha grounds, and that now mark his clan lands. She stood silently looking over the Sharingan monument, looking thoughtful. Naruto's body flickered to her side. She did not flinch, a testament to her training. Not a hair on her head ruffled, a testament to him. He gingerly laid a hand on her shoulder. She looked at him, and he was / surprised to find her smiling. "I'd love to talk about whatever is going on here," Naruto said. "But right now I need your help. My clone is getting permission from Tsunade as we speak. We're headed to Suna." Sakura did not bat an eyelash at his words. "How many?" she asked. She was more than clever enough to figure out what she was needed for. Just one, Naruto said. Well, there's probably quite a few, but Kankuro is the main issue. Poison. I think it's metal-based, but I don't have enough experience to say for sure. Elevated temperature and heart rate. Sweating profusely, chakra is raging. Sand medic said they'd never seen it before. Sakura took the information in and categorized it by importance, as she always did. The questions rushed through her mind, but she settled for only the most relevant. Can I have 20 minutes to gather some herbs? I've got everything you could possibly need and more in a scroll. You can have the time if you need it to prepare, though, Naruto said. She shook her head. Right then, ready? This time she nodded. You're gonna feel a little churning in your stomach. He reached out, slowly feeling for the connection to the kunai he left in the Kazekage's tower. Technically that was an act of terrorism, or maybe war, but he was sure Gaara would pardon him, once they saved him. It took time for him to find it, much longer than it would to find the mark in his home. The distance muddled things, and he was not as experienced as he would like. Still, an extra 5 seconds to travel from Konoha to Suna was nothing. They blinked out and into existence. Sakura took only a second to get over the queasiness. They rushed out the door and up the stairs. Quickly they were back in the room Naruto left less than 5 minutes ago. Sakura saw Kankuro thrashing on the table, and Naruto felt something within her shift. She took charge of the room as if it was her own hospital. She began asking questions of the medic, and doing a quick examination of Kankuro, confirming Naruto's suspicions of the poison. As she did that, Naruto found a table in the corner of the room, and moved it out just far enough to give it good lighting. He removed the scroll he kept strapped to his back, and unfurled it on the floor. Locating the section he knew held all his medical-related seals, he pressed his hand on it. A slightly smaller scroll appeared, standing vertical on the paper. He repeated the process once more, finding his herbs and antidotes section. This scroll was of the standard size, and he unrolled it up on the table. The seal, like its predecessors, had 8 sections. He unsealed 4 of them, each time sliding the large flat container out of the way to make room for the next one. He left the scroll underneath them for now, but resealed the other 2, strapping the largest on his back once more. He finished just in time for Sakura to come striding over, ready to grill him over whether he had the proper ingredients. He was certain he did. Hiruzen would not settle for less. Neither would Naruto. The 4 containers are modeled after bento boxes, though they are much larger. There were dividers evenly spaced within. They split the plastic rectangle into 20 different slots per container. More abundant or useful ingredients took up several slots in some locations. The rarest were seated inside metal containers of their own, that fit neatly in one of the divided sections. Sakura paused whatever words she was going to say, and instead settled for nodding at him. Each ingredient was clearly labeled with the necessary information, so he cleared out of her way. He walked over to Baki. He's in the best care the leaf can give him. Now it's time to find Gaara, Naruto said. Please, as if some pre-adolescent pink-haired child could do better than our best medics, Chio said. The seal was gone from her forehead. He only gave it about 30 seconds of charge, so that was not surprising, but it was missed. She was agitated once again. Naruto did his best to remain calm. She'll heal him. If she couldn't, she would have sent for Tsunade. As if the slug princess would come to our aid herself. She would, Naruto said with a smile. Sakura was her best and brightest student after all. Anything that can stump her would have to be a real challenge for Granny Tsunade. Chio looked mildly surprised, though she hid it well. The history of the Shinobi Wars showed the leaf and sand on opposite sides when Tsunade was last an active ninja, so it came as no surprise that Chio was not a fan of the Hokage. It was even less surprising that someone from the oldest remaining shinobi generation held a grudge. A healthy dose of paranoia was often required to live such a long life. Naruto could feel Sakura's chakra, and had to suppress a chuckle. All right, he said. Non-essentials need to be cleared out of here so Sakura can focus on her task. Sakura's chakra relaxed as she ordered one of the sand medics to prepare a solution for her. In the meantime, she began writing notes down in a book she pulled from a scroll. Baki, Naruto said. Why don't we go somewhere to discuss what you know of the attack? The sooner we're briefed, the sooner we can rescue Gaara. Baki nodded his head, and made his way out of the door. The newly assembled team Kakashi followed quietly. They did not go far, only 2 doors down. They were not in the hospital after all, but in the Kazekage Tower. Kankuro was being treated in a specially modified room that was typically reserved for the Kazekage himself, were he to ever actually need medical attention. They sat down at a long table. Baki stood before them. He assumed a soldier's stance, and proceeded to give them the most concise and efficient report Naruto had ever heard. He told of the exploding projectiles that looked like birds, of Gaara's defense and saving the village, and of Kankuro's effort to track down his brother alone. All in all, it was a perfect report, but did not give them a lot of information on what to do next. The team was pondering just that when the younger of the 2 sand ninjas assisting Sakura burst into the room. "Lord Baki, Kankuro is awake!" They scrambled back down the hall and into the modified medical room. Kankuro was sitting up on the table, sweating profusely and heaving deep gulps of oxygen into his lungs. Sakura was trying to get him to lay back down, and Naruto could tell that she was only a few seconds away from resorting to sedating him. Perhaps with a well-placed punch. "Baki!" the young man yelled when he saw his sensei. His eyes and tone were frantic. He looked much different now, though that was probably because his face paint had been removed. "What is it, Kankuro? You should be resting." "The men who took Gaara," Kankuro said. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost. "It was Sasori, Baki." Baki went limp at that, and a gasp came from behind them. Chio must have made her way back into the room just after they did. She looked much worse for hearing this than Baki, or even Kankuro. "Sasori? Are you sure?" she said. Kankuro was clearly struggling to grasp the fact himself, not to mention dealing with his physical ailments, but he nodded his head. "I'm sure. He knew my puppets better than me, and outmaneuvered me with only one of his own. And I don't have to tell you about the poison." "What the hell is Sasori of the Red Sand doing here? I thought you guys had declared him Kia?" Naruto said. "That's the official report," Chio said. Life was gone from both her voice and her posture. "But he's the strongest puppeteer we've ever produced, and he just up and disappeared on a routine mission. The truth is, we don't know what happened to my grandson." Hinata appeared surprised at this fact. Naruto had studied it, both in books and from the mind of the third Hokage himself, so he was not. Kakashi had a history with the sand, and that family in particular, so it was not surprising that he did not react. Yamato almost never reacted, so Naruto could get a good read on him. "Well, it appears he's a member of the Akatsuki now," Baki said, and Naruto was glad for it. Better than a member of the Leaf having to state it, even if it was obvious. This does not bode well for Gaara. "There's one more thing," Kankuro said. He was nearly gasping. His muscles were shaking from trying to hold his body up. Sakura was clearly ready to lay him out flat. "I snagged a piece of cloth from him when he poisoned me. Bring me my puppet." He flopped back flat on the table, clearly overworked. Baki issued an order, and 3 scrolls were brought to them in less than 3 minutes. Lady Chio did the honor of unsealing the scroll. This one was Crow, if Naruto remembered correctly. He did not miss the tension in Kankuro as somebody else's chakra maneuvered his puppet, even just to open its hand. They were outside as soon as they had the assurance that Kankuro would be okay. Kakashi summoned his Niken, passing the cloth around, finishing with Pakken. Naruto sent a clone with each dog after discreetly handing them a kunai, and they were quickly off in 7 different directions. The dogs did not have the ability to pulse chakra externally, so they would have to rely on Naruto's clones to keep them up to date. For now, they would head in the general direction of footprints left behind. Ideally, that would put them as close as possible when they got word. Naruto had other plans that he would reveal to Kakashi when they were out of the purview of the sand. "Are we ready?" Kakashi said. "We don't have to push since we don't know what direction we're going. I don't expect the Niken to have any solid leads for at least a day." "Naruto can keep 7 shadow clones running for that long? Is that even possible?" Baki said. Naruto chuckled at that, knowing he had been capable of the feat since before he even graduated the academy. "I've got a lot of chakra," Naruto said. "It's not that helpful most of the time, but it sure can keep clones running for a while." "Don't forget about the 20 he sent to help clear debris," Kakashi said with a nice smile. He was not above revealing certain intel if it meant putting a healthy dose of fear into another ninja. Even an ally. "There's 2 at home too, just in case Jiraiya gets back from his mission," Naruto said. He usually avoids Tsunade for at least a day. This way I'll be able to notify him as soon as possible, if he doesn't already know. You wasted 2 clones to alert a ninja who might already know what's going on, Baki asked. He was the only other sand ninja with them, aside from Chio. Well, the first one usually tries to get the drop on the pervy sage, and he's not above stabbing them, so I always send 2. Naruto smiled at that, as if it was a fond memory. Baki could only shake his head in response. I think we're ready to go though, Naruto continued. It's been a few days since I've slept. I'd like to get a few hours of travel in, and then I could really use a few hours of sleep if we're going to be fighting the Akatsuki, you know? The Leaf team nodded their heads at that. Your 5th member is missing, Chio said. It's not wise to fight Sasori without a medic. We've got Hinata, and I'm not so bad myself, Naruto said, knowing Sakura was never a part of this mission. We should be fine. Chio shook her head. You'll have to wait until more antidotes are synthesized, at which point she will be too tired to accompany you. I will go as the 5th member of your team. That's really not necessary, Lady Chio, Kakashi said. Neither is your village sending a team on a mission for us, and frankly I don't trust you all. I will be going, and that's final, she said. Kakashi looked at Naruto, and he could only shrug, so Kakashi did the same. Soon enough, Sakura met them outside the gate. She was sweating and a little out of breath. Naruto knew firsthand how much medical ninjutsu could take out of a person. The concentration alone was beyond most ninja. She handed out 1 antidote to each ninja, including Chio, who remarked how lucky it was they had enough ingredients. Naruto did not say anything, but he knew it was not luck. Hiruzen-sensei always said that half the battles were lost before they started, because one side was not prepared. Because of that, Naruto was always prepared for everything his considerable imagination could come up with. That's all I could make, Sakura said, handing him the scroll with his medicinal containers. You ran out of Jovinia Dulcis, otherwise I could have made more. That's all right, Sakura, Naruto said, taking the time to reseal his medical scroll in the larger scroll on his back. You did great. He grinned at her. She smiled in return, and made her way back into the village. No doubt she had been briefed on any and all injured, and would be joining triage to save lives and limbs. He trusted that she would be safe here for now. I believe it is time, Yamato said. Punctual as always, Naruto was beginning to see he got antsy waiting around without orders. Everybody had their quirks. Let's get a move on then, Kakashi said, and they began their run. They started slow at first, until it became clear that Chio could keep up with a moderate pace. Their formation was different this time, dictated by necessity. Yamato brought up the rear, Hinata at the front, Naruto directly behind her and between the two, Kakashi on his right, Chio on his left. Naruto did not trust her, not after she flung herself at Kakashi. Maybe she just had a lapse in judgment caused by grief, or maybe there was something more sinister to her. Mauve, she was mad. Regardless, he would not take any risks. It did not take them too long, a few hours, to arrive at the forest on the edge of the land of rivers. They did not venture far into the trees before breaking for camp. It was pitch black by the time they did, and Naruto needed rest. Physically he could easily keep going for days, but the Akatsuki were more than just a physical opponent. They were smart, well-planned, and wreaked havoc on his emotions. They had taken Gaara, and he knew if he was not rested enough to think clearly, they would take him too. Kakashi took the first shift of the night, knowing Naruto already had enough clones in existence. Naruto did not argue with him. The second shift went to Hinata, and the final one to Yamato, who was an early riser anyway. He was grateful for the 3 of them, even if he did have a hard time relinquishing control. All said, Naruto got nearly a full night of rest, and the rest of his team was also fresh and ready to go. It was a fantastic start to the mission, which in turn made them all a little bit weary and alert. As they were preparing breakfast, some fish Naruto's clone caught at the nearest river and rice Hinata had brought in a scroll, Naruto pulled Kakashi aside and let him know the scouting plan he had concocted. Soon, he was in an isolated location, several minutes away from the rest of the team. For what he was about to do, it was important that he felt surrounded by nature. A part of it even. He found a nice spot under a tree. The branches this far from Konoha were not thick enough to sit on, and relaxed into a meditation pose. Legs crossed, hands in front of him, knuckles pushed together. He straightened his back and breathed deeply, inhaling the sense of nature. 2 more long and slow breaths, and he felt the wind on his skin. His body slowly became more sensitive, and he was soon fully aware of the grass he sat on, feeling each blade, even through his clothes. He continued to breathe, his respiratory rate slowing until he was only breathing a few times per minute. It was all in the breath. Inhale slowly. Feel the world around you. Feel nature. Feel its energy. The rush of a nearby river soon invaded his mind as his hearing began to sharpen. It did not distract him though, it energized him. This was the hardest part. As he drew in the energy of the world around him, mixing it with his chakra, he had to remain focused. His body would come alive in a way that made his normal senses feel hollow. Almost dead. This much energy called for him to act, and his body needed to make it happen. Sage mode required discipline though, and he was barely able to maintain it. Fukasaku first told him that to obtain it he would have to die. That was awfully dramatic, but the point came across eventually. He had to become a statue, while avoiding becoming an actual stone statue. Stillness. It took a few more minutes, but he soon found the proper chakra balance. It was an eerie feeling. His body became more alive than ever, but his mind became calm. During his training, he often wondered if this was how normal ninja felt. He had never been calm before, but Sage Mode brought a sense of serenity. His chakra sensing was so heightened, he felt as if he could reach out and touch his team, even from so far away. He could feel each breath they were taking when he focused on them individually. Feel their heartbeats as if he had his hand pressed to their chest. Kakashi's chakra was electric, like lightning. Everybody said he was the best lightning user that the leaf had ever produced, and it was no wonder. His chakra did not just have an affinity for lightning, as near as Naruto could tell, it almost was lightning. Hinata's chakra was as sharp as he sensed earlier. Her pool was also larger than he expected. She was excellent at suppressing it, her control was phenomenal, but suppression did not work against the sensory input of Sage Mode. He could feel the way it circulated through her body. It was a constant flow, rather than pulses like most ninja. Yamato felt different. He was somewhat hidden, his would release chakra blending into nature better than most. Naruto had to focus to feel it. It also felt disconnected from him, which was not a surprise, considering what Hiruzen had told him. He focused on Chio for only a second, and quickly understood how she had been able to move so fast in her old age. It's not a surprise, all things considered. Finally, he recentered himself, focusing on his own body and chakra. Sensing his own chakra was an odd experience. It was certainly not normal, as he had never felt it before learning Sage Mode. It was a massive pool, the chakra strong and wild. Yet the natural chakra running through it had mixed with it. It was not necessarily changed, but it was not the same either. It was as if his normal chakra was a million strings, weaving and waving, tangling up everywhere. The nature chakra mixed, and suddenly all those wild strands braided together perfectly, listening to his every command. It did not rush, it flowed powerfully but smoothly. It felt incredible. He extended his chakra sense, allowing the world in. The first time he did this, he fell off his stone spire on empty Mayaboku. Luckily, Sage Mode gave him increased durability and reaction. If there was one thing that Naruto was known for though, besides unpredictability, it was his unrelenting determination. Time and time again he climbed that spire, until he could take in vast amounts of chakra sensing information, and filter through it all. He searched river country, feeling for a massive chakra signature. It did not take long. The hot wind and sandy chakra of the one-tailed beast called to him like a beacon. It was hidden behind seals, ones that would stop a normal chakra sense of a normal ninja. Naruto's Sage Mode chakra sensing was not normal. Neither was Gaara. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he was on Kakashi in seconds. The look on his captain's face was strange. He looked as if he'd seen a ghost, and Naruto thought that he probably had. He certainly had his father's hair, and now he had the same orange pigment around his eyes that Kakashi likely had seen on his father. Hinata gasped lightly, her Byakugan no doubt getting a better look at Sage Mode than most ever would. He would have to ask her about that later. For now, he had a job to do. He's only a couple hours from here, Naruto said. I'm going ahead, I can get there faster than that. He was pleading with Kakashi. I'm sorry, Naruto, Kakashi said. I can't allow that. We don't know what kind of traps they might have set up. We go as a team. Naruto had a hard time accepting that. He was certain he could handle whatever traps were thrown at him. Internally, he fought with his own thoughts for several seconds. Eventually, he nodded to his team leader, and quickly began to break down camp. Before they left, he snuck behind a tree, and funneled the nature chakra out of his system, into the ground. The grass here turned greener and thicker, weeds and flowers sprouting all over. As the ninja ran off in their formation, a small acorn, buried beneath the earth, sprouted into a small sapling, just barely sticking above the ground. A 3-hour run is not very difficult for seasoned shinobi. For Team Kakashi, and even Chio, it was more of a warm-up for the fight to come than it was a taxing exercise. They tree-hopped most of the way. For the Konoha ninja it was as easy as running. Chio was surprisingly nimble for someone her age, even if she did use her incredible chakra control to assist. Naruto was impressed by her, as was Hinata. Kakashi and Yamato did not seem overly surprised. Those two rarely did. They were about halfway to their destination when Naruto sensed something was amiss. He did not know what it was that tipped him off. It was more of a feeling in his gut than anything tangible. His first response was to cut off his chakra flow for a split second. His body felt as if it had gone cold. He was not sure how he could ever survive like this. A feeling of hopelessness spread through him. Then he used the build-up and slammed the chakra back into his coils, the excess spilling out of his body. The illusion shattered. He dispelled it just in time to see a fireball, raging with heat, ripping through the air toward them. There was no time to think. Naruto's left hand slid into a half-tiger seal as he crouched, his right hand bracing on the tree branch. A water bullet just bigger than the fireball coalesced, and the two crashed together, exploding. Hot steam expanded to cover a vast area, and Naruto used the cover it gave him to peel off several shadow clones. The first was to make sure his team was free of the. The second wave was to run off in separate directions, helping him gain info on who they were fighting, where they were, and how many. The final wave was to cause chaos. A particular specialty of his. The second of the 3 waves was like a clock, 12 shadow clones rushing out in equally spaced directions. Clones in the 5 through 7 o'clock positions were dispelled, the steam blocking their visibility from seeing the threat. He whipped around, a pronged kunai held up in a defensive stance. The clones in the 11, 12, and 1 o'clock directions popped as well, directly behind him. Having enemies on both sides was a problem, and the steam he created as a diversion was blinding him as well. A 7th clone popped, and Naruto's heart dropped to his stomach. It was taken out by a flock of ravens, and there was only one known summoner in all the elemental nations. Suddenly, Naruto was not on the tree branch 20 feet in the air anymore. He was back in the world of the Tsukiyomi. The colors of the world were inverted, the sky was red, and his loved ones screamed for help. In reality, his team regrouped, landing around him. Yamato tried to shock his system with chakra. It did not work though. It could not, for he was not an A. He was in false reality, one that was not created by chakra, but by his own fear. His own trauma. It's not another, Hinata said. He could hear her distantly, but they were drowned out by her screams that came from within his head. It looks like he's in shock. Damn it, Kakashi said. They still did not know who their adversary was, but in the back of Kakashi's subconscious, he could feel it. There was no other who would be capable of spooking Naruto like this. He was as fearless as a shinobi could be. Play defense, Kakashi ordered the team. I've got a bad idea. Naruto watched as another of his loved ones, Jiraya this time, took a sword to the gut. Jiraya did not scream, which only adds realism to the illusion, but his eyes pleaded silently, and that haunted Naruto even more. It will always haunt him. Outside, his eyes were glazed over. Chio, Hinata, and Yamato surrounded him. As the mist dispersed, a shadowed figure revealed itself. Kakashi couldn't wait any longer. He took the kunai in his hand, and plunged it into Naruto's thigh. Kakashi, better than anybody, knows that the shock of pain will overwhelm trauma. Only it did not work. Naruto did not even flinch. Kakashi cursed. Nicknames are often rooted in fact, an ominously cold voice said. A pair of Sharingan eyes panned over the group. His voice was quiet, but that did not fool the Leaf Ninja. But I didn't think you actually had it in you, Kakashi. Itachi, Kakashi said. He did not worry about his team, They had been briefed not to look him in the eyes. Nor did he worry about Chio. She has killed the most Uchiha here, save for Itachi. Didn't expect to see you here. Kakashi did not give him time to respond. He used the temporary pause in a typical conversation to spring into action, and his team followed suit. Naruto did not. He was lost in his mind, watching Itachi harm those he loved. There was nothing he could do about it. He could not force his body to move, no matter how much he tried. He felt each stab, as if the blade was meant for him. Anguish. So much pain. He gripped his chest, clawing at his shirt, suffocating in his own emotions. He couldn't breathe. He watched Hinata take a kunai to the stomach, screaming his name. He could not take it anymore, and he knows it. He was weak. He was a fraud. He couldn't protect anybody. He was ready to give into the darkness that he had fought so hard to keep at bay. And then everything lit aflame. The deep red of the sky shifted to a bright, fiery orange. Energy surged through the world, as if the sun had just entered the atmosphere. It lit through him, burning his coils, and it hurt so bad. But more importantly, it demanded action and forced him to move. He knew what it was, and he had never been more grateful for it. The chakra banished the darkness, the bad thoughts, the painful emotions. It surged him forward, nearly moving his body for him, and just like that, he was brought back to reality. The fox's chakra settled and dispersed from his system nearly as fast as it entered, and his eyes readjusted to the world around them. Having nightmares? Itachi said. He was fighting Kakashi, yet his voice betrayed no emotion, or even a hint of effort. I do apologize for that. They can be harsh. Naruto did not reply. Kakashi was engaging one of the strongest shinobi in the world. There wasn't time for chit-chat. He pulled the kunai from his leg, knowing on some instinctual level that it was there to help, rather than hurt. The wound would heal fast enough with chakra that he paid it no mind. Hinata, Naruto said, forming shadow clones to help Kakashi. You're on the lookout. She nodded, Byakugan already active. Yamato, Naruto continued. He had taken charge without thought. Nobody argued with him. We need to give Kakashi an opening to retreat. We're playing the stalling game. I need 9 more minutes. Yamato nodded, breaking away. Naruto turned to the last member of the team, the temporary one. Lady Chio, he said, and a wild grin forced its way onto his face, his eyes twinkling. Whatever fuckery you've got up your sleeve, now would be a good time to use it. He's tough, and watch out for the ones that explode. The elderly lady did not respond, but she did remove a scroll from her pocket, which he assumed meant she was on board. Naruto opened his chakra senses all the way. Hinata's vision was impeccable, but it never hurt to have 2 sets of eyes on a situation, and he did not want them to get caught off guard. The shadow clones and Yamato managed to give Kakashi room to regroup, keeping the pressure on Itachi. Yamato broke off, and it became a 1 versus 2, Itachi versus 2 Naruto clones. Not having to worry about the safety of his teammates anymore, one of the clones flicked through 2 hand signs, chest growing large with chakra. A thin stream of water screamed out of his mouth in a high-pressure stream intending to bisect Itachi. The clone flicked its head from left to right, and the Konoha team watched in amazement as Itachi seemed to levitate, body going parallel to the ground over the deadly stream. Naruto could swear that Itachi, if he were not fond of his lips, could have kissed the deadly stream. Instead, he rolled gracefully over it, allowing it to destroy the other clone that was rushing him from behind. In the middle of his spin, a kunai managed to find its way out of his sleeve and into the neck of the second clone, the one who was still performing the. Itachi landed facing the leaf ninja as if nothing happened. Barely a hair on his head disturbed. The part of Naruto that hungered to be an impressive ninja, to be a legend, was extremely jealous. Kakashi took a step, as if he was going to re-engage the opposing shinobi. Naruto stopped him. He shook his head when Kakashi looked at him. You know how he fights, Naruto said. We'll just wear ourselves out. Let me fight him, you guys keep an eye out for his partner and support me when you can. No, it's too dangerous, Kakashi said. They each knew what the other was thinking. Naruto knew he was right. His analytical skills had improved tenfold from natural maturation and brain development. Perhaps they had stacked another tenfold from learning from Sarutobi. I've survived his, I have the best chance of dealing with him, Naruto said quietly. He wants to delay, and so do I. We'll still have 4 fresh team members, and I have the most chakra anyway. It has to be me. He could kill you and move on to us, and we'll have lost our strongest member, Kakashi said. We need to do this as a team. He won't kill me, Naruto said. And we are doing this as a team. I know you have my back if I falter. Trust me. Kakashi weighed the options. He was the team leader here. The Hokage expressly forbid any of them from dying, and it was Kakashi's job to make sure they didn't. But looking into Naruto's eyes, he wasn't sure he could say no to the boy. The man, actually. He could go toe-to-toe with Kakashi, without a doubt. He made excellent, strategic points. Above all, Naruto inspired a confidence like no other shinobi Kakashi had seen. No other, save for one. A ninja had not yet been raised that could match the 4th Hokage. When Kakashi looked into his sensei's eyes, he simply had no doubt he would succeed. Now, he felt the same way when he looked into Naruto's eyes. Kakashi had long since learned to trust his gut, and so he pulled the headband back over his Sharingan, and nodded to Naruto in acceptance. Naruto gave him a smile, and of all things, lifted his vest and shirt up, exposing his stomach. His seal was there, black ink active for all to see. Chakra flowed to his free hand, and he placed it over the seal. 8 more points appeared in a circle around his original seal, spinning smoothly and tightening. It connected with the seal, and swallowed it whole, becoming a fully black circle, with 8 points sticking out of it. Almost like rays of sunshine. Naruto gave Kakashi a wink and pivoted back toward Itachi. The rogue Nin had not moved an inch, and so the boisterous blonde took a step towards the Uchiha, and then another. As he strided, Naruto's massive reserve of chakra began to cycle. Slowly it moved, and then slammed to a stop. Each time it moved, it was faster than before. A crescendo built until his chakra was beating like a heartbeat. Kakashi wasn't sure what the blonde was planning until he saw Naruto look Itachi straight in the eyes. Only 15 feet away, there was no doubt they were making eye contact. Itachi stared back. He is, Hinata said. Wait. Itachi cast A and it caught Naruto, but it did not take hold. What do you mean it didn't take hold? Chio said. She had snuck away for a moment, no doubt laying some traps, and only just rejoined the group. He's cycling his chakra so fast that he's constantly breaking, whether he's under 1 or not, Kakashi said. If he felt he could trust his normal eye, he would have sworn on all he had lost that he could see Itachi smirking. He won't be able to use like that though, Yamato said. Even the normally stoic shinobi looked disturbed. I wouldn't put anything past Naruto, but the will have to be fast, Kakashi said. He would have to stop cycling, which would give Itachi an opening, or he would have to perform it during one of the pulses. At the speed he was cycling it, and they could all feel it, like the hammering of a battle-charged heartbeat. It seemed impossible. The rest of Naruto's team watched as he squared off with Itachi. The Uchiha seemed as if he was determined to remain a statue without some sort of prompt, so Naruto made the first move. He felt lonely shutting his prisoner off completely, but it had to be done. The Sharingan was just too much of a threat. A feeling welled up inside him despite not having access to the 9 tails. The excitement and rush of fighting a strong opponent. He couldn't afford to make mistakes here, and that made him feel positively giddy. His first true test. Quick as a flash, he grabbed a kunai and flung it at Itachi. It was nearly pointless to do so given the man's abilities, but it felt like the right way to open. As it flew, Naruto rushed in behind it. Itachi sidestepped the kunai, splicing his index finger through the ring of it as it came even with his head. In a single motion, he spun it around his finger, flicking it back at Naruto somehow faster than it came. Naruto blocked it with another kunai he produced from a seal, not entirely surprised by Itachi. He certainly wasn't the wasteful type, and a kunai that already had kinetic energy was just too good to pass up. Trying to be unpredictable, Naruto punched at him with kunai still in hand, then spun off of Itachi's block, using the momentum to flick the blade at Itachi's foot. Maybe the key was just to injure him, rather than going for a killing blow. Itachi shifted smoothly, as if his taijutsu style was designed specifically to dodge that exact attack. It was incomprehensible how graceful he was, and Naruto once again felt jealous. They engaged in hand-to-hand, exchanging blows then backing out, then exchanging a few more. Neither seemed to be overly exerting themselves to the outside observer, but in reality, Naruto was firing on all cylinders to stay evenly matched. Itachi's taijutsu was ethereal. It truly felt like everything Naruto threw at him, Itachi had specifically planned for, and directed the entire fight to that moment so that he could counter. It wasn't as if Naruto was giving him openings either, but the stalemate frustrated him. Another change of pace was needed. As they engaged yet again, Naruto timed his chakra pulse, and called forth a katana from the seal on his hip, never breaking the rhythm of the fight. He lunged for Itachi, slashing and hacking in a fury that would terrify most ninja. Itachi dodged them all, flipping back and sticking to a tree. Elegant as the move was, he wasn't able to counterattack in any way. Progress. If I didn't know better, I'd say you were the snake, not that bastard Orochimaru, Naruto said. Do not compare me to that drivel, Naruto, Itachi replied. Naruto had never seen him angry before, but he thought he might be now, despite the lack of outward emotion. Why not? He's sick and twisted with his experiments, and you? You killed your own flesh and blood. I don't know who disgusts me more. Naruto put his sword away, and summoned a shorter tanto instead, one designed for one-handed use. You smile as you say it. Perhaps you consider yourself on the same level as Orochimaru and I? Itachi said. You haven't heard? I'm the nine-tailed demon fox, Naruto said, licking his lips. I killed thousands of leaf ninja in a night. You slaughtered women and children. For a split second, Itachi's mask cracked, and Naruto felt a flash of angry chakra. It scared the living hell out of him, but it was gone in a flash. You claim to be the fox, Itachi said. And yet you've sealed it off. Why was that? Are you scared you'll lose control and kill a few more? Maybe I just want to test my own strength against a worthy opponent. That's what you were doing when you killed your own father, wasn't it? Very well, Itachi said, ignoring the latter half of the quip. He slid smoothly down the tree, and the two were back at it. This time Itachi pushed harder, surpassing what Naruto was capable of. Not by much. A glancing blow, a leg sweep that knocked him off balance, a punch he didn't quite get blocked. Finally, a kunai slipped through Naruto's defense, hitting him squarely in the shoulder. He was forced to leap back, disengaging. Blood leaked from the wound, darkening his vest. He ripped the kunai out, smelling it. No poison, at least not that he could detect. Blood spurted out, landing on the branch in front of him. The wound began to close, but much slower than his leg wound did before. Slow enough that Naruto was curious why Itachi was not pressing. I never attack an opponent who will inevitably rush in and make a mistake, Itachi said. It was as if he read Naruto's mind, and Naruto had to check his chakra to be sure he was pulsing it hard enough. He was. Itachi was just wickedly smart to go along with the evil. You're stalling, Naruto said, flashing a smile. That's okay, I am too. And what are you stalling for? Your friend is going to die soon. I know, but I had a few goals to accomplish first, starting with getting you in the right spot for the trap. Small clicks sounded throughout the forest. Kunai and laced with poison rained down on Itachi from all directions. He leapt in the air, spinning gracefully and dodging them all. More metal flew at him, as if the trap had a mind of its own. He leapt and leapt again, spinning and flipping, before miraculously landing safely on the branch of a neighboring tree. The metal rain stopped. Nice job, Chio, Naruto said. Chio turned to Kakashi, a look of surprise on her face. How did he know where my traps were? I'm certain they were undetectable. Even the Uchiha didn't find them. Kakashi shrugged loosely, despite his tense state. He's Naruto. Itachi patted out a wrinkle in his cloak, a look of approval on his face. Not bad, he said. But you will have to be much better. Oh, that wasn't the trap, Naruto said. The tree branch broke, and Itachi fell. Two clones emerged from the trees, flinging gold chains at him as he dropped, and the real Naruto was certain they would hit. The chains connected, ripping through the Uchiha's body, tearing him to shreds. The shreds turned into crows and flew off. The real Itachi landed on the ground with a near-silent thudding sound, dust lightly scuffling about. It was as perfect of a replacement as one could get. The clones from before, Itachi said. The ones you sent out after the scouting group. I thought they had left. They did, Naruto said. They came back though. Said your breath smelled and they didn't want us to have to deal with it. For some odd or twisted reason, Itachi humored him by breathing into his cupped hand and checking his breath. What about the other two? He said after determining he was scent free, and Naruto silently cursed. He had been hoping Itachi would not have a solid count. He should have known better. Ramen run, Naruto quipped, trying to seem aloof. I like a good post-victory meal. I prefer dango myself, Itachi said. He was back in his fighting stance, and began advancing on Naruto. The blonde grinned and prepared for battle himself. Several minutes had passed, though he couldn't be certain the exact amount. It shouldn't be long now. Itachi tested him with a jab, and Naruto slipped it. He was favoring dodging now, for he did not want to get locked up grappling with a man who seemed to be able to produce kunai with a thought. Itachi seemed to oblige this, and the two danced around each other, either making contact with any of their attacks. Itachi slowly picked up the pace, moving quicker and quicker. Naruto matched him move for move, his chakra still pulsing madly like a heartbeat. Dodges turned to blocks as both of them were moving too furiously to get out of the way of the other. Naruto punched at Itachi's head, but the Uchiha used his raised forearm to deflect it. He quickly rotated to land a blow in the crook of Naruto's elbow, but Naruto was already bringing a left hook around, aiming for Itachi's jaw. Itachi managed to catch it on his other forearm, and kicked out at Naruto's knee. Naruto took the blow, grabbing Itachi by the wrist and lifting his other knee up to strike Itachi in the midsection. In yet another feat of pure perfection, Itachi spun while still within Naruto's grip, dodging the knee and ending up on Naruto's flank. A kunai appeared in his hand. Naruto did not have time to think. His fingers on his free hand crossed, and he timed the chakra pulse just right. The kunai was inches from slipping between his ribs when it struck a hand, popping it. The shadow clone Naruto had created tanked the blow for him, and he used the momentary momentum change to slip away. He leapt back, putting distance between them. So you can use like that, but you have to slow your cycling, Itachi said. That's not something even Naruto noticed, as he did not do it consciously. He knew he needed to create a clone, so he must have slowed it subconsciously. Something to work on. A shadow clone popped, its experience flowing into his mind, and Naruto knew he had one. He ignored Itachi's comment, and made his own. I wish I didn't have to use this against such a weak opponent, he said. But your Sharingan makes things difficult, and I don't have any more time to waste. Naruto closed his eyes, and shut off the chakra pulsing, making sure his chakra stayed balanced. Itachi's head ticked to the side minutely, the curiosity barely visible in his body language. What's the boy doing? Chio said. None of Team Kakashi responded. They themselves didn't know, but they trusted Naruto. Hinata watched intently, and the Byakugan was active. Something in the air shifted. It was a feeling of being encompassed by something that did not visibly exist. Like a hot draft of air on a cold winter day. It was barely a tinge in the air to Hinata's eyes, though she gasped when she looked at Naruto. His posture changed. Somehow he had gone rigid as stone, while still looking as if he could move like water. His breathing and heart rate slowed, and he looked impossible to move and yet equally flexible. There was a confident air to his body, one that only accompanied those who were strong enough to truly earn it. That was not the most dramatic change, though. Naruto's eyes had a pigment around them, black as the tomo in Itachi's eyes. The marks swooped down, curving toward his ears into a point just outside of each eye overlapping with his top whisker mark. A similarly pointed, but much shorter, mark came down from the inside point of his eye, following the line of his nose. He did not open his eyes, or make any reference to what just happened. His stance shifted minutely, and Itachi tensed, sharing and predicting what was next. He would not be able to stop it, though. Naruto's muscles flared with what can only be described as a massive twitch, and to the human eye, he disappeared. That was, until he smashed into Itachi. Miraculously, the Uchiha managed to get a cross guard up, but it did not matter. His arms shattered from Naruto's flying kick, and his body was driven back. He slammed into a massive tree, body cracking under the immense force. Twin swords materialized in Naruto's hands. He spun them once, and then pinned Itachi's arms to the tree. His eyes never opened. I look forward to our next fight, Naruto said. I owe you worse than this. Senjutsu is powerful, Itachi said, hacking up blood. But you still are not strong enough. It was an odd way of trash talking, but Naruto ignored it. Hiruzen's voice rang out in his head, telling him to never delay in putting down an opponent you've beaten into a corner. That was when they were most dangerous. A Rasengan whirled into his hand instantly. It was much bigger, brighter, louder, and more tightly controlled than his typical version. He pressed it into Itachi's chest, careful not to hit the tree behind them, and slowly let the power fade. The hole was massive, nearly the full width of Itachi's chest, and not one that any human could survive. The remainder of the ninja walked up to him tentatively, feeling the immense power fade from Naruto. When he turned to face them, there were no markings on his face, and though he was still strong, he didn't have the same air of invincibility anymore. Kakashi silently gave Naruto a look, as if to say we'll be talking about this later, and moved to examine Itachi. Only Itachi was no longer there. In his place was a ninja from the Sand Village. Chio gasped. "Do you know this man?" Kakashi said. Chio nodded solemnly. "I do. He was a member of the council. He went missing during the attack. We had assumed he died defending the village." They all looked at the poor soul who had been used as a puppet for the Akatsuki's whims. "You knew it wasn't him, didn't you?" Hinata asked Naruto. He nodded. "I didn't know exactly, but something was off. I knew he wanted to stall us, but he didn't use any ninjutsu when we fought. Weird for someone so skilled, unless he didn't have his full chakra pool." "But why not come in person?" Chio said. "If that is only a portion of his strength, surely he would have expected to be able to beat us." Naruto pondered this for several breaths. "If they're after the tailed beast, they could be using a group sealing," Naruto said. Kakashi, sharp as ever, immediately came to a conclusion. "Which means we may be fighting the entire Akatsuki when we get there. That's not worth the risk." Chio's face showed surprise. "So you're just going to give up on our Kazekage?" "Not just yet," Naruto said, kneeling down. "But before I explain, I'm going to need you to make a promise to me, Chio." "I'd be a fool to agree to that without listening to the terms first, boy." Naruto nodded, a small smile on his face. "Of course. You need to promise you won't tell a soul of what you see today. I won't hesitate to save Gaara, but my techniques are Leaf, Uzumaki, and Sage secrets, and I can't have them falling into the wrong hands." Yes, of course I won't tell anybody," Chio grumbled. Naruto was not placated though. "I hope you're sincere about that. The consequences of breaking it will be far more dire than simply losing your Kazekage," he said gravely. He closed his eyes to focus. Naruto put his index and middle finger on the ground, shifting them around, almost like he was searching for something. After a minute, his eyes snapped open. "I found him. There are 9 chakra signatures with him." That's the end of the chapter. Itachi is bloody hard to write because he's either dying or somehow the strongest ninja ever, but it was quite fun. More will be revealed about why Itachi acted the way he did, and next chapter we will get to see Naruto go a lot harder and show off a lot more skills, which will be fun. Also, just to be clear, Itachi could have used Tsukiyomi on Naruto in between the pulses of chakra, and because of the time dilation it would have had the same effect, but it's enough to break any of the other more average genjutsus being cast upon him. Naruto's Sage mode showcased here has the same markings as Hashirama's around the eyes, but not the forehead. This will be explained later. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out.